Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty gang.
Hello, friends. Join us. Was it Ramsey? I think Ramsey first again. Ramsey's living that gold medal life. What's going on?
Oops.
Kyle, you breaking stuff over there?
Yep.
Hello, Rob W. It's funny. I felt I did not feel today's earthquake. I did feel an earthquake for the first time this last year. Like my entire life, I've lived in an area where did you feel the earthquake last night? I'm always like, no, I did not.
I'm right.
You right in there, Kyle?
Here we go. Good morning. Happy Wednesday, everybody. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. We're the Insiders. Are brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Hey, I didn't even notice this till today, until just before the show. It is 1 week until the Kings' regular season opener.
1
week from today, dude. Next Wednesday. This time next Wednesday. We'll have actual basketball to talk about, man. That's so exciting.
I want to talk about that Expos hat.
Okay, let's talk about it.
I love it.
What do you want to say?
Were you like an Andre Dawson fan?
No, big Andre Dawson guy.
Tim
I was
Wallach?
an early believer in Pedro Martinez.
Yeah, Tim Wallach at the hot corner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure. Larry Walker.
Andres Galarraga.
Mm-hmm. The big cat.
El Gato Grande.
Mm-hmm. My brother played for the Expos in Little League.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
No, it's so this is I'm wearing an Expos hat. If you're not watching on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're not watching on ESPN 1320 TV, we're also live on Twitch and on Facebook and Twitter, I think.
And brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
We're everywhere. I'm brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Shout out to the homies. No, so if you're not watching, I'm wearing an Expos hat, and it's the all blue lid, blue bill, or blue crown, blue bill with the iconic logo. But what you can't see is on the side. There is a World Series patch.
Oh,
and I know you're probably sitting there going, "Hey, the Expos never played in a World Series." That's a great point.
1994, 95?
94.
Okay.
The strike year.
Yep.
They were awesome. They were arguably the best team in baseball.
Larry Walker.
Mm-hmm. Really good team that year.
Yes.
And the players struck. The players went on strike, and the season ended. There was no World Series in 1994. So Hat Club, where I used to work and where I get all of my hats, I love them dearly, they made a hat called the What If edition. And so that's what this is. It's an Expos hat with a reproduced facsimile of what the 1994 World Series patch might have looked like.
I love it.
Thanks, man.
I love it.
I also have an Expos t-shirt, but I feel weird. Like, I feel kind of weird wearing a Montreal Expos shirt because I as an A's fan, I feel like people in Montreal, I don't know if they would be happy that I'm repping the Expos, because I would love to see a team back in Montreal. I don't know if they'd be happy that I'm repping the Expos, or is that like a disrespectful thing?
That's a good question. I don't know. Like, I've been to Toronto. I've been to Vancouver. I have not been to Montreal.
Okay, well, if you ever go, I need you to ask for me.
I'll just ask a rando.
Can Kyle wear an Expo shirt? So here's the gripe though. and here's my thing with it. And I didn't think about this when I bought it. Is I bought it in Washington.
Oh.
They sold it at the Nationals game.
Oh wow, that kind of feels dirty, Kyle.
Right. And I didn't think about it. I was on my honeymoon. I'd had a couple drinks. I was like, this shirt's sick. I'm gonna buy it. But then I got home, and I wore it to work one day, and I'm looking at it at work, and I'm like, man, this is weird. This feels weird. This feels gross.
Yeah, you had some remorse. Some buyer's
So
remorse.
I've worn it one time. And I feel like if I bought that at Goodwill and it was a legit Expo shirt, I think I wouldn't feel so bad about it. But it feels gross. If somebody walked up to me and is like, hey, here's this Oakland A's shirt. I bought it in Vegas. I'd be kind of like, come on, man. Like,
come on, man.
Like,
yeah.
shout out, but
no, I got you. Yeah. I love in the chat, people are putting names like Marquise Grissom, Cliff Floyd. No one has come up, Mark Grudzalonic. No one has come up with Delino DeShields yet.
Oh my God.
There's a name for you. Yeah, that was a fun team. Yeah, it's too bad. Like Gary Carter in an Expos uniform is like iconic. Yeah.
Shout out. R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Gary
Carter.
One of the reasons I wore number 8.
No.
Yeah.
We got sidetracked.
Yeah, boy,
Imagine that.
Did we? You and I getting sidetracked on old baseball stuff. Weird. No, the Kings open their season 1 week from today. We got a ton of sound from you from practice yesterday.
That's why we're the insiders, Kyle.
That's you're damn right. Inside the practice facility. But the Kings and Warriors part 2 is tonight. It feels like the Kings and Warriors of their last 10 games, 9 of them have been against each other.
Yeah. No, I think it's 10 out of 13.
10 out of 13. Okay.
10 out of 13. So they played the Warriors the game before the last game of the season.
Right.
And then they had a 7-game series. So that's 8 out of 9.
Yeah.
Then they've played 4 preseason games. This will be their 4th preseason game, but 2 of those games were against other opponents.
Wow.
So I believe I did the math correctly, that it's 10 out of 13.
Good Lord.
Yeah, these guys know each other a little bit.
They should play somebody different.
Yeah.
And then they play a bunch of times. They play 4 times or 3 times in the first 11.
Yeah, they play twice in the first week.
God.
Yeah, this is a weird preseason schedule too, because why would you have it set up where you play the Warriors twice and then you finish with the Jazz and then you open the season with the Jazz? Because in those situations, now you're like hiding stuff.
Yeah. How does that work in the NBA? Did teams schedule their preseason games or preseason games scheduled by the NBA?
No. NBA teams, at least it used to be this way. The last time I heard, NBA teams actually, like, they schedule their own preseason games. And like we had this situation a few years ago where like there was somebody who was in charge of scheduling the preseason games, and then he got bumped. He got like the hook because somebody else wanted that job. And then that somebody else got to a point where he couldn't schedule enough preseason games because everyone else had already scheduled their preseason games. And then it was a mad scramble to play like Maccabi Haifa. And and then it was like, hey, Warriors, you owe us a preseason game.
Oh
like,
my God.
Okay, well, the only preseason game we have is the return to Seattle with where Kevin Durant's going back to Seattle. And it was like, okay, that's fine. Like, so you had somebody who also didn't understand the history of the Sacramento Kings Seattle situation. So
what a mess.
They had, I think, 4 or 5 preseason games, but it was a scramble. And I think 2 of them were against like foreign teams. And then one of them was a promo game in Seattle, the city that tried to steal the Kings like 3 years earlier.
Boy, that's...
Yep.
I don't love that. I think it favors the Kings, though, big time.
Kyle, I also love that people just keep rolling in the chatty house with Tim Raines, Dennis Martinez.
How did we not say Dennis Martinez?
El Presidente.
Man.
Yes. Yeah. Some great stuff going on here. Lee Smith.
Is baseball the best name for, or the best sport for, let's name some guys?
Maybe.
I think it is.
I have random baseball knowledge of.
Yeah, I think it's because baseball players change teams. It feels like more often than is typical in football or in the NBA.
Okay.
And so I think everybody has just kind of had a brush with so many players, either on their team or in their division or whatever it is. And then I think baseball players, because there's so many games, that guys just kind of get forgotten really quickly. It feels like Matt Olson last played for the A's a decade ago.
Yeah, it was like 2 years ago.
Right.
No, it's weird. And I've told you, like, I worked at a video store. So the way my memory usually works is if I see the box, I can tell you whether if I see the cover of a movie, I can tell you if I've seen it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the same thing goes, like, as a kid, I collected baseball cards. So I think I have like, I have like 30,000 baseball cards hiding in my basement.
Mm-hmm.
So I can like tell you player names and go back through like Rolodex in my head of faces, because that's just the way my memory works.
That's how I am with numbers.
Okay.
I feel like player jersey numbers, I don't have like a huge Rolodex, but I will randomly know a player's number that I just shouldn't know.
Okay. No, I mean,
and it's the same thing.
Like Jose Canseco was 33.
Right.
I've told you I wear 29 forever because I was a big Rod Carew fan.
Sure.
Yeah. So, Dave Henderson, 24. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I remember a lot of.
Was it Ricky Henderson, 24?
Yeah, but
Dave was 35.
No.
Right? No?
Now we're gonna have to look it up.
Now we have to look it up. We've got King stuff coming up for you.
We do. We just keep getting sidetracked, Kyle.
We do. No,
I blame myself.
No, this is on me. I wore the Expos hat. I should have known that we were gonna talk Expos when I wore it. That's my fault.
Yeah.
Who did you Hendo?
Oh, 42. He was 42, not 24. My bad. And yes, Ricky was of course 24.
Yeah. But Ricky Henderson also wore 35, I think, with the A's.
That's possible.
Checking. He did in 1979 and 1981.
Okay. Like that was his first
and
jersey
82
number.
Through 84. He also wore 22.
He played with the A's so many times.
God, I love Ricky's the best.
Ricky is the best. I would love to hang out with Ricky.
He played from 1979 to 2003.
Yeah. He just kept going. He's the Morton Anderson.
way better than Morton Anderson, though.
Yeah.
He was a way better outfielder than Morton Anderson was a kicker. Yeah. Now, so here's what we've got for you coming up today. We'll have some playoff baseball stuff. The Phillies didn't let me down. I am so thrilled with the Phillies. I'm rooting so hard for them. I love them so much. We'll talk about that. We have tons of King sound from Mike Brown, from Malik Monk, from De'Aaron Fox. Mike Brown got into the Kevin Huerter, Chris Duarte situation, and what he said yesterday changed my mind on everything. So we will hear that sound, and then we're gonna do some Warriors King stuff too, with Malik Monk talking about that rivalry, De'Aaron Fox talking about the budding rivalry, and a couple of 49ers related updates. We got a full plate today, man.
We do. We got a busy show. I love it. It's hump day. It's the middle of the week.
Yeah, and
tomorrow is your favorite day of the week, which is random.
No, I love a Thursday. Although I don't love tomorrow's Thursday, but it's fine. Okay. It's just a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna complain about my job on air. I have the coolest job. There's nothing that's gonna happen today in my job that would adversely affect literally anybody else. I'm just being a baby.
Okay.
So I'm not going to complain about it. I refuse to be that guy.
We got a lot going on tomorrow too. I mean, we got
a gang of stuff going on.
Yeah, like it's been a busy week.
This is the best time on the sports calendar.
It is
mid-October.
It is
mid to late October into November. It's the very best time of the sports calendar, and we're going to take full advantage of that. So we've got King Sound, we've got some Niner stuff, but first, the Phillies had my back last night. Shout out to the Phils, and I have a new favorite baseball team for the rest of October. We'll talk about it next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. You're clear. Do you guys want to hear me edit this sound?
Yeah, Serial Connection says you can complain.
That was anticlimactic.
I didn't hear you edit sound. Yeah, Serial Connection says you're in a safe spot. You can complain here. Oh, Chris Spire. Interesting. See, that's a good pull. Hindu was 42. It's my bad. I like transposing numbers. It's amazing. There are a lot of I think there are at least 3 that are gone from the 89 World Series team.
Who have died?
Yeah.
Bob Welsh,
Dave Henderson,
Dave Henderson.
Tony Phillips.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Tony Phillips.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
It is.
Somebody asked, there was an earthquake that I guess has been, it initially was like a 5.7 and now they've downgraded it significantly. Somebody asked in the chat if I drive through Isleton, and I do every single day, twice a day. I hope nothing's closed over there. Boy, that'd be a bummer.
Yeah, 5.7 is what they said?
That was the initial read, and now it's down to like a 4.3.
Okay.
My wife texts me, earthquake with a bunch of exclamation points. That's it. Like, well, are you okay?
Thanks.
Oh, God. And she's fine. She said she heard the house creak and she thought it was wind, and then the whole house just shook.
Yeah, where was I when I felt the earthquake? All I know it was like, maybe I was at home. And it was like, oh, that's different. I haven't felt that before. And like, I have a tall house. Like, we're built on a hill.
Sick brag.
Well, we're built on a hill, so it goes down very steep to the lake, just so you know. And it's got some sway to it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the roof on my back, the back area, is like 35, 40 feet down. It's a substantial fall.
Well, fingers crossed there are no more massive earthquakes. 10 seconds. Board's hot. I told you yesterday, get locked into that D-backs Phillies game. Whether you liked baseball or not, if you like baseball, you were probably already dialed. The Phillies have won me over, dude.
I feel like they've won you over. Like, you might have a new favorite team if the Oakland A's leave.
No.
No, that's not where you just have.
But no, okay. I've just gotten used to latching onto a team in October.
Okay.
Because the A's are out in the first round.
See, I'm the opposite. Like, when my team is out, I'm out. I'm like, okay, maybe I'll tune in. I'll look at, if I'm at a bar and the World Series is on, I'll look up and watch it. But like, I get bitter. Like, I don't want to watch.
Yeah, I just turn into a hater. Like, that's more. There's times where I won't latch onto a team.
Okay.
And I'll just root against the Astros or the Yankees, or if there's a particular player I don't like, I'll just hate.
Okay.
But the Phillies, undeniably, I'm all in on the Phillies. And not moving forward, I won't have a new favorite team if the A's leave. Like, that's just out of the question.
Yeah, I agree.
But for the rest of this October, the Snakes would have been a cool story. But I love Corbin Carroll, but I'm not rooting for, and Zach Gallen's really good, but I'm not rooting for the Snakes. And I don't want to see either the Astros or the Rangers win it out of the American League. So by default, I was already going to be pulling for the Phillies. Like, no matter what, I was going to be pulling for the Phillies. But dude, that place looks like such a great place to watch baseball. And I said yesterday, get locked in. The atmosphere is crazy. And the vibes were just out of control again. Just game in and game out. Phillies fans bring it, man.
So, like, my bucket list for baseball, I saw Old Yankee Stadium. I went to a game at Old Yankee Stadium. I've taken the tour at Wrigley, but I haven't seen a game at Wrigley. The tour at Wrigley, if anyone goes to Chicago, take the tour at Wrigley. I think it's 3 hours. It's one of the greatest things you'll ever do.
3 hours?
Maybe it's not that long. Maybe it's 2. Maybe it's an hour and a half. But I just remember I was there for
way more sense.
But like, they take you all over. You get to walk in the dugout. You get to walk out on the field. You get to walk into the press box. You get to see the little box, like where Harry Carey announced. Like,
press box.
Yeah, in the press box you need, but there's also like another little room sitting right there. Like they take you everywhere, so that's great. So I want to see Fenway though, but maybe for atmosphere, I do this Phillies game with you.
Yeah, like Citizens Bank Park. So I've been to CBP, and that's what we call it. Us Phils fans, that's what we call it. I've been to Citizens Bank Park, and it's nice. It's a really nice stadium. It's located right next to this thing they call the Xfinity Center. And the game we went to, there was UFC fights that night, and they were showing them at the Xfinity Center.
Okay.
And inside the Xfinity Center, it's like a mall food court kinda, where there's a central location like for tables, but then there's vendors and stuff around, and then huge TVs, and they showed the UFC fights in there.
Oh.
And there's bars and stuff in there as well. And with your baseball ticket, you got into this event at the Xfinity Center for free. So we just turned it into a whole thing. It was super fun, but the ballpark was great. Really nice. The fans were obviously good. So it's a good ballpark to go to anyways, but during the playoffs, it's just different. It's a different animal during the playoffs.
Well, I will, if I do go, I'll have to buy a Phillies jersey because I just don't want to get in a fight in the stands.
I
told you.
I bought a Greg Luzinski jersey when I went.
Oh, see?
Yeah. I've since gotten rid of it.
But no Darren Dalton jersey?
No, there wasn't.
How do you get rid of a Greg Luzinski jersey once you've purchased it?
It's a t-shirt.
Oh.
And it just, t-shirts get worn out.
Got it. I
have a million tees.
Okay.
And when I'm going through and I'm deciding which ones I'm going to keep for sentimental reasons, the Greg Luzinski didn't make the cut.
He did not make the cut. Like, you had to choose between that and a Goonies shirt, and you're like, Goonies never say die. I'm sorry, Greg Luzinski, you've got to go.
Do you want to know a thing about me?
Uh-oh. You've never seen it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Goonies is off my radar, dog.
What in the who am I dealing? You and Brendan Nunez. I'm like,
I know, man. Me, Brendan and I are going to hang out one day and just watch movies.
I would tell you, my children would both, my two sons, they would just making fun of you guys the whole time. They'd use one-liners from The Office or from movies, and they would just like light you guys up.
That's so cool.
That's how they're raised. They're raised like they've seen the John Hughes collection.
Man, that's awesome. That's really cool. All right, Insiders.
We just keep squandering all of our time.
Astros at Rangers tonight. 4:30 first pitch. Listen to that right here on ESPN 1320. Look, I can't vouch for the Rangers vibes like I can the Phillies vibes.
Well,
so pick who you're rooting for here, and
I'm in with the Phillies. Are they a team of destiny?
They might be. It kind of feels like it.
Are they the only team in the Major League Baseball playoffs that don't have an Oakland A?
That can't be right.
I don't know.
That's definitely not right.
I'm gonna guess they're one of few that don't have a former Oakland A.
No, I'm gonna have to look at their full roster, but I'm sure they have a reliever or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Astros are the Astros. The Rangers are very, very good. They're an awesome team, and maybe you want to root for Bruce Bochy, and that's fine. But I think the Phillies are going to be the official team of the Insiders.
I agree. I'm in.
And it helps that Jiffy Lube kind of has that old Phillies red in its logo.
Oh, I totally agree.
That dark, the Mike Schmidt color red.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Again, like Juan Samuel.
Just going to turn into us naming old baseball players again.
Al Hrabosky. How about that?
There's all this talk in the NFL, right? That home field advantage is no longer. It used to be that you got like 3 points in the point spread for being at home. And now it's down to like 1.5 points. And I've heard different theories on it. I've heard it's because fewer people are going to games, so there's more opportunities for opposing fans to come in. There's a larger secondary market. I maybe it's people moving and not being in their home state anymore and taking advantage of trying to go. I don't know. I don't know the explanation. But the Phillies undeniably have a massive home field advantage. Yeah. And that's one of the things we talked about yesterday with hey, how can the Kings get better? And I think they have to play to that, dude. You want to talk about home field advantages or home court advantages in the NBA. Like they should have the number one home court advantage.
I totally agree. Like it's something that I know it just got under Alvin Gentry's skin. Like, how could we be so bad at home? How could we not show up at home? How could we lose by 40 at home with this crowd?
It was such a weird thing, man.
Yeah, even last year when they got really good. And shout out to the Chatty House. They did come. The Phillies have Christian Pache.
There it is. Come on, baby.
Of course they do. Oh, and they have Josh Harrison as well. Yeah. They got all
legends.
They got all kinds of Oakland A legends. Yeah. Kyle, there has to be something to this, and I don't know what it is. This was the Kings were the best road team in the Western Conference. They're one of the best road teams in the NBA. They won 28 games on the road, 25 games on the road, 25. Yeah, and to win more games on the road than to win at home when you have such an amazing fan base, like there's something to it. I don't know what it is.
Typically, when you say, "Hey, we won more on the road than we did at home," it's like, "Wow, that's awesome," because you're expecting that a good team is going to win 30 plus at home.
That means you won like 70.
Right.
That's what you should.
Right.
You're like the Golden State Warriors and what is that, 2015, 16, whatever it was.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's something that was just so shocking to me last season, was even as the crowds got into it, and you just know as an opposing fan, coming, or as an opposing player, going into Golden One Center, like, okay, this is going to be a bear. This is going to be a lot.
Yeah. No, I think so. And I also think that, like, if you want to improve, there's two ways this team can improve. Well, I'd say there's really three. First is like the development of Keegan Murray.
That's the biggest.
Yeah. Second is on the defensive end, you can be way better. Like Mike always talks about, like, to go from here to here is okay. It is easy to go from here to here. Well, the Kings they can go from here to here and only be midway through on the best defensive teams. They have so much room for improvement on the defensive end that you could see that they could get better. And then the last thing is, if you're better at home, this team could win 25 games again on the road. They could win 55 just by taking care of business and getting 30 wins at home.
Right. You go 30 and 11 at home, and you win 25 on the road like they did last year.
55 right there.
55 dubs.
Yep.
Now, so and just for the audio medium of this, you were saying to go from good to go from middle of the road to good is easy. To go from good to great is hard.
Yes.
The Kings defensively are like back of the road, haven't left the station on defense. Getting up to the middle is just where they need to get.
Yeah,
they don't even need to do the good to great thing.
Let's say if we go from 24 to 16, like that would be like so huge for this team. They would be nearly unstoppable. They would be a team that you're putting at the top of the Western Conference, one of the top teams in the West.
1,000%. So, and what's interesting about that is, I think you could have a whole discussion about, is it effort? Is it talent? Is it personnel? I think Mike Brown believes it's a personnel related issue. And I say that because of the sound we're going to get to here. And when you start putting all these pieces together of, hey, that's the major, they can't get that much better on offense. Like, there's just only so many possessions in a game. So it's hard to imagine that they're going to make another substantial offensive leap, right? They had the best offensive rating in NBA history last year.
Yes.
So you're not going to expect this massive leap there. So what can they do? They can get better defensively. And when you start to think about that, and then you start to look at a couple of the players they brought in this offseason, what Mike Brown has been doing in the preseason, it's really clear to me anyway that he believes it's personnel based and not a matter of effort or a matter of scheme.
Yeah, but that means things are going to get interesting, which that's what we're going to dive into after the break.
That, dude, you did the tease for me. That's beautiful. We'll hear from Mike Brown next, and what changes could be coming for the Kings. We'll talk about it. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Clear.
What's going on, Chatty House?
The Christian Pache thing is one of the most egregious whiffs by the A's in all of their maneuvering since 2004.
Yeah, the only other one that comes to mind, which may or may not, was okay,
Donaldson,
no, there's two. Carlos Perez, no, not Carlos.
Gonzalez.
No. Okay, so Cargon was okay. There's that one as well.
For half a season of Matt Holliday.
No, who's the guy who was a Gold Glove fielder that they gave up so much to the Rangers to get, and then they stuck with him for like 5 minutes, and he struck out too much, and they dumped him. It's Carlos Pena.
Oh, Carlos Pena. Yeah.
And then
God, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, the other was when they traded Cespedes for pitchers, and that didn't work out.
Lester. God,
yeah, Lester. Yeah, see,
that was a hard summer for me.
Yeah. Oh, I remember the day Ricky got traded. Oh. That's the day, or the day they traded Jose Canseco.
My dad was there.
Oh, when they traded for Jose. When they
traded Jose Canseco.
Oh yeah, for Ruben Sierra.
Jeez.
Rube the Boob. That's what we called him because he was no good. All he did was yak up, and then next thing you know, he couldn't hit at all.
Yak up. You hit a home run?
No, he was like so yoked.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Like ridiculous. I bet you there's another like 3 Oakland A's on this Phillies roster. Like
let's take a look.
There's A's everywhere.
Let's see what's happening. Oh, I wrote down a question that I forgot to ask in that segment. Damn it.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. No, what? Why? Let me go. Is baseball? There we go. Okay. What, I have a minute and a half?
Yeah, we're just looking. Huh. Maybe not.
Let's see. What do we got here? No. Yeah, Josh Harrison, Christian Pache.
Is there someone on the Diamondbacks?
The Snakes have to have somebody. I gotta go look at their roster.
Yeah, now we'll look at their roster.
Yeah, that appears to be the only. Those appear to be the only A's on the Phillies.
Okay.
ARI, yeah.
I mean, their current roster, I don't see anybody. Let me look at their pitching.
Jace Peterson?
Oh, he's there.
Yep.
And that happened this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Jace Peterson, A's legend.
I know.
Andrew Chafin, A's legend.
Oh.
Also there.
Does he do big curly hair and big mustache?
Yeah, that's him.
He was fun.
Yep.
We need to sell the team, bro.
Yeah.
We need our button hit.
All right. 10 seconds. Here we go. We're getting so sidetracked with baseball stuff today. I was going to ask this. We are going to get to the King stuff, but I wanted to ask this in the last segment and forgot. So LeBron James, okay?
LeBron James
was put in a conversation as a junior in high school with Michael Jordan. There's the Sports Illustrated article by Grant Wall, RIP. The Chosen One, it's the whole thing. LeBron, at the very least, met expectations, if not exceeded them, correct?
Oh, without any question.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
I don't put him at, he's not the number 1 player of all time.
Okay.
In my book.
Okay.
And I don't have him at number 2. I have him, I think, at number 3.
Are you a Kareem number 2 guy?
No, I'm a Wilt number 2.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm, Jordan, Wilt, LeBron.
Okay.
But yes. Oh, certainly.
When the expectations are high and you are a top, you know what? I'm just going to go a consensus top 5 player ever.
Consensus. Yeah.
By anybody who's not trying to troll.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
unbelievable. Has Bryce Harper done the same thing?
Well, I don't think he's top 5 ever.
No, he's definitely not. But it feels
Has
to
he
me,
lived up? Yeah.
yeah, it feels to me like he has. The expectations with him were so high.
I think so, but I think we live in an era where so many players don't live up to
Yeah.
expectations. You know, we were talking with Charlie the one day about Steven Strasburg
Mm-hmm.
and just how he never lived up.
Yeah,
And
and he had a great career.
yeah, but he ended up taking a bunch of money in the end. But he did have a good career, but he didn't have a career where I think it fully lived up to anything.
Yeah, do you remember his first start
Oh yeah,
against Pittsburgh? It was like an event. Like he was that dude at San Diego State.
hey, I was watching Will Clark's first start when he hit a homer in his first at bat off Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, the Grand Slam, right?
I can't remember if it was a Grand Slam. I just remember it being a homer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, talk about a moment. And that's what, like, when you knew that dude had just grit.
Yeah.
I'm not a Will Clark guy, but man, that dude had grit.
Lot of my friends are big Will Clark fans. But yeah, I was thinking about that the other day, and it's like I really think that Bryce Harper has at the very least met expectations.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Which is wild.
It's funny because, you know, Michael Jordan didn't have those expectations. We talk about Michael Jordan expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jordan didn't have those expectations. Kobe Bryant didn't have those expectations.
Mm-hmm.
The only one who I can remember having those expectations like this is LeBron.
Or having that and then meeting and exceeding them. There have been so many players who Anthony Davis is one. Anthony Davis was supposed to be Tim Duncan 2.0, where he was just a super athletic big. He was blocking shots and he was hitting jumpers and he could like run the point for you. Supposed to be this crazy with these length and then he's very good. He's awesome. He is excellent. But he's probably Hall of Famer.
But he's not generational talent.
Right.
Yeah, he's not generational. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about generational talent. I mean, Giannis Antetokounmpo was like, what, the 16th pick in the draft, 15th pick in the draft. Kobe was, I want to say, was he number 13? 13, 14, 15 that year is, it's Kobe, Peja, and Steve Nash.
You see that video of Peja getting jumpers up at Oregon?
No.
Oh,
dude. I've got video in my phone.
My man still got it.
Oh yeah, of him wearing like his skinny jeans and a button-up shirt, and like Doug and I were hanging out waiting to podcast with him, and he just starts hitting from the corner, boom, 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 boom,
just
boom.
Easy.
Oh, just butter.
I think he's the player I would most like to see from like the early and mid 2000s. I think he's the player I'd most like to see in the modern NBA. I did a big like number crunch on this, and his highest threes per game in a season was like 7.2 or some number like that. It would be like 45th in the league now. Like Blake Griffin's taking 10 threes a game.
Yeah,
he would have.
The stat on Peja, when he retired, he was third all time in most 3-point makes, and now he's like number 23. And we're talking about 12 years. Like the change of the game is just so dramatic. And
there's so many dudes who are not a fraction of the shooter he was that have more made threes than him.
Oh yeah,
it's crazy.
No, it pretty incredible. Like, and we could have this argument another day, but Peja in my book is a Hall of Famer. On the international ticket, he's a Hall of Famer.
Oh, I've never given that any thought, so I'm just going to believe you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to agree with your take.
Yeah, I mean, career, like, I believe that, like, he's Drazen Petrovic may have been a better shooter, but he didn't, unfortunately live long enough to really put that into the league. Peja is the greatest shooting European player in the history of the game. Plus, he had the Yugoslavian, gold medal and all that stuff. So,
okay, I'm in.
Yeah,
I believe you.
Okay,
on this. All right, Insiders sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Let's talk about Mike Brown. We went down to practice yesterday. You got some good sound from Mike or from Coach Brown. So Chris Duarte and Kevin Huerter. We talked about this a lot this past week, where Duarte got the start in their last preseason game. Mike Brown talked about the Chris Duarte situation now that he's dealing with that bone bruise in his knee and won't play the final 2 preseason games. Here's Mike Brown.
It's unfortunate from the standpoint that he needs reps, whether he's starting or not starting. But I started him in the last game, but both Chris and Kevin knew that Chris was going to start the last game. Kevin was going to start this game. So Kevin was going to start regardless if Chris was healthy or not. But like I said, from the standpoint of him continuing to get reps with this being his first year with us, that stinks. But it's part of what we have to go through.
I came out of what day was that? Sunday? Sunday's game was when Kevin Huerter didn't start?
Yeah.
I came out of Sunday and just hearing even with what Kevin Huerter had said and what we knew about that situation, I came out of Sunday thinking, okay, this is a strictly preseason thing. This is Mike Brown getting Chris Duarte some run with the starters because he's going to be in the rotation. He's going to play with some of those guys. So they just want to make sure their first time playing together isn't, game one. Now I kind of think that there was a very real possibility that Chris Duarte was gunning for Kevin Huerter's starting spot.
I don't think we've seen the end of this, Kyle. I don't. I'm not trying to throw, gas on a fire here.
No, I think you're right though.
Yeah, but when I'm writing on this right now, and I'll have it out later on the King's Beat later on today.
Everybody subscribe
to the King's Beat. When I'm going through the quotes though, they're jarring. They're jarring because Mike, has the 1 foot in, 1 foot out comment. Like, hey, look, we made a commitment. Everyone here has made the commitment that you don't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out, because the 1 foot in, 1 foot out guy, it's really easy for him to lean back and pull that foot out.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody's 2 feet in. That means everybody's bought in. Everyone's got to do what's best for the team. And I think we're all this concept of running it back, right? Everyone is so centered on the Kings. They're going to run it back.
Right.
Okay. And then we got a bunch of people saying running it back's not good enough, whatever. Well, the idea of running it back was because you were excellent last year as a team. You won 48 games. You were third seed in the West. You snapped your playoff drought. And part of that success, a huge part of that success, was Kevin Huerter. He's your third leading scorer. He was a knockdown 3-point shooter, shot almost 41% from three. You brought him in and he did exactly what you wanted him to do.
Right.
Now, we just all assumed that meant that running it back was the starting five was in place. And then all of these other pieces that are floating out there, the JaVale McGee, the Sasha Vezenkov, the Chris Duarte, they're not threats to the starting five.
Right.
Like Malik Monk isn't a threat to the starting five, despite the fact that he was excellent in the playoffs.
Sure.
Or that Davion Mitchell isn't a threat to the starting five. I think that's maybe the most jarring thing, because Mike said early on that his goal was to make people uncomfortable. And I think at this point, Kevin Huerter is uncomfortable, but I think a lot of other people are all of a sudden uncomfortable. And I don't mean the players. I think everyone else is kind of uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. We're uncomfortable. We're talking about a subject that's awkward and uncomfortable.
Do you think that was Mike Brown's goal, was to mess with the media and make you guys better?
No, because I'll very specifically, because Mike Brown has this saying where before the end of camp, I believe he will bring the media out onto the court and he'll teach us what they're doing so we have a better understanding.
Which is really cool.
Yeah. So, sorry.
Right?
So I think this is just an interesting situation that we're going to have to watch play out. We're going to have to watch him play out over the next couple of weeks, maybe even the next couple of months. And the biggest thing to that clip that you played right there, that Mike Brown said, it's really unfortunate that Chris Duarte got hurt, because Chris Duarte needs reps. He hadn't played in well over 200 days when he got his first action. He needs to play. And that's a big deal. And he needed these reps, whether it's first team, second team. He just needs it.
You guys asked down in practice yesterday, and we'll get to that 1 foot in, 1 foot out comment. I have that whole cut and I want to play it. But you guys also asked Mike Brown yesterday about the reason for kind of all this potential tweak in his lineup with Kevin Huerter and Chris Duarte.
There's reasoning behind everything we do. Even was it against the Lakers when we started Sasha? Yeah, even starting Sasha against the Lakers, there's reasoning behind it, and it's real, and we feel like we have more depth this year than we did last year, and so we want to give different combinations looks at different times. So I mean, there's a realness behind it, but there was been a realness behind everything that we've done so far.
I don't understand that. There's a realness behind it, as in, because clearly we're trying to get at, hey, are you going to make a change in the starting lineup? And thankfully you asked that outright, and we'll have his answer here shortly. But it's clear that he's trying to sidestep saying that and saying like, yeah, we want to get different combinations. Of course, this is a real, yeah, it's real. There's a reason we have new players and we're just mixing and matching and playing guys together. Like, no, that's come on.
Well, I also
There's more
think
to it than
yeah,
that.
there is. And, like, I get that there is a realness to putting Sasha Vezenkov in the starting lineup because which is part of what he says, right? Like, we put Sasha in the starting lineup for a reason. And the reason was because you wanted to keep your second unit together, right? So that's the reason. It's because you took a guy who was number 3 and you moved him to number 1 because number 1 was out of action for the game.
Right.
And you left the second unit together so they can continue to meld and do what they do. But there's also a realness to that because what you want to do is you want to build confidence in Sasha that if he were given the opportunity to play with this specific group of players who are much better than some of the other groups he's been playing with, just it is what it is. We're talking about the starting 5 versus the third 5.
Yes.
Right. So if you're going to roll him out there, like you want him to feel like he belongs. And I think that there is a realness to showing a player, we believe you belong. And now you can see that you belong. You did fine. Like there wasn't some moment where the other team just switched and treated you like, European teams treated certain players on Team USA and just barbecue chicken them. They didn't. He held up.
He's talking about Austin Reeves. Go on.
Yeah, go ahead. the narrator's voice. So that's like there's value to that. There's value in building up a player.
Right.
And you can't just build up a player by patting him on the back every day and saying, man, you're doing great. You can't do it by building a board and putting it on the wall and say, oh, look, you lead. You have 134 makes out of 150 shots. Okay, that's cool. Can you play at the NBA level?
Right.
And he survived a game. And it was preseason, but it's still, you go up against better competition. The thing is, when you're in the starting lineup for an NBA team, you're playing against starters.
Yes.
For the other team.
Yes.
And that's a big deal.
Correct.
There is a huge difference between being somebody who can find success on the bench against other bench players and some starters, but some of a predominant amount of your minutes are against other second team players and being a player who can do it against the best of the best of the best.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between
starting matters.
Yeah. No, well, I don't know the starting matters as much as like giving someone an opportunity to play against a player that he might not get to see ever again. That's a big deal. Like if you're going to put Kessler Edwards in the starting lineup against LeBron James, okay. That's different than him going up against any other player in the world, but certainly then going up against Rui Hachimura. Like it's just different. Or Christian Wood. It's different. So like I think players need to see, they need to get a taste for what other people are going through before they keep saying like, hey, I need to be in that starting lineup. It's like, okay, well, do you know what you'd look like against Anthony Davis as a starter?
Right.
Because
it wouldn't go great.
I can think of what it's going to look like and it's going to be pretty accurate.
So it was really clear that Mike Brown got asked for the reason about these tweaks because he was you guys were trying to nail down on, hey, is Kevin Huerter in danger of losing his starting spot?
Of course.
That's what they were trying to nail down. And finally, James Ham of ESPN 1320 and the Kings Beat finally said like, yo, dude, is starting lineup changing or what? So here's Mike Brown.
It's always open for debate. I think the two guys that will start for sure are Fox and Domas, but I think as a head coach, it's my job to put the best 5 out on the floor at any given time. And to have that flexibility is something you always want to be able to have. You don't ever want to put yourself in a box. And I believe our team They all signed that all-in contract, and every good team that I've been a part of, or great team that I've been a part of, at the end of the day, doesn't always go with the same lineup every single game. There are times when even quote unquote the best possible player may or may not start. A lot of it is, are you going to end games or finish games? And I think that's the most important aspect of it.
Dang. That's kind of wild to me.
Well, I think if I'm Keegan Murray and there's some Barnes, I'm like,
that's dude.
Why am I taking strays?
Exactly.
What is happening here?
Exactly.
Oh, they're on a different level than me. Oh, that's a bummer.
That's what. Okay, but let's look. So Mike
I
Brown
love all my kids equally, except for Domas and De'Aaron. I love them much more than I love everyone else. But everyone else I love equally.
I just don't. Okay, so let's take him at face value here. Let's say that 3 starting jobs are up for grabs. Point guard taken care of, center taken care of. It's De'Aaron Fox and Domas. All right. The 2 guard. It's Kevin Huerter. It's Chris Duarte. It's
Malik Monk.
Well, Malik Monk going to start?
That is the most interesting thing about all of this. Like I've seen the changing of the guards, like literally before. Like we had this moment,
nice dude.
Like I don't know, 3-4 years ago, where Luke Walton pulled the plug on the Buddy Hield experience as a starter, and he inserted Bogdan Bogdanovic, and the Kings go 13-7. And oh my gosh, this is it. Like, why didn't you do this before?
Yeah.
Like there's this moment, right? So I've seen this happen before, this awkwardness, whatever. And like, let's be honest, like Chris Duarte as a rookie was a really good player. There's a good chance if he can regain that he could be the same type of player that Kevin Huerter is. He's not the same type of shooter, but a more balanced version, and someone who can play defense and help his teammates out. He's still he shot 36.9% from 3, not 40.9. So there's a little drop off there, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have other skills that Huerter doesn't have. So like, if we're talking about like switching these guys out, that's fine. Like, it is what it is. I'm a journalist. I'm not Kevin Huerter's friend. I'm not a fan. I'm someone who, covers a team.
Right.
But there's also this interesting thing that if Kevin Huerter isn't your starting shooting guard, he's also not your backup shooting guard. He's just not, because
he's now your like 8th guy.
Well, the backup shooting guard is Malik Monk.
Correct.
So now Kevin Huerter is your backup small forward.
Right.
And you start going to small forward position on the Sacramento Kings, and now you're getting into an area where there are so many people,
and you can't even really have Malik Monk run the 1 with Kevin Huerter at the 2, because now you're leaving your best defender off the floor.
Oh yeah.
And that's So it becomes a really, really tough thing. But also, I think if you're getting a version of Chris Duarte like the one we saw his rookie year, and maybe an improved version now that he's played in a season and a half worth of NBA games, I think the Kings are better. I think that makes them better.
See, I'm not willing to say that yet, because I think Kevin Huerter, what the gravity that a player like him, like, you have to defend Kevin Huerter. And when Kevin Huerter gets hot, multiple players have to, like, if there's a DHO on the perimeter with
dribble handoff,
like, that pulls so much attention to an area on the court, which frees up everything else.
Sure, totally.
It not only frees up like other players to like potentially be open, it also frees them up to rebound. It frees them up. It frees up a lot of things. So there is a pull that having a shooter like Kevin on the floor does help with. But
I think the benefit of what Chris Duarte would provide defensively would outweigh what you lose offensively.
Okay.
The Kings offense isn't going to bog down because they only have a 37% 3-point shooter out there instead of Kevin Huerter now.
Okay. So
they're going to have adjustments and fixes and answers.
Let me tell you, I'm going to hit you with the one that I believe that like might help clarify a lot of this for Kings fans.
Okay.
It's possible. I'm not saying it is, but it's possible that Chris Duarte is Doug Christie.
Wow.
So that's
That's man. That was I was expecting you to say.
That is where everything changes, where you have a player who, number one, does the dirty work, which is what I've already seen from Duarte. So you will take a reduction in scoring. You will take a reduction in 3-point shooting if he can be a player that changes the game in a different way, that takes the stress off of De'Aaron Fox,
right?
That takes the stress off of other players, that doesn't mind diving on the floor, that doesn't mind getting in the face of the most difficult guard on the other team. And so that's where, like, you have to look at, and Doug, people have an idea of what Doug Christie was for the Kings. Doug came to the Kings as a 30-year-old, right? And he had been through the wars. Like, I could tell you Doug Christie stories about how getting into the league, how, like, the Seattle Supersonics were told very specifically, do not draft him. There was a huge issue between George Karl and I think it's Wally Walker and Doug and his mom. They had said something inappropriate to him, and they had said something inappropriate about him to his mom at a certain point, because Doug grew up in Seattle and would go out to, like, when he was home for summer at Pepperdine, he would come home and bust up the Seattle Supersonics at a local gym. And so George Karl and Wally, they knew who he was, and they had said some disparaging things that weren't kind at all. And so Doug, his agent, had told the Sonics, do not draft him. They drafted him anyways. Then they tried to lowball him and cut his salary in half and of what the guys around him were making because he had an injury. And, like, it became this huge mess. He never played for Seattle. He left. He was traded to the Lakers, traded to the Knicks, never find his footing. All of a sudden, boom, he finds his footing. He has a great career. But from 30 to 35 is where he finds that career. And so, like, for me, like, he had some good years in Toronto.
He was the last player to wear 8 with the Lakers before Kobe, right?
Oh, I don't know.
I think that's right. I'm gonna look it up.
That's an interesting. He did wear number 8. I don't know if he's the last, but he did wear number 8 for the 1994 Los Angeles Lakers. That's a big pull right there. But see, my point is that sometimes the best player isn't who can score the most. It's not who can hit the most 3-point shots. It's who fits in and makes a team around them better. And I think that there's a possibility. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm saying there's a possibility that could be Chris Duarte, who fits that mold. And that's why I think you have Mike Brown sitting back and going,
I think Mike Brown really loves the idea of Chris Duarte.
Yeah.
Like, really loves it. Just for accuracy's sake, because that's what we strive for here on this program, Randolph Keys was the last person to wear number 8 for the Lakers.
Wow, that's a good pull too.
Randolph Keys, who didn't play in the NBA from 91 through 94, played 6 games for the Lakers in 94-95. And he rocked Doug Christie's number 8.
After Doug left.
Okay.
Doug was traded to the Knicks, told by Pat Riley the next day, hey, you're never going to play. You're just going to sit on the bench.
Oh.
And he's like, it's not because I don't like you. It's that I've got John Starks and I've got all these other guys. I've got Allen Houston. I've got all these other guys.
Doug was around.
Yeah. So he said, but I want you to sit there and talk to Herb Williams and learn the game and learn basketball. And that's what happened.
Man.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I would be stunned if Chris Duarte turns into Doug Christie. Doug was so good. I really like Chris Duarte. That would just be a pretty dramatic turnaround here in the next couple of years.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying, look at career stats, look at who they were, look at who they can be. Like, that's a style of player. And if you can find that style of player, then I get it. I totally get it.
And Mike Brown would happily sacrifice what we were just talking about before that. I think he would happily sacrifice a little bit of offense for an uptick in defense that's significant.
But Kyle, I'll keep saying this. Why would he have to sacrifice a little bit of offense when you might take a step back at one position, but you already know that Keegan Murray needs more? And so
so you agree with me then?
It's more a transferring of power. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what So we're on the same page that
I don't think he's sacrificing. He's just transferring some of the shots that would have gone to one guy to another guy. Yeah. It's an interesting debate, man. It's an interesting conversation.
Okay. We have more Mike Brown sound to get to on after the break. We also have some 49er stuff we need to hit on. We have De'Aaron Fox on. Good Lord, we've got so much stuff happening today. More Mike Brown sound on the other side. And why I think you mentioned earlier that this Kevin Huerter, Chris Duarte thing isn't going away. Mike Brown talked about the Kevin Huerter situation, and it sold me that this is not a thing that's going away anytime soon. Let's talk about it on the other side. We're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, it's funny. I agree. Where was who said it first here in the chatty house? Okay, first of all, Jacob Z. Duarte is Christie. Davion is not Bobby Jackson. Bobby Jackson is Malik Monk. Come on now. Sabonis, Weber. Yeah. We can keep comparing these players in different ways. It's a different team. It is, but there's a pretty clear comparison between Monk. Where's it? JaVale? Somebody said JaVale is Keon Clark. Hey, I don't know. That's a pretty good comp. Except for Keon had like personal issues, major personal issues that ended up landing him in jail later.
Whoa, what are we talking about?
Keon Clark?
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, secure in the beam. I don't think so. Not that I know of. I don't know.
I would love that though if Mike Brown was like, we got to play these guys in a week and a half. Here, Davion, you're going to start.
Just to mess with them?
Yeah.
Well, hey, look.
Why not?
We don't know what's going to happen because, again, if Chris Duarte's out, but the plan was always to start Kevin Huerter tonight. Mm-hmm. So that's it. And I don't think Kevin Huerter is starting at the small forward spot.
That'd be tough.
Although Mike did say that he loves all his children, just De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis more. No, I'm just joking. He did not say that. But what he did say is that he doesn't like the only two that are starting for sure are the two All-Stars.
I'm glad that he doesn't do the Kyle Shanahan thing and someone goes, so Fred Warner's going to start, and he goes, oh, every position's open. Like,
we're all day to day, Kyle.
Like every position's open. Wow. Okay. So Oren Burks vying for Fred Warner's job. Read more on NinersWire.com. All right. 10 seconds. Kyle Madsen, James Ham, hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll give way to D'Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock. I want to remind you, 4:30 tonight, it is the Astros at the Rangers, Game 3 of the ALCS. That will be live right here on ESPN 1320, your home for Major League Baseball postseason action. Thanks to everybody listening on 1320 AM. Thanks to everybody listening on the free Odyssey app. We appreciate that. And if you're streaming with us on Twitch or YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, we appreciate you there. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. While you're there, like, subscribe, hit that little notification bell. So when we do go live, you can jump in and be here with us. We would appreciate it a lot. James, it feels like I thought after Sunday that Mike Brown's goal with Kevin Huerter here was just to, I guess, not necessarily push him, but just get Chris Duarte in the lineup. Maybe send a little message to Kevin Huerter, but that wasn't the ultimate goal. Like, he picked Kevin Huerter for a reason, but there was no real danger that his starting spot was going to be lost. Now I think that this is going to be a discussion all season, especially if Huerter continues to not shoot it particularly well.
Mm-hmm. I don't know that that's the case. I think we're still going to have to wait and let Mike play it out, how he's going to play it out. I think Duarte's injury does play a role in this. I think if the Kings come out and they win 4 out of 5 and you're rolling, like, why make a change?
Sure.
But that doesn't mean that we're not going to see more of Chris Duarte. It doesn't mean we're not going to see more of like changes around the lineup. Like, you know, we've talked about, you know, the fact that JaVale McGee is the backup center. Okay. But I still think that 5 weeks into the season, that could not be the case. Not that he will be completely just sent out and no longer be part of the team, but that your team might function better in a different way with a player like Trey Lyles playing the backup and with a guy like Sasha Vezenkov playing the 4. And like, there's different iterations of this team that you can see. It's just not cut and dry. I think the one thing that we thought was cut and dry was the starting 5. And now, like,
it is.
It
is now, especially with the Chris Duarte injury.
Yeah. I think it, you know, and I want to bring something up. Someone in the chatty house here, Wilson, he brought up, this is such a good point, and I'm going to bring it up because I think this will answer a lot of things. James, would Kevin's defense have been less an issue if the team had a better defensive player than Barnes? Now, look, I'm going to take the word Barnes out of that statement and just say if they had better defensive players.
Yeah, Harrison Barnes is a pretty good defender.
He's he's a pretty good defender. He was not good the year before. Last year, he was a slightly above league average, you know, solid defender, right? But he also doesn't block shots. He's not a super athlete. He doesn't have a massive wingspan. He's not a steal guy. He's not a gambler. So, like, look, when Kevin was with the Atlanta Hawks, when Kevin Huerter was with the Atlanta Hawks, he was relied on to play defense on whoever the best perimeter player was on the opposition because he was playing next to Trae Young.
Right.
There's a big difference between Kevin Huerter playing defense on the perimeter with Clint Capella at his back than there is with Domantas Sabonis.
Right.
And that's not a knock on Domas. Domas is actually a really good position defender. He's really strong in the post. He can battle with the big guys,
but
right?
Clint Capella is in the league because of his defense near the rim.
Well, yes. And that's the difference. Like, if there's someone behind you that you fear, that people fear, they're not going to try to run around you all the time. And that's where, hey, look, maybe we just stumbled upon something in this discussion. JaVale McGee behind Kevin Huerter might make more sense. And so that might be
JaVale McGee at the 5.
At the 5.
Sabonis at the 4.
Well, even if it's JaVale McGee, with the second unit, that's what I'm saying. Like, if Kevin Huerter does end up playing with the second unit for large portions of time, now he will have that guy at his back, and he looks different. But every player on the floor does. I don't want to. It's Kevin Huerter shouldn't be singled out because there isn't an elite defender in the starting 5.
Yeah,
De'Aaron Fox could be an elite perimeter defender as a point guard, but then you're asking him to put all of his eggs in that and maybe not be as effective offensively.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. But is Kevin Huerter not being singled out because they A, are not going to do that with Keegan Murray, but B, they just don't have someone better than Harrison Barnes. Chris Duarte could theoretically be better than Kevin Huerter for the reasons we talked about last segment. And maybe he's not as good offensively, but you're still going to be fine offensively. He provides a lot more defensively, just versatility, just on-ball defending, just all that. Okay. Who is that player for Harrison Barnes? If we're Sabonis, Fox, and Murray, those are your 3 for sure. I think the reason Kevin Huerter gets picked on is because is it Kessler Edwards?
Yeah, no, you're right.
I think that's a big reason. And maybe if they had a player of Chris Duarte's ilk who was 6'9", then maybe Harrison Barnes is also on the bench for a couple preseason games, or coming off the bench for a couple preseason games, but they just don't have that player.
No, I would agree with you. And I mean, like, look, Harrison Barnes is a pro. He knows the drill. But if the Kings were at some point during the season to take a huge swing and go out and get that defensive minded small forward that, again, that's younger, just shave years off, but Harrison Barnes is still there. Harrison Barnes still would be a great rotational piece to have.
I agree.
Like if you got a 3 forward rotation that includes Harrison Barnes and Keegan Murray and player X.
Right. And somebody even a little bit better than Harrison Barnes.
Well, exactly. So that's where like you can upgrade. But at this point, Harrison Barnes is a much better player than people act like he is.
I would agree.
Yeah. I mean, like there some holes? Sure. But every player has some holes in their game. Like very few players are like to a point where you're just like, oh my gosh, I'll overlook everything that you do wrong because you're so good at everything else.
Yeah, I think this goes back to the expectations conversation we were having earlier. I think the expectations for Harrison Barnes were crazy high. The Warriors took him 7th overall.
Oh yeah.
And he went to UNC, he was this really highly touted recruit, but coming out of UNC, I remember it was a joke on the internet. He Kobe. That was the running joke on the internet. But he would just disappear for these large segments of time. And I don't want to say he disappears now where he's just out there doing cardio. I don't think it's necessarily that. But he's a solid NBA player. But the expectation, I think, was so much higher. Like he could be a 1 offensively, and he could be this really switchable defender, all NBA type of defender. Like look at his body type and his athleticism. And he's very good. But he fell short of maybe the expectation that we had for him coming in. And so I think that in a culture of you're either the GOAT or you're trash, when you fall short of your expectation, people just go, okay. And that player is discarded.
Yeah, but there is such a tremendous value to players like Harrison Barnes.
I couldn't agree more.
Like players that get you league average everything for over 30 minutes a game. Okay. Like,
who can switch on defense and is a good leader in the locker room, 1,000%.
Yeah.
Harrison Barnes has a ton of value. I agree with you.
So I've said forever, the Kings need more Harrison Barnes, not less Harrison Barnes. They need more players like that, which is what I think they did last year. I think they went out and they got Kevin Huerter. They got Keegan Murray. They got Malik Monk. 3 players that in their own way can be equally as valuable as Harrison Barnes.
Kevin Huerter is the Harrison Barnes of Kyle Korver's, if you will.
Okay. Yes. No, I mean, that's like, I understand what you're saying there.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah.
But Keegan Murray, you're thinking that like his floor is Harrison Barnes.
That would be the ideal. Yeah.
And his ceiling could be way higher. But again, the goal was to not lose a Harrison Barnes, but to add more players that are of his status in the league. And they're the layer below all-stars. So you have your all-star players, you have your players that barely miss the all-star team. And then you have these other players that like Harrison Barnes will, what we came up with by the end of this 3-year deal will have made $220 million in his career.
Yeah.
He's a very valuable player in the NBA. And for that matter, I think Kevin Huerter is too. Like, I'm not trying to take away from Kevin Huerter. And I agree with, to go back to Wilson's point, like, to be fair to Kevin Huerter, you probably could have gone out and got a better defender or 2 behind him, whatever that was, whatever position it was. Maybe Keegan Murray becomes a better defender. Maybe JaVale McGee does fit in. But again, in this specific team, there are things that certain players are going to get exposed for. And unfortunately for Kevin Huerter, it's, perimeter defense. He's not a bad perimeter defender, but when you throw in the pick and roll and you throw in all these, like, there are times where he can get lost in the shuffle. And I mean, but so can De'Aaron Fox. So can Harrison Barnes. So can Keegan Murray. But the other ones, you're kind of set on that's who you are. Those are your core.
Yeah. I was kind of the mind that the ideal Kings offseason would be one where they got a player that would allow Harrison Barnes to come off the bench, because I think the maximized version of this Kings team is probably that, where he is with the second unit.
Okay.
But it's not like they've failed because Harrison Barnes is going to start and play 30 plus minutes. Like, you're fine with it.
Yeah. I mean, I bring up this name all the time, but how much different would Kevin Huerter look as your starting shooting guard if OG Anunoby was your small forward?
Boy, it's a great question. A lot better, in my opinion. You'd feel a lot better about that. I don't know if you know this about me. I'm a big OG Anunoby guy.
I did not know that, but I am the guy who brings up OG Anunoby every time, and fans hate it.
Perfect. Let's go.
It's almost like a drinking game.
He is an elite, like 1 through 5 defender. There are maybe like 3 or 4 dudes in the league that can play defense at the level and the way that OG Anunoby do, and 3 or 4 might be too high.
Yeah.
Big OG guy.
He's the really, really good defensive version of Harrison Barnes. And offensively, they're very similar. But he's the guy that just has that other gear defensively.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Harrison Barnes is the OG.
All right. Yep.
That was good. I'm going out on that one. Some 49ers injury updates for you on the other side. And then we're going to keep digging into this Kings conversation. There's so much here. And we have the great James Ham on this show. So anytime we get a chance to dig into King stuff, we're going to do it. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We'll see you on the other side of the break. On the other side of the break, Damien.
Hello, Kenny. Yeah, I'm not sure that this new seating arrangement out here is going to work, because every time you open that door, it's like we got some chatter. Yeah, some craziness going on up in here. Bum, 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 bum. Kyle, I think this is some interesting stuff. Like, I don't want to get into like speculation and all that stuff, but like the easiest way to make a move with this team, whether it's December 15th or it's right now, is using Kevin Huerter's salary to go get one of those players. And if you see that Colby Jones might be able to be a third shooting guard behind Duarte and Malik Monk, I don't know.
I don't know the answer to this question, John. I sure wish I did. If you're asking for fantasy purposes, Jordan Mason. That's my official answer on the 49ers running back question. If Christian McCaffrey doesn't play, who do you add/start in fantasy?
But I thought you were saying don't start any of them.
No, that's my bit.
You know
what
what we'll do?
Kyle Shanahan goes, start Ty Davis Price.
We will just put it all on Ferocity on Friday.
For us, we've been waffling all week. You make a choice.
We're just gonna ask him like 7 different ways.
Thanks for listening, David. I think Christian McCaffrey, I'm leaning toward him playing right now.
Oh.
Just the reporting around it. When it gets reported that it's a pain tolerance thing and not a he's going to hurt it worse thing.
I don't like that. I don't like it when someone says it's a pain. Like I thought, a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, De'Aaron Fox broke bones in his hands, in his hand, in his dribbling hand. Like he actually had 2 broken bones, and the Kings wouldn't acknowledge that he had broken a bone, and they kept saying it was a pain tolerance thing. And it was like, pain tolerance, man. Okay, I guess you're right. I can't do any more damage, but the thing is broken. Like, what do you mean?
Like it hurts like hell.
Yeah.
All right. 10 seconds. Briefly putting a pin in the Sacramento Kings. We'll get to them next segment. I cut so much sound and we've played like 3 of them. We've got De'Aaron Fox. We got Malik Monk. We have more Mike Brown. We got to talk about the Niners real quick.
We've gone sideways a couple of times, Kyle.
Boy, have we.
I blame us.
No, it's definitely our fault. So it sounds like, based on what Kyle Shanahan said on Monday, it sounded like all 3 of Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, and Christian McCaffrey are banged up in week 6. Sounded like they weren't going to be out long term. And now Adam Schefter is reporting that they all have a chance to play Monday. That's basically what Kyle Shanahan said. He didn't rule anyone out. But do they need, this may be a question for later in the week once we see them practice and stuff. But do they need all 3 of Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, and Trent Williams to play to beat the Vikings?
Okay, so I'm going to say the guy that I would love to see get a break is Trent, right?
Really?
Yeah, but I don't think you can against the Vikings.
I think he's the player. So I think I would agree with you, the premise, but I think he's the player you can least afford to miss against the Vikings.
Oh, I totally agree. No, you have to have him play. So the guy I would like to see take a break would be Trent, but he's not going to get it. So if I'm going to guess, Debo isn't someone who typically plays through major injury. He's someone that like might need an extra week or maybe 2 sometimes.
Yeah.
Where McCaffrey, I would be so cautious. So I would probably sit both of those guys. Ask Trent if he can go. Use your backup running backs. I get what you're saying, but I also think that the 49ers played the Browns, and you probably could have got one of your starting middle linebackers to play. He probably would have played if it were a playoff game type deal.
Yeah, with Dre Greenlaw, yeah.
And that could have been the little bit that put you over the top, especially with a quarterback that was questionable, at best.
Yeah.
You
know what's crazy about PJ Walker? He's now 5-3 as a starter in his career.
Well,
and his completion rate is like below 50%.
Wow.
And I think he's 6 touchdowns, 13 interceptions.
Wow.
And he's 5-3. What a man. What a player.
I think the Jets should trade for him.
The Jets quietly 3-3. Look at him go. Now, so here's my official prediction on this. Before we see practices this week, we'll answer this question again on Friday because with the Monday night game, everything's moved up. So typically they have meetings on Monday, players day off Tuesday, practice Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, walk through Saturday, game Sunday. That all gets with the Monday night game, same schedule, but it just starts players day off is today on Wednesday. They'll start practice Thursday, then go Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So by Friday, we should have at least a little bit of an idea of who's practicing and how much. So we can answer this question again, but I think Debo sits out because that is a shoulder injury to a player whose hallmark is physicality. And if he can't lower his shoulder or run the way he normally does, I don't think the value is there. Plus, you're playing a Bengals team that's coming off its bye week in week 8. And a Bengals team that has looked better.
Yeah.
And now you get Joe Burrow getting to rest his calf. That's going to be a very, very tough game. So I think they sit Debo Samuel. I think Christian McCaffrey plays because I think he's going to kind of demand it. Because if he is can't hurt it worse, he's fine. He can still move the right way. He can still avoid contact. He can still do all that. It's just going to be painful in his side. Then, unless it's a rib, if it's broken ribs, then I think he sits. But if it's an oblique, strain or a little pull or whatever, I do think he plays. But I think we see a more limited workload.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to see more limited workload. I've said that the whole season.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, but I don't think I've ever heard of a muscle strain or a muscle pull that can't get worse.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that thing can get worse.
True.
I mean, unless there's something it's a very strange, non-functional, but it's just inside there that hurts.
Like bruising, maybe?
No, I mean, I think that the obliques, there are a bunch of muscle grouping, and there's possible that where he's injured isn't something that is part of a huge function. It's just something that hurts. So if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm not a doctor. You would know more about that. It sounds like
I am a doctor, clearly.
So
I'm not a doctor, but I play one on the radio.
No, for now, I think McCaffrey plays, and then I think Trent Williams plays. And then they'll all suit up against the Bengals, and then they get their week off. But I would understand the value of sitting McCaffrey, especially if you think you can beat the Vikings without him, and I think they can. Of all the players that they can miss, I genuinely think that in a one-game situation like this one, I think you can scheme around not having McCaffrey easier than you can scheme around not having Debo.
Okay. I think there's no way to scheme around not having Trent Williams.
I agree.
Because they don't have the guy.
Full game.
They don't have the guy behind him that can step in and be that guy. But yeah.
Daniil Hunter is already great. He's already an excellent player. And now he's in a contract year on a team that didn't want to pay him. He's on a mission. I'm not throwing Jalen Moore at him. I'm sorry. That's the Niners' backup left tackle, by the way.
Yeah, and if you're doing that, you're stacking a tight end there the whole time, and you're leaving a tight end.
Right.
Wherever he's at, you're putting a tight end.
Yeah.
I mean, he's on a tear, right? What's he got, 8 sacks?
I think so.
Yeah.
8.5, something like that.
I think he's got 8, and I think he has 1 week this season where he doesn't have a sack.
Good Lord.
Like, he's been so consistent.
So he basically has 8 in 5 games.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. He's the player I want the Niners to trade for. If they're going to acquire anybody at the deadline, when you just start looking at who might be available, I think Danielle Hunter is going to very much be available. I know the 49ers got Randy Gregory, but man. Danielle Hunter with Nick Bosa.
Oh.
It would take a lot, but I think it would help put him over the top. And I think it would help mitigate some of the challenges that a team like Philly or Detroit present. Where, okay, maybe Philly and Detroit give your offense some fits where they're not putting up 30 plus, but hey, you know what? Your defense can now do the same thing with Danielle Hunter. That's where I land anyway.
He leads the NFL in tackles for a loss. Yeah, he's right now, man, and he's tied for the lead with TJ Watt in sacks.
I'd be shocked if Trent Williams doesn't play.
Yeah, he better play.
I'm already there.
You need him. You need him to play.
Yeah. Also in NFL news, we're trending toward, I think, all stadiums having grass.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think it's a really nuanced discussion though, because there are things you don't think about. Like, first of all, like dome versus non-dome, but outside of that, like you can't have. They want uniformity in turf,
right? And
that's impossible because the climates are different everywhere. So like one field has bluegrass, one field has
So like, I got the idea that it's uniformity in either just having natural grass or turf, or if you're going to have turf, everybody has the same kind.
Okay.
So there's 2 different kinds of turf. I don't know the exact difference, but there's one with like seams in it and one without. I'm not deep diving into the types of turf, but basically you're right. The league wants uniformity. And logic says uniformity with turf would be easier because turf can survive inside, outside, cold weather, hot weather, rainy weather, dry weather. Turf is going to be turf.
Yep.
But on the other hand, if data is showing that players hate it and that it increases your chance of injury or is harder to maintain or whatever they find, I just feel like we're trending toward grass being the move. And I get that, okay, it might not be the best in all the stadiums and all the weather and all that, but dude, the NFL has the money and there is the technology to figure out how to have an adequate grass field where it's either blazing hot or freezing cold or indoors or outdoors.
Yeah. I mean, it's complicated, man. Because, we watched the 49ers play against the Browns, and they'd gone through most of the season pretty much injury-free. It rains all day long, and then they have a couple of injuries.
Yeah. And the Browns, I think, play on natural grass, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they do. They do.
So,
yeah, but, I mean, again, that natural grass, I mean, there's just a little bit of slip.
Right. You're not going to eliminate injuries is the thing. There's no surface that you're going to play on where it's football. Guys are going to get hurt. It doesn't matter if you're playing on grass, turf, dirt, or what have you.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But I think the uniformity is the thing. And I think that they're going to get enough data and there's going to be enough push from players that I think players will take an 18-game schedule if it means every game is on grass.
Okay. I don't know that players are going to take an 18-game schedule, but I certainly believe that like there's potential here to clean it up, to fix this thing.
Yeah. And I'm glad they're at least looking at it. I'm glad this is a thing the NFL is taking serious enough that they're talking about it at owners meetings. Because that's what's going on. There's owners meetings right now. And that's where this is being discussed. They're at least laying groundwork to have a potential solution by the time the CBA is up in 2030.
Okay.
And that I think matters. And they're not just going, who cares? It's just a field play.
That's 7 years, man.
I know, it's a long time.
That's a long time.
Really
you can't just figure this thing out. Like that's like.
Well, they got to get their data and their studies, and they got to.
Yes, they've been studying this forever.
Yeah.
Studying. I mean, like
They got to
didn't
get enough
know.
data that they can cook the numbers in their favor.
No, very true.
I know it.
Very true.
All right. More King sound on the other side. Mike Brown. And then this budding rivalry with the Warriors. Malik Monk talked about it. De'Aaron Fox talked about it. I'm fascinated by the topic. We'll get to that. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Sorry, I sneezed, and I don't know where the silence button is. Hey, David, I'm just gonna. I agree they are contagious, but I think I started it. I feel bad, and then I sneezed, and then once I sneezed, the lights here like started playing tricks with my eyes there for a minute, and then Kyle started yawning. So this is perhaps the strangest question. Would I rather have Keegan score 35 in the opener or Sasha score 25? That's pretty simple. I would rather see Keegan score 35 because then I think it makes the Sasha situation like confusing.
I agree.
Yeah.
You'd rather see Keegan score 35 because that means Keegan Murray is trending the way that they want him to be trending, at least out of the gate. If Sasha goes and gets, 25? If Sasha goes and gets 25, it's like, great, 28-year-old guy can put the ball in the hoop.
Well, I'd also say this, Kyle, like just playing into our larger discussion that we're having. If Keegan is going out and getting 35, that means you can do something totally different at the shooting guard position.
That's a great point.
Yeah. So if you don't need that offense there, it changes everything.
You know who I'd rather see get 35? Davion Mitchell.
Confusion.
Where did you land? We've never talked about this, and we only have a minute, so I'm going to make you answer it in 60 seconds. Where did you land on Davion Mitchell's playing time in Game 6 and 7?
Well, I think Game 7 he should have played.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
I'm glad we're.
I just think Mike didn't adjust.
Yeah.
Like he needed to adjust and put Davion back in the game to slow.
Like literally do anything.
Yeah, the Terrence Davis thing was it worked in Game 6, which is why he did it again. But like, man, this chess.
But the second half, it was like, dude.
Yeah, I mean that
was we're sitting on the couch. I'm watching with my folks and some friends, and we're like, man, they should put Davion Mitchell back in.
Yeah.
Everybody's sitting there thinking that.
No, I agree.
Okay.
I also think at this point, like you have other options.
Why does that look like that? Don't love that. Okay, there we go. Ooh. I forgot to fix the stack. Okay, here we go. Kings Warriors tonight. That one's at Golden State. What do they call it? The orthodontics facility?
Oh, the dentist office.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't think I've ever been in a stadium that's harder to navigate, dude.
It's extremely
just as a fan,
extremely difficult.
You can't just tell somebody, hey, I'm in section 116. You're like, okay, I'm in portal 34. Down the escalator. You got to go around. You got to go into the bathroom, spin around 3 times, leave the bathroom, and then hit portal 16. When you're there, there's going to be a troll. He's going to ask you your 3 favorite things. You're going to tell him you don't like anything. That will surprise him. He'll let you through. And only at that point will you see section 116. Like, good God, man.
I remember at their previous arena wasn't easy to get around in either. But
Oracle.
Oracle had a back staircase, and Sarah, why am I drawing a blank on her last name, who's a beat writer for the Utah Jazz right now?
She's the homie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. I was like
Sarah Todd.
Sarah Todd. I was leaving the press box at halftime. Oh no, at the end of the game. And I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so many people. It's like old Arco where you go out into the corridor and it looks like cattle and you're just all stuck. And she like grabbed my arm. She goes, hey, follow me. And like we raced through the side and boom, boom, boom. And then she had a back staircase and boom, we're right there. I'm like,
she's a gangster, bro.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was awesome.
Big Sarah Todd house. We'll get her on before the Kings play the Jazz.
That for game 1. Oh, that's a
1 week from today. Sarah Todd will be on this program.
That is a great idea.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, great idea.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
All right. Let's talk about this Mike Brown sound. We have so much sound we gotta get to. The Kevin Huerter situation. I don't want to get into. I don't care who said what. I'm going to take what Mike Brown says at face value here because I want to get into this here.
Okay.
And why I think that this Kevin Huerter thing, we mentioned earlier that this is going to kind of go on for a while, I think. And you said, they go 5-1 out the gate. It's not going to be a conversation. But here's what Mike Brown said. Let me get this up. Here we go.
He's been great. I have no complaints. I don't like pink elephants in the room, and so before the team knew it or anything, I called him in my office before they practiced. It happened, two practices before the game or whatever. So before our first practice, I called him in, sat him down, looked eye to eye, and told him. And I said, "What you got for me?" And he told me, and we had a great conversation. And he just went out there and busted his behind. And today it was great. I thought his physicality was starting to head the direction that we need to go, and I'll be interested to see if it continues to go upwards because that's what it's doing right now.
So it's really clear that they want to see something different from Kevin Huerter. The Chris Duarte thing wasn't we need to get Chris in there in the mix.
No.
Just to get him in with the starters because he's going to be part of the rotation. This was very much a Kevin Huerter isn't doing enough on defense. And
okay.
That's how that reads to me. That's what changed my mind.
Okay, so if you're going to go through an offseason and you're not going to structurally change the look of your team, you're going to come back with 8 of the same rotational players, which is exactly what the Kings did. 8 rotational
Running
players, right? And then you got some other guys that may or may not play. You got 8 rotational players coming back, and you're the 24th. Like you rank 24th in defensive rating. You're a bad defensive team. And you're not bringing anyone in that's going to change that trajectory. Whether, again, like JaVale McGee, Chris Duarte, like Sasha Vezenkov. Those are going to be the 3 guys that may be added to this rotation. Okay. None of those guys can like truly change the entire trajectory of your team unless one of them starts playing 30 minutes a night.
Right.
Because if not, you can't change everything playing 12 minutes a night or 13 minutes a night behind an all NBA center.
Right. You're keeping things afloat for the starters at that point.
Yes, exactly. And so what they were doing is coming into this saying, okay, we can't change our identity. We're going to make some tweaks. We're going to like structural tweaks on how we defend this or that, right? We're going to have the same basic principles. They still have the same basic principles, but they've decided to make some subtle changes to their defensive scheme, right? And then on top of that, the other thing that they believe that they can do is be more physical. And
what a F.
Yeah, physical. And it means something different, I think, to everybody. But like what they want is a specific way that you're hitting the pick and roll, defensively. And I think that's where we're hearing that like he hasn't been able to make the change as quickly as they would like. Like, look, Kevin Huerter's a shooter. Like
totally.
You brought up Kyle Korver. Like Kyle Korver, when did they ask him to go and change how physical
one time, dog.
how physical he is on the pick and roll?
Not one time.
Not one time in his career. So this is one of those things where you are making someone uncomfortable and you're asking a player to do something that he's not typically doing. And you're asking an entire team to do it. And some guys are embracing it and picking up on it quickly. And some guys, it's just taking a little longer. And that's okay. So I think what we're starting to see, the first couple of games of preseason is the Kings can't defend without fouling.
Yeah.
That's because they're trying to play physical. They're amping up the physicality. But physicality,
hacking everybody.
Yeah, well, physicality doesn't mean you walk up and smack everybody with your hands. Sorry for people who aren't on the stream, but it's not like that's not what they're asking. They're not asking you to come up and like push somebody. They're not asking for you to come up and foul somebody hard.
Right.
They're asking for you to like fly up to a position and have a presence,
right,
and be there and fight through a screen and be
Box
there
out.
to direct. There are specific ways that you can come up and put stress on a screen that takes away the screener and allows your teammate to get under or over.
Right.
Like there are ways that you can help yourself here. And that's what they're asking. And it's just an adjustment. Like, you don't take a striker on your soccer team and put him at center back.
Obviously.
You don't. Like, that doesn't work.
Right.
Like, it works if you want to give up a bunch of goals.
Sure.
But
unless he ratchets up his physicality.
Unless he ratchets up his physicality. And then every time you look, you're like, hey, why is my center back all the way up on the other end? Like, get out of the box, man. Get back to your position. That's kind of what we're talking about here. They'll figure it out, but like the idea of it is easier in your head as a coach to like say, this is what we're going to do. And then you can't expect that of your 21 guys you brought into camp, that every single person is going to understand the concept or be able to deliver on the concept right away.
Yeah.
Sometimes this means that like, you got to work with this guy physically. You got to do some things to help him change his body.
Yeah.
So.
And you got to mess with him mentally by benching him.
Yeah.
No. All right. So the Kings may or may not look different defensively. They may not be more physical, whatever this year. But De'Aaron Fox said something interesting yesterday. He said that this year the Kings aren't really sneaking up on anyone like they might have last year.
There's no, we're not surprising anybody. There's not that factor coming into the game, coming to this season. Obviously, last year we might have surprised a few people. We didn't surprise ourselves, but we might have surprised some other people. But coming into the season, people know how we play. They know what we do, and we have to be able to do that the entire season, not just trying to flip a switch going into the playoffs.
So I half agree with him, and I agree with him in that okay, they're not sneaking up on anyone this year. People are going to take them more seriously going into the year. But that doesn't change what we talked about yesterday, in that you're not going to see Golden State going all out for 82 games. You're not going to see Phoenix going all out for 82 games. You're probably not going to see that from the Mavericks. You're probably not going to see that from the Clippers. Like these teams that are just looking at April and saying, okay, everything we're doing this year is for April, so coast accordingly. So the Kings may not be sneaking up on anybody. That everybody may know that they have 2 All-NBA guys and that they won 48 last year and they're young and they're really good. But I don't think that's going to change the way that a lot of teams approach them. Worst teams are going to maybe give them I don't know. I don't think that the Clippers are going to strap it on because are going to strap. Nope. All right. We're just rolling through it. Nope. We're plowing through it. Boy. Okay. Here we go. I'm just going to reset.
Kyle, I got
3,
you. I got
2,
you.
And 1. I don't think the Clippers are going to try harder because they know the Kings are good now. Please start talking.
I don't.
Please.
Okay, Kyle. I think that there is first of all, they're still the Sacramento Kings. They are. They're still the Sacramento Kings. They eventually, as Kyle put himself on timeout, Kyle has put himself on timeout.
I'm done.
You're done. Wow. Okay. Look, I don't believe that we're already seeing that so many people don't believe in them. That there's a team that, there's a national writer that has them winning 39 games.
But do you think the Clippers are sitting there going, well, John Hollinger said, no, the Clippers know they busted their ass for 176 points last year.
No, I think the Clippers are arrogant.
I don't know why I'm dogging the Clippers.
That they're the Clippers and that they're going to come in like they have the last decade and a half and roll the Sacramento Kings. I do. I don't think that there's that level of respect yet. They're fun. They play fast. There's all these things. And I still don't think that they're there yet. Like, I think the one thing that hurts the Kings, this is like, stick with me here.
Okay.
Nobody likes to have the beam lit on them.
Dude, that's a great point.
And so there is that little bit of extra, like, I don't want to walk outside and see the beam. And so I do think that there are some teams that are like, like JaVale McGee said, F the MFer beam
Atta babe.
was how he came out of timeouts with the Dallas Mavericks last year. Like, that's the chant that he would do for the Dallas Mavericks.
I love that of all the Mavericks, it was JaVale McGee,
who's now
Like,
here.
you got it, JaVale.
Yeah, so
Thanks, man.
I get it, but I think that there is something to that where people are like, man, it's a gimmick, but you better, like, when Kings fans start chanting with 1:30 left, light the beam, like, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah. You could tell. Look at how Steph Curry reacted in Game 7. That's it. That's it. Like, it's there. It exists. Honestly, it's the most brilliant thing. Who was it last year? I forget who it was. A podcaster was like, I hate the beam. It's the dumbest thing. It might have been a guy on like CBS Sports. I forget, but it was a bad take. The beam is brilliant.
Oh no, it's brilliant, especially to see the beam. Have you been to the arena to see the beam?
No, I was. No, I only got out to one game last year, and it was the Lakers loss at home where Thomas Bryant turned into Hakeem Olajuwon for a day.
Okay, yeah. You get to a game in December where it's a little cloudy in the sky, but the moon's still out, but you can still see the clouds. And boom, that thing hits. You're like, oh, this thing, it's crazy. And they've done more. Like, it will be brighter. I think their goal was to make sure that Martians saw it.
Right.
Yeah.
That explains all the recent UFO sightings.
Or at least people in El Dorado Hills saw it. So that's the goal. But yeah. Man, Kyle,
I'm excited that
don't look at the chat.
No,
Kyle.
I've already been, dude. I've gotten DMs on Instagram. I got Jesse texting me. No, I caught an L on that. It's fine. I'm excited. I'm just going right through it. I'm excited to be I start reciting a speech. Now I'm excited to be in Sacramento this year, so I plan on being at a bunch of games, and
okay.
I plan on seeing the beam lit several times. I might light the beam before the game too.
I'm hoping that it's more than 23 times on the home court. That's
Yeah.
But now you put this obstacle out there. But De'Aaron Fox's point, I get what he's saying. I still think you got one more year before people are like, oh man, it's the Kings. We're playing the Kings tonight. I think it's one more year. They do the same thing again, and you're gonna have people around the league going, all right, now we're game planning for the Kings.
Yeah. If they were just regular good last year, I think I'd buy that. But their offense was just so lethal night in and night out that I can't fathom that there's any team looking across the court and going,
No, I don't think it's that.
What if teams are like, well, they're not going to stay healthy?
Yeah, I just think that there's definitely like a difference. I got you there. Like, oh, they're not going to stay healthy. We're good. Yeah.
Golden State, Kings Warriors tonight. Here's what De'Aaron Fox said about the rivalry with Golden State, and I have some thoughts.
I mean, we play them so often. We played them 11 times last year. I don't remember if we played them in the preseason, but this year we played them twice in the preseason, and then we got them like the second game of the year and like the fourth or fifth game of the year. That's a team right down the street. Obviously, they've won championships, and that's something that we strive for. So it's great that we were able to go up against them so much and just kind of learn while playing them. But obviously, we still want to win.
I think that was the case last year. I could see that being the case last year, particularly in the playoffs. I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't think the Kings have anything else to learn from the Warriors. And and I understand that you have to be, it's like the 49ers with the Eagles, right? The Eagles beat the 49ers last year, and for the 49ers to kind of get to that next level, they got to beat Philly. And I get that. And so I understand if somebody wants to say that they got to beat Golden State to, finally kind of overcome that and surpass them, because I thought in the playoffs last year, it was very clear to me that those were two teams going these directions. You have the Warriors on the back end of it and the Kings on the front end of it, and they're passing in the night. But to me, going into this year, I don't think Sacramento can, or I don't necessarily think they do, look at Golden State as this like ideal version of what they're trying to become. Like they're way past that.
I think what the Kings believe, and I think Malik Monk said it. Do you have the Malik Monk sound?
I do.
Let's play that.
They've been saying we're the young Golden State. Golden State started like us. I've been hearing that. I've been seeing a little on Twitter, things like that. But I love to have that rivalry for sure.
Yeah, so I think he would love to have that rivalry for sure. But what he's saying is that they look at themselves maybe as a young Golden State.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's something that fans, I mean, like there's a process that happens here, right? A team goes from good to great to excellent to, multi-time champion, if you're lucky, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, they weren't Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green for the first 5 years.
Yeah.
Like they became the Hall of Famers that they are in a run of this great magnitude that they've had, but they became that. Like they didn't walk into the league as the number 1 pick, the number 2 pick. Again, Steph had ankle injuries. His second contract was a 4-year, 48 of his second contract,
right?
4-year, $48 million.
It's the reason it was the linchpin to everything they did,
of course,
for the next decade.
Yeah. So my point is though that the Kings are looking at themselves right now and saying, like, why can't we be? Why can't Domantas Sabonis be a Hall of Famer? Why can't De'Aaron Fox be a Hall of Famer? Why can't one of these other guys take a leap and become something like a postseason thing that changes who he is and how he's looked at around the league? And I like that idea because you got a group of guys that are all together around the same age. And the hope is that if everything goes right, that you guys move forward together as a group and you create something special that has like a lasting stability to it.
So that's where the comp comes in, right? Because I started to text you this last night and then I couldn't even really get through it because there's no one-to-one comparison. The Kings don't have a Steph Curry. Conversely, the Warriors didn't have a De'Aaron Fox. They're just different players, right?
Yeah.
Domantas Sabonis and Draymond Green are different players.
Yep.
Keegan Murray and Klay Thompson are different players. I don't think there's an apples to apples comparison, but the structure of these are three, and this is where we always talk about Keegan Murray is kind of the key to all of this. If Keegan Murray becomes that player who is that good, who is in that all-star, all-NBA echelon, what you're doing is you're moving forward with this core of young players who are together for a long time. And this is what Golden State did. It was Draymond, Steph, and Klay Thompson. The one issue here is the Kevin Durant piece of it.
Okay.
But the main point and the main kind of foundation is you have this core of young players that you know what you need to build around them. You know what those 3 players need to maximize what they're doing to win you titles. And then you fill out the roster accordingly. And that changes, a couple pieces changes every year. And maybe there's a big change here or a big change there, but it's mostly going to be just role players kind of coming in and out because you know exactly what you need to fit your system. And that I think can work. And that's why I really believe in what Monty McNair is doing, because I think there's a vision and I think he's executing it so far, whether it's with these specific players or not, TBD. But I understand the direction. I understand why the whole young Warriors thing, because you look at the Warriors went to the playoffs twice. They lost in the second round one year, and then they lost in the first round, and then they won the title. And if that's the trajectory the Kings are on, like I wouldn't, if you came from the future and told me that, you can very easily, very plainly see how they are.
Okay, 2 points. I love that Harrison Barnes was there to watch it the first time, and now he's here.
Very good point.
He's here for a potential to see it happen again. Now, I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but what I believe that if I'm the Kings and if I'm a group that's Sabonis, Fox, Keegan Murray, let's just start there.
Yeah, you have to.
They've got to look at the Warriors and say, why can't we be Steph, Clay, and Draymond? Why can't we be? Because there's nothing that says they can't. At this point, there's not.
From a longevity and sustainability standpoint.
What I'm saying is that 8 years from now, they could look back and say, look at the Kings. We're Fox, we're Sabonis, we're Murray. That's who we are.
Right.
That's who we are. Do you see that?
Yeah.
We're all going in the hall together. That's who we are.
Right. There's going to be a three-way statue.
Yeah. But realistically, that's if you're the Kings, why not feel that way? Because before Steph and Clay and Draymond were Steph, Clay, and Draymond, they were just three dudes. Like, why
Steph
not?
was losing minutes to AC Law.
Yeah. And Draymond was a second-round pick.
Yeah.
Clay,
he didn't even start right away.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that that's going to happen. I'm saying that, like, if you're the Kings, there's no reason you shouldn't feel that way.
It's not egregious.
Yeah. And you know that your team here in Sacramento is not going to be built where there's, LeBron James and, like that stat or Giannis Antetokounmpo or even a Luka at this point. Like, you're not built that way. You're built a different way where it's more of a 3 or 4 man group that's going to have to get you through this thing. And if you're going to be great, it's going to be on, all-star level players, all NBA level players, but maybe not top 5 level players, maybe not MVP players. And that's okay, because that's a lot of teams have been built that way in the past. The fact that Steph goes on to become like the greatest shooter of all time and a 2-time MVP, that's a lot because his team was great and he kept winning.
Mm-hmm.
And he's incredible, not taking anything away from him. But that's, like, winning is a big part of a big piece to why he wins MVPs and everything else, and his greatness. I'm not taking away from that.
Yeah.
But if you're De'Aaron Fox, who's to say you can't average 28, 29 points a game for the next 5 years and be considered one of the top scorers in the game and everything else?
Yeah.
You're not doing it the same way that Steph did it.
Right.
But who's saying that you can't be that player?
Yeah. No, the one name we haven't mentioned, and this is where I land just kind of big picture with the Kings, when I say they're a piece away from really, like, and can they get into that tier this year with a couple of things going right? Like 100%. But it's the Andre Iguodala factor, because Andre Iguodala was the kind of piece that I think really got them over the top just as a unit. He won the freaking finals MVP in 2015. He shouldn't have, but he did. That's the one. Who is that player going to be? Maybe it's Harrison Barnes. Maybe he's just already in the building. But I don't know that Barnes is going to be that impactful. And I do think that at some point that type of acquisition is going to need to happen. Maybe.
Like, it's possible. It's possible, but that doesn't mean that they don't go get that player right now. And it doesn't have to be like that specific type of player, but it's got to be the leader. It's got to be that type of leader.
Yeah, veteran who's kind of been around, but still has some legit basketball left.
Yeah.
Is fine being the 4th option.
I think the question is, does that need to happen this year, or are they a year or two away from needing that piece? And that might be the case.
Yeah, and it wouldn't shock me at all. But I don't think you can tell the story of that Golden State run. And if you're trying to emulate that, I do think you have to try and emulate the Andre Iguodala aspect of it as well.
Okay,
because that's just where I land. All right, you want to not talk for a minute?
No. No, we can.
Kenny Caraway, what? It's got a
Kenny Caraway just popped in the building.
Got a Nationals hat.
He is.
Hat. I love that for you, man.
Yeah. He's got a Nationals hat. You've got an Expos hat. This is weird.
Do you think we see anything interesting tonight from the Kings? Anything that we're going to be like, hey, we have to talk about that right away?
No.
Okay.
No, I think we might see more Sasha. I think we...
Do you think now that you have called out Malik Monk, you have put his feet to the fire and said, hey, when are you going to show up, guy? Do you think we get a big Malik Monk moment tonight?
There could be a Malik Monk moment because this is a team he wants to show that this is who he is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but it helps when Jordan Poole is defending you. So he's not there no more.
Yes.
I think the one other thing we might see is the Davion thing. Like, does Davion go up against, the Chris Paul, Steph Curry lineups? Are you going to
do you want to do that in the preseason, or do you want to?
Wait,
Steph
for
knows
it.
what he's getting with Davion, I guess.
That's true. Maybe you do wait a little bit.
Start Kevin Huerter at the point.
Hey,
do you know who the player is? Hey, the Kings already have the player that they need. that fourth player that I was just talking about, they already have him. You know who he is.
JaVale.
No. Colby Jones, baby.
Colby
It
Jones.
all comes back to Colby Jones. That's going to do it for us. D'Lo and KC are next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Thanks, everybody, for listening and watching. We will see you tomorrow. Bye.
We got to clear out, folks.
We're clear, bro.
I was like, man, these dudes are not ending the show.
Yeah, I don't know. We've been on 58.
Yeah. My bad. I thought y'all was done at 54. That's why I can't pop it in.
No, we go, dude. 58s are out all the time. What are we talking about?
56.
56?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. My fault, guys. Hey, that's on me. I messed that up.
Dude, we were sitting there like, why aren't they wrapping up?
Dude,
right now?
text me next
All
time. Did you
moments.
text me and be like, get out?
Well,
That's my bad.
well,
What an idiot. I was flustered because I was talking about strap-ons, bro.
I know.
Mike's on.
Oh. And then my computer restarted, so I didn't get the last like 5 minutes of the show. It's fine. You know what sucks? Is if I had ended on time, we would have had the end of the show. My bad, fellas. Okay, you know what? Hey, that's about enough out of John Bull for today. That's the second comment I've seen from John.
I think we are joining here. Hammer, are those yours? Oh.
Yes.
I paid the team.
Brought one. Missed.
I don't think we got any of this.
Said what I said.
Good moment. You need to plug in.
No, I forgot to get the charger out. I'll get it during the commercial. Hey, yo. Take down.
Sweet.
My man.
Hammer.
This new setup is way noisier.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Go tell Kimberly that. See how she reacts. Tell her that privately. She might kill you, but tell her anyways. I just sent James to the slaughterhouse. That was the last you guys are going to see of James Ham.
My bad, dudes. I'm sorry. I just the strap-on thing really like got in my head.
Okay.
And then I
Yeah.
just
Oh,
zoned
this.
out. Like it's always the 8.
The strap on.
Okay. No, that's all right. I mean, yeah. No. No, it's not, but it's okay. It happened. No. I wouldn't know. No, that's fine. You got it. Just focus on the strap on, buddy. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Strap on getting to your head is tough.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yo,
That's tough.
yo. Hey, this has been a wild
Just-
day in radio.
I get it. Well. Best part, Jesse and I were sitting there watching, like, they haven't the clocks, they haven't even gone to commercial. Like,
I was
what,
so confused.
like what happened? And he just kept going. Okay.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me. Where y'all at?
How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling? One more time. What's good? What's good? Hey, yo. Welcome in here to the Wednesday, October 18th edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Y'all know what it is. That's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
We appreciate you so much for being here with us. It's Wednesday. James Ham will be back with us in the final hour of the show. We got power rankings today. We've got overreactions today, possibly, allegedly, maybe perhaps. And most importantly, we've got a ton of NBA to talk about, but we've got Kings basketball tonight.
Yes.
It's the Kings and the Warriors for the 477th time, I think, in a row.
Wow.
That might be a record.
We're only at 477 of 800 that we have this year. We're only halfway through.
That's facts. I can't unsee it now that someone in the chat pointed it out. That does look like a Walgreens hat. I know what it is, but someone in the chat said it's. Are you wearing a Walgreens hat?
Nationals.
What's it say on the side? What's it say on the side?
Oh, it's just the brand. It's like chaotic something.
And it looks like there's a halo around it.
Well, they put their own little flavor on it.
Washington Angels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Washington Angels.
I'm with it. It's just I looked at you and now I can't unsee it. And the hat sits higher on you than the other hat you wear.
I wear it up like what's my man's name? Marvin Hagler used to wear his truckers.
Okay. All right.
Shout out to one of the GOATs.
Indeed. Yeah, no doubt about that. So we got Kings and Warriors tonight. There'll be plenty to talk about for sure. As a matter of fact, we got basketball for the Sacramento Kings the next two nights. They'll be in San Francisco tonight. They'll be at the Golden One Center tomorrow. We've got Kevin Huerter starting in both of those. I assume he's certainly starting tonight. And according to Mike Brown, I was playing all along.
Oh man, it was much to do about nothing.
What was y'all talking about?
What
was all the fuss?
They all knew that's what was going to go on.
You know where we really missed the ball, dropped the ball yesterday is after Mike said that. We should have run Kevin Huerter's sound from the night before, where Kevin Huerter gave no vibes that he knew what was going on. Like not one single vibe from Kevin Huerter following that game over the weekend gave us any indication he knew he was starting versus the Golden State Warriors tonight.
Yeah, I didn't get that at all from his comments.
Do you, given speaking of comments, given what we've seen in YouTube comments and Twitter and social media chatter,
chill, man. Y'all gotta chill, man.
Well, I'm asking, is tonight? I hate when I have to ask a question. I know it's stupid. This is dumb. This is a preseason game.
You got a job to do.
Does Kevin Huerter need a big game tonight? Do you need to see something from Kevin Huerter tonight?
I want to see something. I don't need to.
Okay.
I want to see him play better. I want him to get in the groove offensively, and do what he normally does out there. If I don't see it tonight, it's okay.
It's not the end of the world.
No, it's okay. It's perfectly fine.
But
I should be the starting two guard.
I do.
There should be no question.
I do want to see it because I feel like the sample size of, struggling, as Michael Wilbon would say, it's sample size is getting a little. That portfolio is getting a little bigger.
Is it though?
Well, he struggled through the playoffs.
He struggled,
and that's obviously the last thing you saw.
Right. He struggled through the playoffs, but he had a good, like it's almost one of them things, right? Like,
well,
they played 7 games. Over the course of the 7 games, he didn't play well. Played really well, I think, in game 2, and he hit some big shots in game 6. Game 7, nobody hit shots.
In game 6?
Game 6, second half of game 6. Remember, we was
I don't know. I felt like TD hit 50 shots. He hit like 1, maybe 2, but
Bobby
he
Hansen,
hit them at the perfect time.
Bobby Hansen.
Indeed, he was.
But I think Huerter hit like 2 or 3 threes in that fourth quarter to help pull away because we were at Firehouse.
He was.
And I was like, nah, he's got to keep shooting.
3 of 8. I don't know when those were hitting. He was 3 of 8 from 3. He was 3 of 11 on the day though. And it's also tough. You talk about maybe him not playing well down the stretch. The team kind of packed it in down the stretch too. So it's tough to make heads or tails of all of that.
I thought he hit a couple threes in Game 7. Matter of fact, in that first quarter.
Game 7, Kevin Huerter, he was 1 of 6.
1 of 6. Maybe he just hit 1 3.
He was 2 of 9 on the day. Just doing field goals, 3 of 11. That was Game 6. I'm moving backwards here. 4 of 10.
In Game 5?
Yeah.
I don't remember those.
Well, that was 4 of 10 from the field.
I don't remember.
One of 4 from 3. The Game 4, he was 1 of 4, 0 of 1. Game of 3.
Non-existent.
Well, no, he was 6 of 12.
Really?
But 1 of 6 from 3.
Mm.
So the 3, did not drop for him in this series. 6 of 14, 2 of 9 in game number 2.
Game 2, yeah, 15 points, I think it was.
And then in game number 1, that's correct. And then in game number 1, he was 3 of 12 and 0 of 5. Total of 6 points in that game and played 31 minutes.
So I understand what you're saying and what you're asking. For me, that's not
even a part of it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm bringing that up. Like I mentioned, it probably wasn't fair to Kevin Huerter. I'm not trying to bury him here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at the grander scheme of things. This really boils down to people now. All of a sudden, there were like 90% of the Kings fans in mentions and on our YouTube channel over the last couple of days are defensive experts. They're all Mike Browns now. They're just Tom Thibodeau fans everywhere. We're talking about Kevin Huerter on defense, and it's like, okay, this is like calling for the backup quarterback. I'm not questioning whether Trysta Krick is good, but I'm questioning whether Trysta Krick is better than Kevin Huerter.
Right.
And when you talk about one player, you talk about player A being better than player B, you've got to factor in different components of their game.
Yeah.
And if Mike comes to the conclusion that Trysta Krick is better, well, then this doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But if you come to the conclusion that Trysta Krick is a better defensive player and you're going to sacrifice offense, well, then I have some more questions.
So this is where the sample size of his underperforming doesn't put any pressure on him, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But what took place over the weekend now does.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I wouldn't have done that. Now, Mike Brown.
If you're Mike.
Yeah, if you're Mike Brown. Now, Mike Brown obviously knows his team better. And Mike Brown, there's a side to that where it's like, if you're gonna fold over this, then you weren't gonna make it where we're trying to go anyway.
Mm.
So, Kevin, you got to get that out your head. You're in the game. You're in the starting lineup. You got to produce. We don't have time for feelings. We don't have time for none of that. Like, it's time to execute. And that's probably what, Mike Brown is saying. That's probably how Kevin Huerter feels. I don't think Kevin Huerter, I don't think he looks at it any type of way. He's just like, hey, I got a job to do now. I'm a starter, whether I'm a starter or a bench guy. I got a job to do. I got to execute it. It doesn't matter where I'm playing. I got to hit shots.
Yeah.
If I was coming off the bench, it's not going to be okay for me to miss shots just because I'm coming off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
I got to hit them regardless whether I'm starting or coming off the bench. So that's the focus for him. I think he'll rise to the challenge.
Kevin Huerter also, because I pointed to, kind of with laughter, the post-game media scrum he had. Kevin Huerter normally is a pretty dry individual.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have a big boisterous personality. Like when he talks, he's doing his job.
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially what he's doing. We can read into body language. We can read into different things because we know the situation he was facing that day. But if we pulled up happy Kevin Huerter after a practice, it doesn't sound that much different.
Right.
You pull up a game where Kevin Huerter, hit multiple threes last year. It's not going to sound that much different than what we heard from him following the game on Sunday night.
I agree with you. 100%. And I know what you mean. But now I want to pull up happy Kevin Huerter. I want to see what he sounds like after he goes for 27. I think he had 27 against the Heat in the first win of the season. I wonder what he sounded like.
I don't know. I'm going to be able to find that.
I'm pretty sure he sounded the same way.
I'm confident he did, but I'll search James _Ham.
I was just curious.
Kevin. No, we're gonna find it. We're gonna find Happy Kevin or whatever version of Happy Kevin is out there. We're gonna find it.
Kevin Huerter is an underrated Keegan Murray when it comes to his. He's got the same tone whether he went for 40 or 4.
See, I keep finding bad. So okay, I found one of Kevin Huerter smiling. This is from last April. So we'll have that for you. What does Happy Kevin sound like? We'll find out when D'Lo and KC return on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I gotta get my
When done right, and this batch is not done right. I mean, it's not done bad, but it's not done right. But when done right, Chipotle's tortilla chips are fire. Absolute fire. When you get them fresh, they get a good amount of salt where it's not too salty or anything like that. But yeah, when done right, they're phenomenal.
Never been there before.
Never been to Chipotle?
Nope.
I, for a long time, didn't like Chipotle. I just wasn't interested. I don't like burritos and stuff like that. But I got they're like carne asada bowls, rice bowls, or something like that. And I love them. I love those things. Those things are fire.
They didn't hire me in high school. There's beef there.
Well, I understand that.
I killed that interview too.
It definitely beats like that sometimes. I don't blame you. Yes, Ramsey, Chipotle tortilla chips. What you talking about? What's the question? Yes, the tortilla chips. They're bomb. Nah, man, I don't like burritos. Mainly because, I mean, you can get a burrito without it, but I don't like beans.
I don't think you've had a good burrito yet. I think that's why you don't like burritos.
I mean, I have
You need to come down to Modesto. We'll get you some good Mexican food.
I got good Mexican food here. I get good. I don't like beans. So I guess I can get a burrito without beans and it'll be fine. Like I like a bunch of breakfast burritos. They have Oscars across the street from McClatchy that makes a bomb breakfast burrito. So I guess maybe it's not fair to say I don't like burritos. But most of them have beans in there.
Yeah, you don't got to do beans in everyone.
Yeah. I also don't like I don't want to say I don't like. I'm not crazy about like the soft tortilla. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not really my thing. I like a fried shell. That's why I like tacos more than I like burritos. But the crazy thing is I gotta have the tortilla shell, like the tortilla, not the Taco Bell hard shell. I don't like that. I like the, let me fry it myself real quick. Well, I mean, I never said I was going to get the most Mexican food of all time. I just said it was good. That's all I said.
Casey just said, I like Chipotle,
That's all I said. No frijoles for me. No frijoles. I made some at the crib last night, too. I passed.
See, Lawrence knows. We'll get you out to Jessica's and Modesto. You'll be set, dude.
That means I'd have to go to Modesto.
You don't got to stay. It's okay. You don't got to stay. It's not for everybody.
I was going to go to Modesto Junior College. I went to a visit there for basketball. And it's killing. I was killing.
I took a summer class at MJC once.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Ramsey. I'm glad we agree.
Are you a taco guy, though?
Yeah, I like street tacos, though. Like I said, I don't like Taco Bell. I don't like their shells. I don't like.
Yeah, Taco Bell's dangerous.
Yeah. I would not eat it. Like if it was there, okay, I'll have a crunchy taco or two. But I'm never gonna be like, I'm hungry. Let me go get Taco Bell. That's never gonna happen.
All right.
I want to give a shout out to Modesto too, by the way, man. I got love for Modesto.
Okay.
I just don't know if I'm ever spending the night in Modesto.
Big shout out to my city.
Well, why would you spend the night in Modesto?
I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know if I ever will. Like, I'll stop through there, just you want to take me to a Mexican food spot. I'll get a nice little meal, chill out with the tapias, or, whatever needs to happen. Like, I'll chill out. But, once the night ends, I'm like, yeah, all right, I'm gonna head back.
We'll be up.
We'll go hit the Palladium that night.
I'll holla. Hey, let's see. Happy Kevin Huerter. This is well, allegedly. This is April 1st. This James Ham video is entitled Kevin Huerter talking about fans showing up at the airport. What does happy Kevin Huerter sound like?
That was cool. It was good to see. We were pulling to the airport, saw a bunch of people out there. They're chanting something. We didn't really hear them when we were on the plane. Drove through a little tunnel when we were leaving, so it's nice to see, especially how late it was.
It struck me as like a very college type thing, and all the support. When was the last time you got to experience something like that?
Real smart, yep.
Yeah, kind of in college, like NCAA tournament.
So that's happy Kevin Huerter. Now, if you
was more visual too, because I think outside of the smirk that we saw,
yeah,
it sounds about the same.
Now I'm trying to find. Okay, so what's this video titled? Oh no, that's not going to be happy Kevin Huerter at all.
This is definitely why we number one. we going through Kevin Huerter videos, man. I love this show.
Happy Kevin Huerter. Hold on, this Kevin Huerter at the podium here. Let's see. Does this James Ham video work? It may not work.
I like that hoodie too.
It's a sleeveless joint.
Oh, it is sleeveless.
It is. Yeah, he's got an undershirt on. Well, apparently this James Ham video is broken. So let's try a different one. The ones that I keep finding are Kevin Huerter talking about post game defense. Like, oh, okay, that's not going to be. That's
stop asking this man about.
That's tough. So just for context. Like God, they send Kevin Huerter in front of everybody when things go poorly.
He's
like
the new Harrison.
Like this one's titled "This Thing's for Sure." Pause. I don't know what happened in that video, and I don't want to find out.
Oh man!
Now, how big of a difference is happy Kevin Huerter from this Kevin Huerter?
Different feel, different energy for sure.
In what sort of way? Like it just takes a little more to get into a rhythm, or?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't definitely started more in my career than coming out the bench.
He sounds the same.
There's a little different. He's a little shorter, but I mean, now we're picking nits.
Well, he's elaborating here.
Just different energy. Used to starting games, the energy of being out there first.
He sounds exactly the same.
Kevin Huerter.
We did too much.
Kevin Huerter is the same, regardless of the situation. I think that that little smirk.
We thought that was sad Kevin Huerter. Really, it's just Kevin.
It's just Kevin. That little smirk he gave at the beginning of the one where, talking about the fans at the airport, that was the exception, not the rule.
Let's okay. So I think he might be happy in this one because there appears to be a Giants reference. This is from earlier in the month training camp. God knows how many basketballs are going to be dribbling in the background.
We don't have any questions. He just wants people to know.
Yeah. No basketball.
How is the competition level been here in the first couple of days of camp, and how good is it to get out here and just run?
It's been really good. It's been physical.
Dude, it's the exact same. Like, what are we doing?
Shout out Rachel too.
That's our homie right there.
Yeah, he just
sounds exactly the same.
He just does what he does.
Is he more monotone than Keegan?
He might be.
No,
he might be.
Like Keegan has a little
Keegan's
something.
Got a real. Kevin's monotone, but not as much as Keegan.
Did you see the Chris Murray video where he was talking about Keegan?
No.
Okay, so that's just what we're gonna do today. Is we're just gonna play videos. This was funny. I guess I know someone tagged me in this. Give me a minute. Like, someone. Well, this.
Okay.
Well, that's not it. But I'm just gonna put that on the screen. Y'all are wilding out with these Jada Pinkett Tupac album covers. Let me find. Okay, here's the Blazers video. I'm gonna skip ahead to Keegan, and this is funny, and this is good enough to where I feel like we need a Keegan like response to this. Like Keegan's gonna have to respond to his brother here during one of these videos. Stand by. I don't think we paid our internet bill. Let's just look at
Remember
that.
when we didn't pay our YouTube TV?
Yeah, it was like a week ago.
The buffering circle, I'm not gonna lie, is so embarrassing right
Yo,
now. We're a media company. Why do we have a buffering circle right now? What's going on here?
Yo, y'all didn't switch the new credit card over to the internet? Oh my God, man!
You really can't play videos today.
This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible.
Life and Odyssey.
This is
unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Got the nerve to be hosting a party tomorrow. We can't even get the damn internet to work. Okay, so here's Chris. These guys are, I guess, they're all telling stories about their siblings.
This kind of has to do with me and my twin brother Keegan. We were playing in a state tournament and had a chance to beat the defending state champions. And Keegan took a really bad shot from 3, which ended up losing us the game. And then he kind of threw a little fit, and we had a team vote if he should play the next game. Everyone on our team voted for Keegan to play, and I was the only one that voted not to. Yeah, I didn't want Keegan to play because I was mad because we should have won state that year.
I need a response.
Damn.
I need Keegan's response to this video. Also, I need to know what it looks like when Keegan Murray throws a fit.
Yeah, I need to see that.
That's what I need to see. That's the part that stood out the most to me.
The funny thing about that story and him throwing a fit, I think there's somewhere where his dad said Keegan used to be like highly emotional in the games, like in high school and younger. Like they were like, "Yo, you got to calm down." To see him today, like no way in hell.
Well, he really went in the other direction. He was like, "All right, y'all want me to calm down?" Okay.
No, we definitely need to hear from Keegan on that one.
Yeah, I need. That there has to be a response to this. This cannot.
Absolutely.
Did you ever have like was your demeanor ever different?
Like playing basketball?
Like no, period. Like Mr. Murray talking about how Keegan used to be. Like, did you ever have a temper? Were you ever a hothead?
Not as a person. My demeanor is a little different on the basketball court.
You never had like
not in like regular life though.
Okay.
Yeah. It's fine.
All right.
Basketball court, I'm a little more like a Chris Paul.
Oh man, you're hated. You are not liked.
As far as like staying on people like, yo, I need you to do this.
Why does basketball bring that out of your personality versus this or any other part of life?
I don't know. I need to go to therapy, I guess.
One, we probably all need to go to therapy. No, I just find that interesting. Like I'm sure there's some competitiveness to it. You know, it's what you're great at, but you're great at this. And maybe once a quarter, come in fired up. That was 2 days ago.
You should have seen the delete, the don't press send I did on this email I had this morning.
Okay. Who was the email addressed to?
You get an email this morning?
Was there a SK in it, or was it addressed to me?
No, you got an email this morning?
Did I?
Yeah.
I might not have checked it.
I responded. And I said, nah, let me not press send.
Now I got to know what it is.
I had something real smart ass to say.
Hold on. Hold on. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, this dude Kenny's having a week. He is not here for it.
Who's pissing off Kenny?
Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, you're tagged on the email. Yeah, it's the one we all got.
I don't want to hear that.
Is it the one where they
with a link attached to it?
Oh yeah, I wasn't worried about that. I don't think I opened that one.
Yeah, man, I was like, I ain't trying to hear all that. There's something we need to hear though. Something that need to be done.
Yeah, there's something that needs to be said. That's for sure.
But I said it too, and I said, nah, man, let me discard.
Yo, grow some balls and hit send. Wow. Kenny cowered away over here. Oh, that would have made. That would have made my day. Had Herm Edwards sitting on your shoulder. Yeah, you really are Chris Paul in this joint. Okay.
I think it's still in the draft.
It's probably say, oh yeah,
I'm
you're gonna have
I'm gonna
to.
show you what it says. I'm gonna screenshot.
Yeah, I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna read this to the class too. I'll keep the details of everything else confidential, but I'm reading this to the class. It's like Happy Kenny and Mad Kenny. There's like Happy Kevin and Mad Kenny. We gotta figure out which one's Happy Kenny and Angry Kenny. Every once in a while, like he doesn't, like even when he's mad, he just delivers his frustration in a stern way. Like, you guys know when I'm mad.
He's like Jim in The Office.
Yeah, like he exclaims.
Yeah, you don't really get mad. You exclaim.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
No, you can tell when you're mad.
I know that. You didn't have to say it like that. I understand that. I just acknowledged that. I recognize that everybody knows when I'm upset.
Still some emphasis.
Well, thank you. I'm sure everyone needed that. I love that the running bit in the chatty house is that I'm a hothead.
Well, you are a hothead.
Am I?
I don't think
See,
so.
I was like that when I was younger. Like my attitude was like my teenage years were tough. Bro.
You ever throw a video game controller in your time?
Yeah.
Controller thrower.
Oh my God. How did you not send this? I can't believe you didn't send this.
I said, man, let me not, man.
That would have started some things.
I don't even think I'm gonna read this. I think I'm punking out. I'm not gonna read this out loud. Yo, Kenny was on one.
Man, so
wow.
I woke up this morning. I said, I don't want to see that, man. What you talking about?
I can't believe you didn't send that.
That's fair.
Yo, the draft is still there. Hit send.
Hey, we'll print it out. And we'll stick it on the window right here.
Hell yeah, we'll stick it on the window for the party tomorrow. You know how they have those things where you can like frame tweets? I'm framing this. This might be the new D'Lo and KC t-shirt right here.
Oh, that would have, if you would have sent it, that would have fired me up for the day.
I'm so angry.
Yeah, man. I was like, man, I don't want to hear all this, man. But I said, no, let me not.
Kenny was trying to burn it down this morning. I can't lie.
They already got one of us angry around here. They don't need two.
They
don't need two.
They pissing off every black person in the building. Oh my God. Yo, this is a wild place to work, man. Our industry is so weird.
Shout out Life at Odyssey.
Man.
Life at Odyssey.
Oh, man, I don't even know what my reaction would have been if you sent that. That's
not for the office. That's not for you can't.
Oh,
you can't be doing that.
No, Kenny would have been like us versus 98 Rock type of stuff from way back when, the old war.
The old war.
Oh, I love this so much.
Yeah, I can't be saying that stuff in the office, man.
Fired up Kenny is so rare, it's like concerning. Like when he came in pissed off the other morning, it was like, okay. Because I was fine. I wasn't up, I wasn't down. It was just fine. Kenny came in, he's fired up, and I'm like, oh, I gotta calm him down. We can't go through the day like this. I gotta calm my guy down. What's going on here? We got 7 hours of radio to do together. It's freaking 10 in the morning. We gotta get my guy calmed down.
It's one of those things I was thinking about today. It's just one of those things where it's the gift and the curse, because I'm really never satisfied, which is like, it's like, yo, you cool, you're doing this, you're doing like be good. Like, nah, it's not enough, bro.
Well, nor should it be.
Not enough.
Nor should it be.
There's more to get.
Like none of your frustrations were invalid, right? And that's the predicament the Kings are in, right? The Kings are good, right? They know they're good. Mike wants them to be better. That's what it is. Like, yo, we're good. Like when you look at what we've done over the last 2 months for this company, it took a long time to get where we're at, but no, we're not done.
No,
yo, we ain't done.
Warren G, I want it all. Brand new socks and draws.
All of that. Wow. All of that. And
I think the Kings do too.
I think, and this is we amazingly, there's going to be a way to tie this all back to Kevin Huerter and Chris Durant or Trysta Krick, amazingly. But I think most people at their job in, chatty house, phone lines, whatever, I think we have a text line too. I don't know how it
Damn.
works. I think you can text the
Where
show.
we even read those?
I don't know. I think if you text 916-909-1320, it works.
Oh.
I just don't know where to find them.
It goes into the abyss because we don't have anything back here.
Well, tweets used to go out into the abyss from people too, so that
They might even more now.
But when you I forgot where I was going. Tweet. Oh, people at work. I think everyone is fine doing their job. But when you have to do someone else's too, that's where people get pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's again tying this all back into the Kings, tying this into our like conversation. What we do every day, yo, it's a blast. It's when we have to start doing other people's jobs that get frustrating.
Right.
It's when we have to start doing the job of people who probably make more money than us that gets really frustrating. That stuff that ain't got nothing to do with hosting a show from 12 to 7. Right. And I think people at work were like, oh, I do great. But when, Susie or Jeff over here can't get their job done,
well, look,
makes my life harder.
That's when you don't do the show because of ankle soreness.
It's
like this is ridiculous. This needs to change.
See, but the problem with ankle soreness is we don't have Davion.
Oh,
we don't have Davion to get in here and play ball while we're on strike.
That was Tyrese time.
Was it?
Yeah.
Because he got traded right after.
Whoop with Tyrese, the one. I ain't saying it's his fault.
Come on, man.
But that's what they lost by 65 to Boston.
They did. It wasn't Tyrese's fault at all.
Tyrese had a really good game against Philly. I think he had like 38 against Philly in a tough loss.
I was going to say there's no way the Kings won that game.
No, I think they lost.
I think I remember the last time they beat Philadelphia, and I feel like Dave Yeager was here.
It was De'Aaron's rookie year. He hit a game winner with like 7 seconds to go. And then they got a stop. De'Aaron Fox.
Here? It was here. Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox had a perfect closeout on, can't remember who it was. I think it was JJ Reddick, actually. Yeah, perfect closeout. Willie Cauley-Stein contested Joel Embiid's shot. Kings win.
And that's how this all goes back to the Sacramento Kings. These guys need to be better at a different aspect of their job. And that's what Mike is demanding. That's why Mike is doing things like starting Trysta Krick. No matter what he said the next day. Like this all could have Mike could have said, hey, I'm starting Trysta Krick tonight. I'm starting Kevin Huerter Wednesday, but I'm starting Trysta Krick tonight. He didn't do that either.
Do you think
Mike did it so matter-of-factly? Everybody knew. What was y'all overreacting for?
Do you think Mike really didn't know this would cause a conversation? And he really could have been like, he could have been like, yo, I'm starting Chris. It's just for tonight. Like,
but he
in
didn't
his
say
mind,
that.
Mind, it's just for tonight. I'm just starting Chris. And he didn't think nothing of it. He didn't think it would be a talking point, and it turned into something for like 2 days.
Oh, that's a good question. I'm going to say no, I don't think he knew. Because we looked this up. He did it last year. Of course, it was with KZ Okpala. It wasn't with all due respect, it was with KZ Okpala. Trey Lyle started for him. And everyone knew, I think everyone was comfortable. Like, Keegan Murray's going to have that position at some point, so it doesn't matter. Right. Man, that's a good question, though. I don't think that he did. Do you? I don't think he would have done it this way.
I don't think he knew or paid attention to the media aspect of it. I do think he did it to get Kevin Huerter's. It wasn't a throwaway move. I don't think. But that's just internally. I don't think he meant for it to be a talking point for 2 or 3 days. But I don't think it was a throwaway move.
I wonder if Wes Wilcox went to Mike and was like, hey, Mike, D'Lo and KC haven't shut up about this for like 3 hours. You might want to address this after the game. Like, I don't know.
It really could have happened.
Or I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. He was just so matter of fact yesterday at practice, almost like y'all bugging. This was the plan. Obviously, and I think what Chris said at the beginning, or what what Mike said about Chris at the beginning was the most important part is starting or not, he's missing reps now. And now you have that kind of like, uneasy feeling that, like everyone said yesterday, John Hollinger spoken into existence. Now you have this, I don't know where Trysta Huerter's spot would have been on this team. We might not find out for a while. We have no idea how long he's out. If skipping the next 2 games, which is just tonight and tomorrow, is a precautionary thing, and hypothetically this team has tomorrow's Thursday. Hypothetically, this team has Friday and Saturday off, or just Friday off, and he's back at practice at some form. He still has plenty of time to get ready. Of course, we don't know the extent. I don't even think we actually know his injury. We just know he was sore. Trysta Huerter,
knee bone bruise.
Oh, it was a bone bruise. Oh, that's right. James did tell us that. And I remember James said, I remember saying that hurts. Bones bruise. And the tough part about those bone bruises is they heal when they want. You can timeline this all you want to, but if it's a bone bruise, it could take 2 days, take 2 months. But regardless, if he's, not back at practice, the further away he gets from practice, the less you feel like, how are you going to work him into this? Because you're coming out the gate. You got Utah. Utah's going to be tough. Utah, I don't know. I have no idea what Utah is going to be this year, but I know they ain't going to be a pushover. Like that's a tough basketball team.
Well coached as well.
And then obviously you got the Golden State Warriors. I think we'll see Chris Paul tonight. We'll see Steph Curry tonight.
We'll see those guys.
I think we'll see
a long time.
I think we'll see the full slate of players outside of, Draymond Green tonight.
Oh, that reminds me.
Mm-hmm.
It's our girl, man. It's our girl. So it's a love, man. It's not beef. It's not beef.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw Trysta was talking with the ops yesterday. You see that last night?
The pod?
Yeah, Trysta was talking with the ops.
That's the Light Years pod,
Yeah,
right? I saw that. I didn't think nothing of it. That you mean ops like King's ops?
Yeah.
Not D'Lo and Casey ops.
No, King's ops.
Okay.
Said the King's gonna lose both of them Warrior games.
She said that?
Yeah.
Out loud?
Yeah.
And she thought we weren't gonna find out? Was she in character?
No, because they asked her to because the thing with the Warriors and Trysta is the first 10 games of the season. So they asked her, they're like, what the Warriors gonna do the first 10 games of the season? And she went game by game, had Warriors winning both of them. Hurt me.
I think
wasn't
she was
prepared for that.
I think she was podding.
I wasn't prepared for that.
I think she was podding. I'm going to ask, but I think she was podding.
Yeah.
Oh man, Rob Dub asked a tough question. We lost Trysta?
Oh man.
Pour one out.
Wow.
It was on there talking a little crazy about the Kings too. Talking crazy about not Trysta, but
whose side is he on?
I don't know.
The dude Andy was talking a little crazy about the Kings. They don't be showing no respect. That's why we don't like them people. That's why we don't like y'all.
All right.
In a sports sense. I don't know the people, but
we're gonna find out.
That's why we don't
think
like
that's
y'all,
Kyle
man.
Madsen's people.
Yeah. That's why they always be talking disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? If there was a matter of respect here, maybe we can go about things in a different way, but there ain't no respect.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to stand on business. Light years, my ass.
I'm podding. I text her. I said, you podding. That's what it says. You podding ? We'll see what TK says. Oh, TK, this is a moment in history right here. This is a defining moment for Trysta Krick headed into this season right now. We'll find out. Text has been sent. We'll keep you updated on that. It's weird that I'm hyper focused on the Warriors because I've acknowledged all week that the Lakers are really good.
They are. I think the Warriors are a good team. The Warriors got a lot.
The Warriors
of talent.
are good.
They got a lot of talent on that squad. They got a lot of talent on that squad. I don't know how it's going to work out, like minute wise and stuff like that. But I like Pods. I like Moody. I'm talking about just the bench guy. I like Pods. I like Moody. I like what's my man's name? I don't even know if he's going to be on the team. Is it Quineros?
Okay.
The guy who from Summer League who was killing.
Lester Quinones.
I like him. I like
what's the other?
What's the dude from Indiana?
Yeah, I can't pronounce his name.
Jackson. I forgot.
Trace Jackson Davis.
Oh no, that's not who
Trace
I'm
Jackson.
thinking of the kid who started at point guard.
Pods. That's
Yeah,
Pods.
yeah.
I like Pods. He can play. They
Yeah,
got a
he
lot
can
of
go.
talent on that squad, man. They got a lot of talent on that squad.
All right. I got a response. Okay.
Wait. Yeah. Let him hang. Let him hang.
I got a response.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
We've got Trysta's response.
What is he doing? God, is he the third man? He's the third man. What the hell is going on here?
We got Trysta's response. Was she podding with the Light Years podcast when she said that she had the Kings losing both to start the season? That's coming up here. Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320. Can you open that door? Kimberly needs these.
Sorry, guys. Hang on 1 second, guys.
Oh wait, you're gonna have to. It's like that.
I thought they were happy.
I haven't seen that smile in a while. There we go. We're moving out, guys. We're moving out. We're moving into the house.
Well, you guys can keep the bags.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Can someone vacuum in here?
Yeah, I can bring the vacuum. Did you hear me?
I did. I don't mind doing it.
Yeah, I'll bring it to you. I just don't have the time to do every studio.
No, I don't mind doing that. I can't stand this. It really bothers me.
Kimberly, you gonna be here on Friday?
On Friday?
I had figured. Where's it at? Oh, Lord.
Bye, thank you.
You got it.
Mad Dog. Oh, bro.
This dude just up there screaming at people.
Look, man. I hope that I can. If I want to do this, I can still do this at his age. But I just hope that I go about business a little different than him. He's been in the game a long time. I ain't disrespecting that, but the way he go about things with these athletes, man, I ain't.
Who are we talking about?
Mad Dog. Nah, I'm not really feeling it. But like I said, I'm not gonna be like that. If I'm still in the business, I hope I have as long a career as Mad Dog Russo. I just hope that I'm going about things
The
different.
only thing that bothers, I mean, there's a lot of things. I'm not a fan of his. That doesn't matter. It just bothers me that Stephen A is like, I can't vibe with Max, but this your boy. Like, you can't vibe with Max, but this your man. Like, and why are these dudes always screaming about something?
I don't know. Why is his tie outside of his jacket?
And why is Kimberly Martin there?
Well, there's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong there. Molly, who's the other lady there? I don't know who that is.
That's Kimberly.
No, there's another one.
I think it was Jessica Mendoza, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Jess.
Yeah, Jessica Mendoza. Shout out to her.
Look at Molly. Look at she ain't crack a smile. She no selling the whole bit. Yo, she no selling the whole thing. I don't know what she said, but she said, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa." What is going on up here?
Molly's also a Giants fan. Maybe she don't like that.
The coach of the
You talked
year.
about Dayball. Yeah, Molly's.
Yeah, that's what they was. That's what.
Molly's a Giants fan. She probably didn't like any of that.
Chris Russo will always be the guy who said the N-word with Grant Napier when they were kids.
Oh, well. How did we find out that information?
And was it Grant's dad, the civil rights leader, that put an end to it? I think that's what it was.
That was one of the biggest dry snitching moments of all time. Yo, Chris had nothing to do with nothing. went out there. Yeah, when Chris said the N-word in my house, what?
Oh man. Dude's just screaming at the television sets. Goodness gracious. All right. I text Trysta Krick.
I'm nervous. I ain't gonna lie. I'm nervous. I don't know what this is gonna say.
What is he doing? God, is he the third
Text
man?
Trysta,
What the hell is going on here?
who was on a Warriors podcast. And she said that the Warriors were going to beat the Kings twice to start the season.
Now, real quick, before we answer, there was an element of Poddin going on there because I remember she did say the Warriors were going to lose to Detroit because they always lose to Detroit, even though, Detroit's no good. Warriors, they just, they don't care. They think people are going to say. So there was a little element of Poddin going on as she went down the rest of the schedule. So maybe she was Poddin here.
I text, you Poddin, ? She said in all caps, LMAOOO trolling our dubs.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
I responded, I knew it. She said, Kings will get the one at G1. Absolutely.
There we go. That's my girl. That's my girl right there.
Yep. All right, TK.
Ooh, that was close.
That was close. Well,
That
I
was
was
close.
stressed.
Soren said, we did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. We still got Trysta. She's still with us. She's still with us. Yes, indeed.
Woo.
Yes,
Woo.
indeed.
Woo.
All right. We're good. We're safe. It's all good. All right. Kings and Warriors tonight for the 400th time.
Do you like all these games against the Warriors?
No. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's really just a playoff series, right? That's all we're talking about. And then, they've got a couple of preseason games. No, it's fine.
So
it doesn't bother me.
They've played. Well, by the time
the
time December gets here, they would have played 7, 3, 10, 14 times.
I think De'Aaron or someone, maybe Malik, one of them said yesterday, it was like, but by the time the two regular, it's like 13 of 16 games or something. Something crazy like that.
They played.
Remember, they played at the end of the regular season.
That's 1, 7.
And the 7.
And another 3 here, or 2.
You got 2 of the 3.
So,
or 2 of the 5.
10.
Yep.
And then they played like
2
3
more
times early.
Mm-hmm.
Like not in the first 10, but like the third game is like
I think they played November
the 12th game or something like that.
Yeah, I think they play November. I want to say 1st, but that's it. Yeah, they play November 1st. So they play the 27th. So they play 2 of the first 3 games against the Warriors.
Yeah.
And the next one, I think, is the 28th.
November, because it's part of the in-season tournament.
Yeah, it's the 28th.
So before Christmas, they would have played each other.
Which is what happened last year.
Yeah.
It's just now you have the component of the preseason games
right,
and the 7-game series where I don't feel like we've watched Kings basketball that wasn't against the Warriors in a really long time.
Right.
I saw the Toronto game and I saw the Laker game, but it feels like all it is the Warriors. It feels like the first game of the season is against the Warriors, not the Jazz.
Right. Man, the Kings better not feel that way.
Oh, they sure as hell better not.
Yeah, I enjoy it, especially if it's everything we hope it is, as far as like this a real rivalry, a real back and forth. Both teams being good, I think it's great. I think much like the NBA, I think it's absolutely great for the league to have these two teams, these two cities getting after it the way they are. And I don't think the NBA, well, yeah, they tried to do it with the Clippers and the Lakers. But the problem with that is it's just not a Clippers fan base the way there is a Kings fan base. So when the Lakers would play the Clippers in a Clippers home game, it wouldn't work. This works because the Kings got a home court, the Warriors have a home court.
Yeah.
And I think the NBA loves it.
I think they do too. I mean, evidence of that by the scheduling and the television games that they got. We talked a lot about John Hollinger yesterday and some of the different people that don't believe in the Sacramento Kings. And to me, it's really I dumb it down into this just the absolute simplest terms. You could take all of these different writers or analysts or potters or whoever, and it all boils down to if you don't think the Sacramento Kings are going to be good this year, it means you're not buying what happened last year. You think this is, and this, it happens in the NBA. It doesn't happen a lot where a team just pops up into the playoffs and then just disappears. It does happen. It just doesn't happen very often. I mean, when you look at Phoenix had, I think, the second longest playoff drought. They went to the finals. They're taking a completely different approach to their basketball team now, but they haven't fallen off, even with the, original group with Monty Williams and Chris Paul and that group that went to the NBA finals. New York, they broke a playoff drought. Missed the playoffs the next year. Didn't completely fall off, but missed the playoffs the next year. Went back the following year with essentially the same. Well, they added Jalen Brunson. That's a big addition. But it doesn't happen very often where and I don't think it ever happens where a team jumps to the 3 seed after not making the playoffs the year before and then just falls out of the playoffs. Now we're not even talking about falling out of 8th.
Right.
Talking about falling to 11th.
That's the crazy
part. That's where it's like, okay, if you begrudgingly acknowledge that De'Aaron Fox was an all-pro, you begrudgingly acknowledge Domantas Sabonis and that both of those guys were all-stars, but you don't really believe it. Y'all don't think Domas is good. You frame this all with, we like De'Aaron Fox, and then you're amazingly, Keegan should be the guy y'all love the most. No, nothing.
That's the thing that gets me, right? Like, it's one thing if you don't think they're going to be the 3rd seed. That's understandable. I get that. But to say, they're going to fall off completely, that's just kind of ridiculous.
11th is pretty wild.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. And the example that you brought up, Ramsey brings up Minnesota Timberwolves hopped into the playoffs with Jimmy Butler and then dipped. That's because Jimmy Butler dipped. Like, unless De'Aaron Fox is going to start yelling at Harrison Barnes at practice and challenging him and then demanding a trade, like, these guys ain't going nowhere.
I think it was challenging the general manager, too. So unless De'Aaron Fox is going to go at Monty McNair, that stupid vest. You got a bunch of bums out here.
That's not happening this year. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to be right there. Once again, I think they're a top 6 team. If you want to say, hey, they may be a play-in, I would even understand that. But just that, they're not going to be healthy this year, so they're going to completely fall off.
Lazy, dude.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy, man. And like I said, if you're playing the injury card, you have to play it with everybody that actually has injury history. Like, you got to look at the Lakers and be like, I think the Lakers are good, but Anthony Davis isn't going to play more than 50 games. We all know that. If that's what you want to do. I'm looking at Anthony Davis, and I'm still just like I am for Paul George and Kawhi. I'm going to hold out hope. These guys are going to get it together. They're going to stay healthy this year, and they're going to be good, a good team. So, yeah, it's the drastic fall off a cliff thing is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I think, what's the worst case scenario for this team, realistically, in your opinion?
Man, I feel like the worst case scenario is like 42 to 44 wins.
That's what I think too. I was gonna say 500, 41 wins.
Yeah, I mean,
that's like where everything's going wrong. You have injuries this year that keep people out. I think it's a 500 team at worst.
Yeah, and that's not that's not bad enough for 11th.
No, you're in the play at the very least.
At worst, at worst, you're in the play. That's the other thing. I've pushed back on this all off season, and I'll continue to push back on it until I'm wrong. And I could absolutely be proven. I think y'all are making way too much of the West. I don't think in the perfect world that these writers have created, the Kevin Peltons and the John Hollingers and these different guys, these perfect worlds that they've created where everyone is healthy except for Sacramento. All right. Y'all are right. The West is loaded.
Yeah.
The league doesn't work like that. We saw Aaron Rodgers get hurt in the first minutes of an NFL season and shifted everything. We all remember the, awful start to the Boston Celtics season a few years back that we all watched on primetime television. Like, that's what happens. Then you've got these wild card type injuries where, obviously those are two extreme examples. You're talking about, something broke and you're talking about a popped Achilles, right? Extreme examples. With these guys that we're talking about, you get more of these like lingering and nagging issues, not these he's out for the year stuff. You got Anthony Davis just battling through stuff like constantly. You got Kawhi Leonard and Paul George battling through different things constantly. Steph Curry doing the same thing, trying to get back out on the floor. Draymond Green, same thing. Chris Paul deals with, kind of sporadic injuries, here and there that take him out, maybe not for games at a time, but take him out for weeks at a time. That's like what you're telling me that's not happening this year. Look, if it happens to De'Aaron, it happens to De'Aaron. If it happens to Domas, that's what happens. It nearly happened to Domas last year. But you can't convince me in that scenario that the West is loaded. I think there's good teams, but there's a lot of teams that have something to prove. Y'all will push back on Sacramento for an entire offseason, but will prop up the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are on like year 5 of not being able to get it together. But every year you idiots buy into this. Based on what? Why? Because you like Karl Anthony Towns? Because he's a good interview? Because you like their coach? Like what? What is it? There's no reason whatsoever to believe in the Minnesota Timberwolves. Check that. There's no reason to believe in the Minnesota Timberwolves more than you believe in Sacramento. It doesn't check out. Y'all are still waiting for New Orleans to get it together. You're waiting for Zion to be healthy. Cool. Y'all need to listen to Kenny Caraway. Because how is it going to work when they're both healthy? Y'all haven't opened your eyes after Brandon Ingram struggles at USA Basketball yet? Ingram needs to be the unquestioned one. And he's that dude. Like, Brandon Ingram is nasty.
Both of them need to be the unquestioned one.
So what happens when they're on the same team then?
Not winning basketball.
And why is the dude who hosts 2 radio shows in Sacramento asking that question and not the people who cover this team, who cover this league? No, they're just willing to say, if Zion's healthy, boy, just pair him with Brandon Ingram. Yeah, that's the thing. Pair him with Brandon Ingram, but we don't know if it works.
And
the general manager that y'all love so much has been exposed. He's not good. Y'all love Griff for whatever reason. Y'all love Griff, maybe because LeBron loves him. Yo, that dude is struggling in New Orleans.
And I keep going back. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but I keep going back to the fact that we've never seen these two healthy. Like who in Sacramento loves Paul George more than I do?
Nobody. I think there are people in the Paul George family who you might love him more than.
That's my boy, Paul George.
Had a ball game last night. Man.
I think that those are the things that get you hyped up. But how can I sit up here and say, oh, yeah, he's going to be here 82 games.
Yep.
Kawhi going to be here. They're not. I can't say it. I hope they are. But if I'm being real and I'm predicting something, I can't predict something with like full confidence saying they're going to be here the whole time. But somehow these guys do. I just don't. I need them to answer that for me. That's all.
I don't know.
That's all.
Yeah, they don't.
Like
they never do.
The best argument, in my opinion, against the Kings is I just need to see them do it again. Because that's something I can wrap my head around and I can understand and I can respect. That's not something where you're just looking at the Kings and giving them the worst case scenario and giving everybody else the best case scenario.
And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But there's a caveat to me being okay with it. I'm okay with it if you did that with Memphis. I'm okay with that if you did it with Phoenix. But if Sacramento's the first time I gotta see. The other, we could talk about this more later, or we can talk about it now. It doesn't matter. I don't understand the Miami Heat thing. I love it. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Eric Spoelstra, that organization, Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, all of that. What's this team roster-wise? They put all of their chips in on the Dame Lillard sweepstakes and lost. They lost players.
They lost starters.
They lost players who played big roles in them going to the NBA Finals. But you're willing to put them near the top of the Eastern Conference?
Well, look, and let's also be real about what last year was. They lost starters on a play-in team. I know they went on a run, and you can't ever take that away from them.
You know who else went on a run? Twice, the New York Giants.
Don't remind me.
Well, I'm saying, I think the Giants won the Super Bowl both years. I understand it's different. I understand it's different. I think they missed the playoffs both times the next year.
Yeah.
This Heat team got worse.
Yeah.
Roster-wise, they got worse.
I agree with you, man. I wouldn't have them in the top 6. No. Let alone where other people have them. And look, they have done a great job establishing a culture, establishing a way that they're going to play.
Created a stupid jersey out of it, allegedly.
Yeah, that jerseys.
Is that real? Did we ever? It is. It's real.
I think it is.
I don't know if it is real, but it's probably real.
Oof.
It's not been confirmed.
That's a tough
yet.
look.
That's horrible. That's horrible. But I'm not going to disrespect them in that sense. But how can I say that they're on the same page as, they're on the same tier as Milwaukee, in Boston, Cleveland, New York? Those teams are better than Miami, period. So now we already got 4 teams right there. I just need 2 more teams. I didn't even mention Philly, who I don't think is that good, but if I had to choose, I'd say they're probably better than Miami, even though the shenanigans have started.
What I miss?
James didn't report the
Philly. Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't understand.
Well, that's the part that's confused me. Has James missed multiple practices? That's what Jesse and I were trying to figure out before the show because of the Shams report. He hasn't gone to preseason games, and there was some in there. He's missed all but one of the scrimmages. So if the scrimmage is happening at practice, is he missing practice, or they practice and then they go to scrimmage and he just leaves?
Yeah, he just stops.
I took it as that because I think it was kind of reported he's just kind of going through the motions with them. Like he's playing ball with Philly. That was the whole phrase or whatever they were using last week. So I think today, he actually didn't show up today.
Yeah, that was the phrase they were using last week. They, meaning Adrian.
Look, and we've talked about it at length or whatever. I'm not going to stall out James Harden. Like, James Harden is going to do things to make it difficult. I don't dispute that at all. I just didn't like let him, if you're Woj, let him do those things first before you say, oh, well, you know what he's about to do. That's not your job, bro. It's not your job. You report the news and the facts and you leave it at that. So that was my thing.
No, it's fair enough. Fair enough. What do you think? I don't know if I mentioned this. It's D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHT2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, wherever you are. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. Would you be okay if Mike was trying to figure out, and what I think all we're talking about is Kevin Huerter at this point, if he tried to figure out the starting lineup, if he tinkered with it as the season got started, would you be good with that?
Me personally, no.
Yeah.
I like these guys in their roles, for as long as possible. So that starting lineup, I'm not going to say you can't ever change it, but it would almost be a little drastic for me to change that starting lineup. I'd like to keep those guys in their role, getting used to the times that they come in, or the roles they play when they come into the game, who they're playing with on a regular basis. So that's just my preference.
No, I don't like that idea either. To me, that is a certain level of instability that we've seen far too long here. And the other part is that we talked about with James a little bit. James, of course, will be with us in the final hour of the show, is trying to figure out what the role of each of them is off the bench, because it gets drowned out pretty quick once you're not starting, if you're in that position, because of Davion, because of Malik, and because of the way Mike rotates guys in games, with Malik and De'Aaron playing together, sometimes Malik, De'Aaron, and Davion playing together. I don't know what happens next. If Kevin Huerter is in fact moved to the bench, which I don't think that's happening, but I don't like the idea of trying to figure things out along the way. Be confident in your squad. Push them. If they're not doing the things that you want them to do, push them to do the things that you want them to do. Make sure that second unit is doing the things that you want them to do, and get off to a good start this year. No 0-4 starts. No, climbing out of 4 or 5 below 500 deficits. Like,
they gotta
get some things together here in this start of the season.
They have an interesting start to the season too. You want to play the first 10 games game with the Kings. I mean, I was thinking about this on the way in. What does that look like? Like, what's a successful first 10 game stretch?
Oh man, I feel like we did this last year.
And I think I had them at 6-4 at the end of 10 games last year.
So it's Jazz, Warriors, Lakers, Warriors, Rockets.
2 with the Rockets.
Yeah, I probably should have done this differently. Let me try this again. At Jazz versus Warriors versus Lakers, at Warriors, at Rockets versus Blazers versus Thunder.
That's it.
Then you got, well, I don't know, versus Cavs. Yeah. Then you got at Lakers after that. Then you got at Spurs after that. It's interesting because I feel because you obviously got I think that's 4 games because I didn't get to the third Warriors game. So that's 4 games against the Lakers and the Warriors, the Thunder, who everyone loves, the Rockets and Blazers, and maybe to a certain degree the Jazz are a bit of a question mark. I believe the Cavs are going to be very good. And everyone loves the Oklahoma City Thunder.
You got some. It's one of those things that I was talking about last year. I think this year is the same thing, man. The NBA, there's talent all over the place. There's talent all over the place. You think about the worst team in basketball last year, the Pistons. They got some good draft picks. They got Cade coming back. They got some ball players. I was watching the game last night with Memphis and New Orleans, or excuse me, Orlando and New Orleans. Orlando got some ball players on the team.
Yeah.
There's talent all over the place. So you got to bring your A game every time. Portland got young guys. I was watching Shaden the other night. Shaden was looking good out there against Phoenix. They got beat up by Phoenix, but Shaden looked good. So they got to be ready to go every night. I think they will. I think first 10 games, I see them being 6-4, something like that.
Okay.
Which is cool.
6-4. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, do the Kings have a 7-game winning streak in them this year? We don't have to predict that. You don't even have to answer that.
I'm trying to think of what type of team they have. Can they run that off again?
When you talk about what really set things off last year, it was that.
Yeah.
It was that 7-game winning streak. Can they be just as good this year without a 7-game winning streak?
I'm really anxious to see this team and what happens with this team early this season. I think that is intriguing to see how they respond to a new season, expectations. They've even said a number of times, not sneaking up on people or anything, how they respond to that as a group. is something that is unbelievably intriguing for me.
Let's stay in the NBA. I think there's a lot of different things we could talk about here with the league, especially as you ran through some of the guys who, or some of the teams that got guys on it. Some of the teams that are going to be must-watch League Pass squads for sure. So we'll dive into that. You mentioned the James Harden situation. We'll talk about that. We'll get into the NFL as well. We got some power rankings, some movement in my power rankings. Same teams, though. And there's a different order. That's all on the way. Steeler and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I just come from the Polish part.
I'm getting up again. I need a... I just come from the Polish part.
They say this is a big rich town.
Yeah, I think we do. Unless something just takes off. See how's Lazy Video doing? Oh, Lazy cooking again. Good stuff, Lazy. Lazy talked to Mike Bibby, talked to Matt Barnes. Boy, be out there. Oh, man. My girl about to open Crystal Nugs. That place looked bananas.
I drove by that place one night. Didn't know, I was like, oh, that's the spot. Bright lights, city lights. I got to make it.
Man, every other ad on my IG thing is up for vinyl. Yo, these videos of Flip
I
are...
thought you was going to say a watch.
Yo, it showed up right before I left.
Woo!
The worst thing that could have possibly happened.
Uh-oh.
It's fire. It is fire. Because I know on Black Friday, they're going to open that vault, and I know I'm going to want at least one more of that. Because they have their regular watches, but then they have what they call the reserve watches that are special watches that come out for like 2 weeks and then they go away.
It's called Mr. Nice Watch.
They're a tier above.
It's called Mr. Nice Watch.
These videos of Flip are so funny. Flip makes me laugh.
Yo, Flip is crazy.
Flip is hella funny. That's funny. I love Flip.
Flip is funny.
Uh-oh.
I saw something hilarious yesterday.
Share with the class.
Hilarious. On Instagram, somebody put together a compilation. I'm going to tag you in it so you can see it, because I don't know how we get this on TV with Instagram. It's not the same. But somebody made a compilation of NBA dunks that the team that got dunked on, the bench reactions. Hilarious.
Oh, no.
They got some classic.
Are-
They got coaches on there reacting.
Are any of the bench reactions better than the Kings to Rudy Gobert's turnaround?
It's up there.
Oh,
It's up there. The situation is different.
Might be able to get it on.
That was some good stuff though. That Metsu throwing the
Metsu almost quit.
Pad.
Yeah, Metsu almost left.
So, for instance, the first one is Larry Nance dunking on Brook Lopez, and they have the Brooklyn Nets bench in the picture. And but the way these people get hyped up and then like realize, oh, that's my teammate, I need to stop, is hilarious.
Can I? Oh yeah. Okay. I think we could. Well, we could do this.
Yeah, I've been on Instagram on the desktop maybe a handful of times.
Yeah, it's you know, it's not the best, but I think we could do it. We'll walk the radio audience through this because
we got the commentary for you guys. Once again, we are a radio show.
We are, and shout out to everybody listening on the radio. I know it seems like we might forget y'all. We do not.
We have to tell people we're a radio show. They always like, we like your podcast.
Well, that's cool too. Like, hey, that's all right. We actually have 2 radio shows for those who are unaware. Yeah. So yeah, this is a little tough, but here's the
look at the Brooklyn bench.
Don't react too much. Oh my. Who
was that Randy Ford?
These are funny. We got. Oh my. Oh, look at they try to catch themselves quick. Like, hey, don't do it. Oh, somebody. Oh, look at almost. That must have been Metsu over there. Metsu was about to leave.
Oh, this is a good one right here. It's a good one with the Lakers. Who I think
the Lakers.
Oh,
sit down.
Oh man,
is that Bynum out there?
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Is that Bynum? Oh man, yeah, these are tough. That was
Gerald Henderson. These are
tough.
Some good stuff. The bench reactions from. I think this is where the coach got hyped.
Oh no, the coach. Oh, is that Russ? Oh, Russ.
Somebody walks off the bench.
Someone leaves.
Yeah. Oh no, the coach. This is the coach right here in Philly. Look at the coach. Look at the coach. The coach is like, bruh.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny.
Man, that cracked me up yesterday.
916-909-1320. Our man Ross. Coach, what's up, Coach?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good, man. I know you're getting ready for the season, man. You're about to, go back out to Cleveland.
Good luck to you and the Cavs.
Good luck,
this year,
big dog.
Yeah, man. I've been MIA in the off season, but I've still been listening to you guys.
We appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother.
Always.
Yeah, man. On the Kings, first off, there is a lot of talent in the NBA, maybe more than ever, but 10, 15 games in the season, it always figures itself out. There's never 25 good teams. There's usually about 10 to 15 solid teams. So I'm guessing it's probably going to work itself out.
Yeah.
But the Kings, man, we just need to steady the course. There's so many of these teams in the West that got probably only a 2-3 year window. And we need to just, keep on the path up. I'm picturing us, hopefully being like the 2010 Spurs, where we've been playing together 3-4 years and the ball movement is crazy. And, it's just this, we might not be the best defense, but the communication is there because we have the unity of being together 3-4 years. So just steady the course, don't panic.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Ross. Great to hear from you. That's kind of it's like continuity.
People don't talk about it.
Yeah. Continuity is so like undervalued in this league. And I think, I'm sorry. Let me try that again. Continuity is so undervalued in the perception of this league. Like people like change because of free agency, trade deadlines, off season. I want out of here drama. Like they love that stuff. So when a team doesn't have it, like, yo, what's wrong with them?
Right.
Like when you look at
the Kings got penalized this offseason for not changing anything.
Right. Yeah. And it's like you look at, you talk about some of the top teams. I don't think that there was a lot of change around the trade deadline and even in the off season around the Los Angeles Lakers. All right. It garnered hope. It garnered a lot of what if type stuff. The Warriors had movement and drama, and they're enamored. The Nuggets get the benefit of the doubt. Not a lot of change there. That you could probably argue the biggest change was a negative, but they're the defending champions, right. And Nikola Jokic is still on that team. The belief is, Jamal Murray is going to be at his best because Jamal Murray's not getting hurt again. That's not going to happen. Not in this utopia world that we created where everybody's healthy except for the Sacramento Kings. Though I don't think there's any cause of concern of Jamal Murray getting hurt, but he did suffer an injury. Memphis Grizzlies got drama around them. The Clippers got stuff around them. The Phoenix Suns got stuff around them. They got change and they got stuff. The Kings, hey, just moving.
That's it.
We're just moving, and it's like,
you guys are doing it wrong.
Y'all didn't do nothing. Like, hey, maybe Domas needs to punch Kevin Huerter in the head. Maybe that'll do it.
You guys are doing it wrong, man. What are we doing? Yeah, I don't understand that, and I love what Ross was talking about, where this team, we hadn't even seen them together for a long period of time last year, and the way they were able to gel and have the cohesion was super impressive. But now they do have a year together under their belt. Now they do have a better understanding of where player X is going to be on offense. And, you would hope maybe they'd understand the defense a little bit better this year as well, so they can improve there. And that's something that I think it's undervalued, like a team that's good, keeping that same chemistry and cohesion, like you said. Like, you don't want a bad team keeping it, obviously. So it's not just, stay together forever and you'll be good. It's not that. But when they do have good chemistry and symmetry, like you want to keep that together and build on that and see if these guys can keep it going. So I don't understand why they were penalized for trying to keep that together.
There's nothing for them to talk about. That's why every article starts with, well, they broke the 16-year drought last year, which is fine. That's obviously part of the story. I'm not trying to, I understand that. Yeah, they did so with 2 All-NBA players.
There you go.
They didn't stumble into the 6th seed or the 8th seed. They didn't win a play-in game. They were the 3rd seed. They were, more importantly, I think, than being the 3rd seed is they were the 3rd seed for like over half the season. They were really, no one writes about the fact that this team was extremely consistent all year. No one writes the fact that that's why, the epiphany, if you will, that it's not mine. It wasn't even an epiphany from Jason Jones. It was just a statement. And maybe maybe Jason Jones's words just rang in my head for the first time earlier this week.
Air horns. Oh. Happy birthday, Jason Jones.
Oh, word?
Yeah. Hey! Happy birthday to the professor.
Yeah, man. That is our brother. I can't stress how great Jason has been to the show. Jason appears on this show every week just because.
Yeah.
That's it. Shout out one more time. Man, one air horn
man, professor.
He's staying God
I'm
mode.
in God mode.
I know what it is.
He ain't never been able to watch a Dodgers game on his birthday.
Now, why? Why? Let the man live. Why?
He's like, damn, just missed it. Not gonna be able to watch him this year on my birthday.
That's unnecessary.
Jason was probably listening right now, all happy. Oh, nice. I get birthday messages, and then KC from the top row.
Just on. Okay, let me. Was that necessary?
Well, I'm just talking about sports. That's what I do for a living.
Wow. Happy birthday, Jay. We appreciate you.
Happy birthday.
But he said, why do you guys care what these people say? They ain't paying attention to this team. You can't have it both ways. Because we said all year, I don't think they're watching this team. We said up until game 1 of the playoffs, I don't think they watched this team. Stephen A. confirmed they, in fact, did not watch.
Stephen A. said, game 1 of the playoffs, I'm sorry, I haven't seen this, brother. I didn't know. What are you doing?
You didn't know
They've been playing for 6 months.
Didn't see. But that's not what they do. We know that's not what they do. And Jason told us that. Stop hanging your hat on what these people who don't watch this team think. Hang your hat on what the people who do watch this team think. And I don't need drama in the offseason.
Yeah.
I don't need a draft pick. I don't need them to move up in the lottery. I need them to continue to be good, which they were last year. Again, you wouldn't know that if you read any of these write-ups. They didn't stumble into the 3rd seed. They were there the whole freaking year. Oh, exaggerating. They were there since January.
It's like
we looked this up once. I'm pretty sure it was January. They snuck in the 2 seed for 1 day and then went back to the 3rd seed, never left. Everyone turned up allegedly after the All-Star game. Didn't bother the Kings. I think the Kings had the best record the rest of the season, or one of them.
It was like 15-5.
It's probably yeah.
They have a good group that also will allow them to, I believe, stay focused on the task at hand. They're not going to get caught up in Hollinger or anybody else saying something or writing. The thing that I love about them is you, and this is what I feel about them with this Kings team. You can't tell them anything they haven't said about themselves. So,
Eminem 8 Mile.
Yeah.
Tell these people something they don't know about me.
So, and one, that's the other thing too, right? Like the expectations that you may have, they're not higher than what they have for themselves. That's like true greatness. They, somebody says, oh, they don't rebound. They already tell you, yeah, we've been working on our rebound. We got to be better at that. Somebody says, people took you lightly last year. The Aaron Fox, Mike Brown media day. Yeah, we're not going to sneak up on anybody this year. They already know all this stuff. You think you're giving them revelations and you're like, oh, man, they're saying crazy things about, man, they already saying it about themselves and preparing themselves mentally and physically to overcome any of that stuff. That's what I love about this team. They're about winning. They're about basketball. And I think they're going to be perfectly fine in the regular season with another top flight record. But that's why I'm intrigued, because you don't know until they actually play the games. You don't know if they may say the lights aren't too bright, pressure isn't too much, but we'll know when we get on the court.
But the Kings have played under the brightest lights that they could have last year.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I mean,
and that should really do nothing but breed confidence.
That's exactly. That's what I mean. Shout out to Bonte. Thank you to Steph and the Warriors. This team was not playing on NBA TV last year in the playoffs. This team didn't quietly have a playoff appearance. They had one of the most watched series of the playoffs. And I'm with you. That has to breed confidence for them. But confidence can only get you so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rebounding, I'm sure Mike Brown is telling them, rebounding can get you a lot further than confidence. That's just my guess. I don't know that Mike Brown has uttered that phrase, but I feel like he might have. Rebounding will get you further than confidence.
I meant to tell you this one too earlier. I tested out the text line, and it came back as an invalid number. Oh, actually, no, let me try it again, because I actually missed the number.
Is that a shoot? You did the wrong number?
Yeah, I didn't put the other 9. 1320. Hello? Testing.
Yeah, I don't know where these go. I don't know where these text messages go, but I've been told you. We're doing a text contest over on 102.5, and the number that you text is 916-909-1025. So I can't think of what reason you wouldn't be able to text 916-909-1320. I just don't know how to get your text message.
I didn't get the invalid number thing, so it's out there somewhere. It's somewhere. Maybe it went to Marco's phone or something.
I don't know where anybody sits anymore. Otherwise, I'd go ask someone.
We just got some poor promotions person in the back just reading off all these messages right now.
Hey, everyone send a text message to 916-909-1320. So this was so
What
what's
if it
dope.
went to Aaron's phone?
Oh. Aaron. Yeah, there's a lot there. I don't even know. There's a lot there. But this would be great, like for the people who are on the radio who want to interact with the show. This would be your way to do it. I will find out where these text messages go.
We'll figure it out for sure.
Yeah, and we'll start utilizing that text line a little bit more.
Yeah.
Or not a little bit more, a lot more. We don't utilize it at all now.
Because not everybody could call in. Not everybody's able to be in the chatty house, you know, but they still got things they want to say.
Yeah.
And things they want to get off, man. So we'll figure that out.
No doubt. We'll definitely get it figured out. Let's stay in the NBA here a little bit. I told you my feelings about the Lakers. That I think that could be a 1 seed. Like I think they're really good, and I don't think it totally hinders on LeBron and Anthony Davis. I think they've got a good team. Obviously, those two are the centerpieces of it. I think they got a really good team. I'm learning that's not even remotely close. Oh, you know what? Let's pause that. You know what we haven't talked about yet? I meant to bring it up with Trysta yesterday, and we just didn't get to it, was the Kevin Huerter stuff. Kevin Huerter was traded.
This situation gets crazy, bro.
So yesterday, the Thunder traded for Kevin Huerter and waived him. So it was what we all knew. The Rockets probably just wanted a cap team to. They couldn't cut him. They needed to get rid of him, and so I still don't understand why they didn't wait this out. But it could have been done at no cost. And I think it could still be done at no cost for the Thunder, if I'm not mistaken. As it stands now, the Thunder are going to pay the Thunder are due to pay his $17 million salary.
Yeah.
It's $17 million, I think, over 2 years. But he was traded 2 first-round picks. Again, this is so dumb. I don't know. They have like 22 second-round picks. I think the number is 15 first-round picks, 22 second-round picks.
That's crazy.
Over the course of the next 7 years.
Now you're just like being funny. Like,
I don't know what they're going to do with that.
Building. This is not roster building. Now you're just like, this is a joke. We're going to get all this stuff.
So what it is to me is when I saw the trade and like thought about it for a few minutes, I have to imagine, and I don't know this, that Rafael Stone, the general manager of the Rockets, and Presti have some sort of relationship. Hey, Brody, I can help you. Send him here. Send me 2 second-round picks. I can take the money and cut him. If you really don't want to wait for this to play out, send him here. We'll do the pick. Yeah, I think Victor Oladipo was involved in this trade somehow. Poor Victor Oladipo got involved in this, but I can afford to cut him. It's not going to hurt us.
Yeah.
Well, and then the young lady involved did an interview, and
I don't even know. She wrote a statement, a long, lengthy statement.
That wasn't an interview?
She did. She wrote a statement, just kind of talking about the situation, talking about it,
how it's virtually all wrong.
Yeah, essentially. And she was like, she didn't appreciate people trying to pressure her to say something that wasn't true or whatever.
Yeah.
Something happened that night to the extent of first reported.
Yep.
I don't know if it's like that. I don't know. I really don't know what to believe. What's harder to believe now after it came out that he broke her neck, and then they're like, oh no, we thought it was, but that's what now.
Oh no, that was different.
Yeah. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? How does that happen? So yeah, something happened. I don't know to what extent. I don't know if we'll ever know, but she's coming out saying like it's not what's been reported and what's been charged.
Oh, so yeah, there's a lot here. One, I feel like it would be responsible to point out this reeks of the Nicole Brown law, where it's no longer like whatever happens to Kevin Porter has nothing to do with this young lady anymore. She could put out all the statements she wants to.
They're going to do whatever they
yeah. And I believe, and I think I learned this in the Made in America doc. Of all people, I think Mark Furman was the one who was telling the story, where he said they went to investigate a domestic violence situation involving OJ and Nicole, and Nicole refused to press charges, so they couldn't do anything. They had to leave. We all know how that story ends, and that changed the law, that it's no longer up to the partner. If there's evidence that something happened, they're called on, then they have to react to it. Something happened that caused the young lady's sister to act a certain way on social media towards Kevin Porter. So it's not like it's nothing. But it certainly has been a weird 24 hours or 48 hours or so in this Kevin Porter story. Because part of the thing with Houston with me was you don't have to do anything. The league will take, based on everything, the league is going to take care of this. And now maybe the league is like, this is going to take a really long time, which doesn't matter. We just went through the Miles Bridges situation,
this guy,
which doesn't seem to be getting better. And now we have this. So I don't know what it is. It's not my business. I'll just say this to any NBA. He's not worth it.
No.
He's not worth it. I don't know that there's not a player in the league that's worth this. But I admittedly was wrong on this. I was like, Houston doesn't have to do this. I thought the Shams stories was silly. Like Shams,
I thought it was like, who's trading for him? What are you talking about?
And then we started. I know we posed the question one day: would you, if you're Monty, would you do it? Now, again, that's a surface conversation. There's the Thunder are perfect because the Thunder have the cap space to just move on with this. The Thunder may have just acquired two second-round picks for nothing because the NBA may go, yeah, we're not paying him. He's out of the league.
I saw some people getting mad at the Thunder for making this move.
I understand that. However, I understand, and this is what we talked about. This is like no matter what you do next, you're going to deal with some backlash. They acquired him and cut him. It was clearly a transaction, but we talked about it when it happened. It was someone was going to have some balls to pull this off, and you were going to have to deal with something. And I'm not faulting anyone who's annoyed by it, but he's not on the Oklahoma City Thunder. So I absolutely see both sides. But if you're Sam Presti and you make a move like this, you have to be prepared for a backlash, regardless of what you did with, regardless of whether he's on your team or not. You have to deal with that.
That's a wild story. I'm hoping
it's a weird story.
The young lady is okay. That's a lot going on. It's a lot going on.
There were, not good. Not good. But yeah, we kind of missed that story, or didn't miss it. We just never really got to it. Well, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I had some mini rant to go on, but I don't know if we have time.
About Kevin Porter?
No.
Oh, about
that jackass from Ireland.
Email you got this morning? Oh. Yeah, we got time for that. I want to talk a little bit about that jackass from Ireland. Goodness gracious. Well, I guess that is kind of an NBA story.
Happened at the Heat game.
Yeah, we could talk about that. I have a couple of more random NBA thoughts involving Portland, Brooklyn. I think I have a love affair with Ben Simmons. I'm gonna be following him all year. I actually like
Paul George.
No, he's not that. But I do like this Brooklyn team, and I want to see Ben Simmons do well. I've liked what I've seen so far. So we'll talk more
shout
NBA.
Out to your boy JJ Reddick.
JJ
Wildin'. I think he did a podcast with Jesse. I think that's what it came from.
Don't hate. I'm tired of your Derrick White slander. All right, stop.
Come on,
Enough.
man. JJ Wildin', man. Come on, man.
Top
You wanna
50
talk-
Derrick
you wanna
White.
talk about
Top
Poddin.
50.
You
Second
wanna
team
talk
all
about
defense.
Poddin. I don't get it. I don't get it with Derrick White. Derrick White is and we'll talk about it, but he's like who's the team that you just don't understand? I think it's the Lions. Derrick White is the Lions to me. I just don't get it. I don't see what everybody else sees.
Oh, no, that's not.
Who's the team? Who's the
no,
team
there
where you're
is
like,
one. I can't remember who it is. It's a football team?
I
don't think it's the Lions. Like the Lions are good.
Well,
I'll figure out
whoever it is. That's who Derrick White is to me.
You need to
No,
relax.
you
okay?
really don't like Derrick. I
No,
think it's a little
not
more
about
than that.
not liking
I don't
him.
know what
Did
Derrick
you see
White
what JJ said?
I didn't, but apparently it was something strong.
We'll talk about it. We will talk about it.
Maybe it is the Lions. I don't know. We'll come back.
Derrick White is provocative. He gets the people going.
All right. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on ESPN 1320.
Did you see that Titans video?
Mm-mm.
The Titans social media went into the locker room and they were like, finish the lyrics, the chorus, and someone would be like, ski. And they were like, I think she goes, what's she say? When you see me and you want to pull up on me, ski. And they're like, what does that mean? He's like, when you see me and you want to pull up on me.
Like, why do you need further explanation?
But the whole little locker room was going through it, and then they went to like this one JJ Watt looking guy, and he goes, "When they see me, when you see me and you want to pull up on me," and he's, "What? What do you mean?"
What do you mean? Oh man, the Lauryn Hill tour is underway. I'm sick of all these shows going to San Francisco. What's Sexy Red's other song? You know the lyrics to that one?
Yes. Not for me to recite.
Oh, okay. Jesse, you know the lyrics to Sexy Red songs?
I can't say I do.
Okay.
I'm looking at this ESPN top 50 list. Yeah, JJ might have been potting a little bit. I'm trying to figure out who to put Derrick White in right now.
He said Derrick White was top 50.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you.
Let's push this conversation tomorrow. I need to figure it out.
I will give you the exact quote when we come back. Yeah, you're right, Ramsey. It's definitely not safe for work at all. Just like the email Damien was going to send off. It's not safe
that's so
for
funny.
work.
That's so funny. Oh, that would have been that would have been that'd have been so good. That'd have been so good.
And that's my guy. So I was like, I'm not even gonna go there. That's my
The
boy.
point is, you're right.
Yeah, I like him. So I'm not gonna talk to him like that. But I because I like him. At least this time I won't. But let's see what happens in a month.
I like this idea. Ask James Ham to recite Sexy Red lyrics.
I got a little cousin. He comes over when we watch stopping game stuff. He's just always just walking around saying it.
The worst. It is the
He was
worst.
playing that all day at my wedding. We just oh, stupid ass song.
Every time Complex puts that in the mix, I get an attitude. You know what's fun? Essentials makes the same stuff over and over and over again. They just make like these slight variations where I'm like, yeah, that's dope. Or the color's different. Oh, that's hot. That's fire.
Same earth tones.
Mm-hmm. But I love it. Like, I love that brand.
I say all the time, we get mad at the content and rap today. And like, man, these kids, they ain't talking about nothing, robbing and all this other stuff. I was listening to Down for My Ends on the way. Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
So that is a funny thing about
Man.
complaining about the way hip hop sounds right now when you talk about ski and some of these different things. Like, bro, we were singing the lyrics to Because I Got High, Because I Got High. Let's not act like trash hip hop is new to the mainstream.
And look, I'm not even going to this. It clearly isn't trash.
I was going to go to work because I got high, or then I got high, something like that.
This clearly isn't trash. I'm not saying it's trash, but when you talk about like a certain tone to the rap or like the content, ain't no fun. Like we just gonna act like that didn't happen in our childhood.
I feel like it's a cycle. Everyone at one point says, "Oh yeah, the new music's trash." It's just generational now.
Yeah, Ain't No Fun got canceled though.
Ain't No Fun
like
is wild.
You really can't play that record no more.
Why? Oh, they do.
Oh, I know they do. They did a whole Blackish episode about that song.
They had, I remember I came in, I was telling you I was listening to I was watching Juvenile's Tiny Desk, and he did Project Chick. Oh my gosh. He was saying this in 99? What? What in the world?
Yeah.
Shout out Perk with us.
I'll never forget. Perk 6 West teams in order. Suns at 1, Nuggets at 2, Lakers at 3, Kings at 4. Oh, Richard Jefferson probably talking stupid right now. What's Richard Jefferson's dumbass saying? Now I'm going to rewind it. Now I want to know what the hell he said because he pointed at the Kings logo and you could tell with his stupid buttoned up shirt was making some unbuttoned shirt was making some smart ass remark.
Achilles again.
How does this work?
Every single day. Like it can't be every day where you have the loafers with no socks, with the suit.
Yeah, but the remote stopped working and I can't turn the volume back down.
No.
Oh, I think I got it. Did I get it? No. Oh no. Jesse, the remote. I can't turn the volume back down. I gotta
oh no.
This is terrible. And who the hell is that guy?
Some guy named Tyler.
Oh no, this is terrible. I was trying. I need to know what. You
need me to run in there with my remote?
Yeah, I need your remote, Jesse. I can't do nothing. Oh, y'all should see Kenny right now. This is ridiculous, Kenny. Go ahead, press the button. See what happens. No, Jesse. We might just have to hit the power button. Jesse's coming to the rescue. Why do they not put buttons on these new TVs? Can you? Oh no, the TV's jammed. This is terrible. Wait a minute. I know what we're. Wait, I think. That was you, Casey. There you go. Okay, one more. There we go. Yep. All right, we did it. Okay. I don't know. I think the TV froze. I think that's what happened. We need to reset the TV. I just wanted to know what smart ass remark Richard Jefferson was making it about the Kings. ESPN 1320. How many radio hosts does it take to lower the volume on a TV? Yo, that's facts, David J. TVs don't have buttons anymore. Kenny pressed the same button 6 times
it was
to
just
get the
one
volume
button.
down.
Wow. One button.
All right. I guess we'll never know what smart ass remark Richard Jefferson made.
We're never turning up that TV again.
Yeah, I was trying to rewind it and then it just
maybe this is why it was always on Bonanza. They just couldn't do nothing.
Maybe they unplugged the TV in that studio and that's how Bonanza finally got off the screen.
Hey, so can I tell you what your boy JJ Reddick had to say?
Yeah.
JJ Reddick on
doesn't require us to turn the volume up on anything.
No, I'll just read the quote here. JJ Reddick, old man in the 3.
Yep.
I guess ESPN put out top 100 players in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, quote, of these 150 people who claim to be basketball experts, how is Derrick White not in the top 100? How is that possible? He's a top 50 player. What playoff games were you watching last year? It's a troll for engagement. That's all it is. End quote.
Okay,
He said people need engagement, so they're keeping Derrick White out of the top 100.
Because that's going to create outrage. That's
a top 50 player.
So let's start with the first thing he said. Derrick White top 100?
No.
No?
No.
Oh.
He's not with top 100.
Oh.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
He's absolutely top 100.
And I'll put it to you, if he went top 100, he's somewhere in the 90s.
Well, I asked if he's top 100. He could be 99.
I don't think he's top 100.
He's better than everyone in the 90s right now. I'm looking at it. He's top 100.
I'm pull up the 90s right now.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
Pull up the 90s right now.
Disrespectful.
You are kind of you're one man war against Derrick White.
Man,
Derrick White was
Derrick
second team all defense last year. He was like the third most important player on the Celtics.
Derrick White is good. He's
not top 50. He's not top 50. I'll say this. He's not top 50. I looked at the ESPN list. He's not. Unless you want to throw him for Chris Middleton who doesn't play basketball anymore. That's where I throw him in.
Now, why'd you do that?
What?
You just took a shot at Chris Middleton.
Is it a shot or the truth?
Well, it remains to be seen.
Derrick White is top 100, though.
So, and let's be clear, JJ, ESPN wasn't trolling for engagement by having Derrick White not in the top 100 or the top 50. They were trolling for engagement by saying LeBron James is number 9 and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is number 8.
Yeah, well,
that was the troll for engagement.
Yeah, maybe he is in the 90s.
Who's in the 90s?
So you got John Collins.
Anyone remember Born Into the Night? Never mind.
Well, come on now.
Public announcement didn't do anything to anybody. Poor public announcements, royalty checks just stopped coming in.
They need the same movement that we gave Alvin from the Cosby Show. Because remember they couldn't
get Yep.
But John Collins at 90.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Hart. Okay, let's do this. Is he better than John Collins?
You know I'm not the biggest John Collins guy. I'll probably say no.
I'll say no. Josh Hart at 91.
Hey, I could take Derrick White there. That's a push to me.
Josh White better. All right, Josh Hart better.
Okay.
No, I'm done. I quit.
Yeah,
Emmanuel Quickly. He better than Emmanuel Quickly?
Yes, absolutely. He's better than Hart and he's better than Collins too.
Oh, okay.
No, he's not better than all three of them. Now, this is one because we're not doing a career achievement here.
Yeah.
93 is Mike Conley. I think today he's probably better than Mike Conley.
I think that's true too.
Number 94 from Lusinger High School, Russell Westbrook.
I don't want to get fired. I don't want to say no.
Whatever. Like Derrick White's not better than Russell Westbrook. Derrick White's not better than Russell Westbrook if Russell Westbrook wasn't with us anymore. So no.
I mean,
again, we're like if JJ Reddick wants to call out the network he works for trolling for engagement.
We do it all the time. Do we call out ESPN all the time? We work for them, right?
But our colleague Stephen A. Smith, got to get him and Mad Dog under control.
So I don't think he's better than Russ either. Jalen Williams of the Thunder.
Push.
Yeah. Number 96.
I got him about like 75 to 70-ish range.
That's excessive.
Well, who's 96?
Harrison Barnes.
He's not better than Harrison Barnes.
I don't think he is.
He's not better than Harrison Barnes.
Okay.
Grant Williams in 97. Sure. Yeah, he's better than Grant Williams.
He's better than both those guys we just named.
Settle down. He's not better than Harrison Barnes.
You guys yell at Harrison Barnes all year to do all this stuff, and then now all of a sudden.
Can I ask a question? How much time are we allotting to Derrick White?
I told you he's provocative. He gets the people going.
I'm just curious.
This has been a while, though.
The last three we'll group them in here. Colin Sexton, or last two. Colin Sexton and Valanciunas.
Man, I think no and no. I don't think he's better than either one of them.
Valanciunas pretty good. Mitchell Robinson is 100, by the way.
Oh, no, he can go above Mitchell Robinson. Derrick White can be 100. He could be 99, 98.
Derrick White, a good ball player. He's a good ball. He's in the top 100. That's fair. That's fair.
That's all I'm saying.
Why
top
did
50 is
JJ
crazy,
take
though.
this so personally?
I don't know, man. Top 50 crazy, though.
Yeah, he's not. I try. Like I said, we'll get Middleton out of there and throw Derrick White in there if we have to. But
I hope someone, anyone, I mean, even my mom at this point, loves me the way the NBA media loves Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I hope I can feel that type of love in my life. I don't think my mom loves me as much as the NBA loves Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, my mom comes over every day to take care of Sprout for a couple of hours and leaves before I get home. If I was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, she'd still be there. I like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but holy crap, they love this dude.
They do. He's a good ball player, though.
He's very good. Not questioning that. That's not the conversation. They love this brother.
Hector brings up a good point in the chat. Who do they love more, SGA or Tyrese?
SGA. SGA is one of one. They love Tyrese. No doubt. They love Tyrese, but SGA is one of one.
Who do they love more, SGA or Luka?
Oh. I'm gonna say the Luka stuff is starting to wear thin with some people. So the answer's probably Luka, but the sand is starting to run out of that hourglass right there.
Luka, the most beloved player by NBA writers in the game. They love Luka.
Yes. Yes. Is SGA a close second? And where's Tyrese on the list?
Jokic.
Jokic. Yeah. You're right. You're right.
They I remember one time, like, Luka did something like really cool. Like, it was really dope. Like, he passed. Oh, that's what he did. He wrapped around between his legs, made a bounce pass.
Okay.
And it got to the guy or whatever. It was sick. It was sick. Like, it was dope. And they lost it. Like, oh my gosh, I've never seen that in my life. Did you see what he did? This is crazy. And then they had like 10 clips of John Wall and Rondo doing the same thing.
Luka's good, but I'm at a point now where it's just like his game is great, but he doesn't affect winning at all.
Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. He's an unbelievable talent. I don't know if he's that dude.
He's not talking smack or whatever. He's James Harden.
Yeah,
he shows up in the playoffs, but he's James Harden.
Yeah. That's absolutely that's perfect.
Now, this is funny. This is true. Shout out to my beautiful bride. Reese can't say SGA's name.
What part of, like, he could say Shai? Is it Gilgeous? Like, what is it?
The Gilgeous-Alexander. Boy, he'd be whooping his ass.
Oh man, I love that so much.
Be giving him a 1-2 every time.
That is incredible. Poor Reese. Poor Reese.
Hey, sometimes it might get me too. That's why I just say SGA.
SGA. Oh man.
Yeah, he top 5 though, as far as most beloved. He top 5.
SGA. Tyrese.
Yeah, he top 5.
Top 5. So we're at Luka, Tyrese, Jokic, SGA.
We need one more.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good list. That might be the top. I mean, we're only at 4. That might be the top 4.
Yeah.
This is the top 5 guys that media loves.
Yeah.
Steph, does he get that 5th spot?
But don't tell a Warriors fan that. They always talking about they hate Steph.
They can't make up their minds like every other day. Like, I'm not. Yeah.
Oh, Curtis says, Austin Reeves might be on that list.
That might be the one. That might be the one.
Yeah.
That might be the one. Yeah.
He's like the second coming with those guys.
Yeah. That's a good call. CeeLo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much. for being with us. Shout out to the crew listening on the radio on 1320 or 98.5. Or if you're listening on your phone through the Odyssey app or TuneIn, just know we appreciate you so much. We're going to work on that text line so y'all can interact with the show just as much as our beloved crew here in the Chatty House does. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We're getting dangerously close to losing overreactions for another day. This is becoming the bit, and I'm starting to find it very funny.
I think we get it today.
Hey, we're running out of time, pal.
Today's the last day. It could be week 6 overreactions. Tomorrow becomes NFL overreactions.
Yeah.
Oh man, it happened. You see who's on this show today?
Who, her?
She's on the show. She's on Pat McAfee.
The Chargers girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
As a real person, they tried to say she was an actor.
That's crazy. Who's the brother? Who's that?
Oh, he got a whole crew. I don't know who those people are.
You know what I wonder?
He got a crew.
With a show like this, because they keep the same setup, they do the whole thing. They so much was made about how much Pat McAfee got. Mm-hmm. Does he pay all of them?
I would think so.
You wouldn't?
I would think
you would think so. Yeah,
I think he does pay those.
So the idea is, Pat McAfee gets $15 million or whatever, but he has to use however much he uses to pay for the crew. Maybe ESPN takes over the production cost of the show and all of that different stuff, but the different people on his show he pays.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That's what I thought.
That was always the funny part about the Howard Stern Sirius XM deal from decades ago. They gave him $500,000. Well, they gave him like $500,000 or $500 million for him, his show, the tape library. Yeah. Like, it wasn't just like Howard Stern pocketed $500 million from that exchange.
Right.
Like, there was a lot more. Again, Howard isn't broke.
Yeah.
But those were very NFL numbers that they threw out there. And I was wondering if they did the
it's
same
like
thing
somebody I'm very close with, they got a podcast deal. Gave them a nice little bit of money for it. And they got the money, but they got to do everything. They got to get the right mic. They got to get the right everything. They got to sign up for all the places they got to sign up. Like, they got to fund all that stuff.
Sounds like Odyssey bought it.
Well, they should.
Here, you go buy everything, and we'll just. It's not much different than what happened with D-Lo and KC when the radio show started. Hey, just connect this to the internet and go do a show.
We don't have any microphones.
Mics. We were on the air for like 4 years before Kenny, or 4 years. We were on the air for like a year before Kenny had like a roadcaster and a soundboard and all of that stuff. Kenny was just plugging his mic into the computer and every day hoping it worked.
We were literally technical difficulties every day. There was a different problem every day.
Every single day.
Oh man.
Boy, them early days of D-Lo
we
and
made
KC. We did it.
Now look at us. Look behind me here, Fred. Look, we got video screens, logos on here.
Yeah.
I can't believe they put the video boards up, to be honest.
Oh, I can't either.
I can't believe it.
We were lied to so much coming into this studio. We were told, they made it sound like this whole, like, for those that are watching, for those that have not just watching right now, but those that have ever seen this room that we're in, they made it seem like all of these panels behind us were LED lights and LED boards. And we were going to come in and we were going to press this button and boom, everything was going to turn into
really
ESPN. Every single person who's lost their job since we've been here, there hasn't been one shocking firing. Every single one was like, yeah, I get it. I think back to the 6 conversations I had with that person. Yeah, I can see why you did what you did. They over here. Oh, they over here promising us stuff as they about to get fired. Yeah, D-Lo, Casey, we'll get you. All right.
2024, huh?
Oh,
yeah.
Sounded like a college coach.
Anything to get you to sign that letter of intent.
I put it on the one sheet, guys.
Sounded like Brian Kelly out here. Although he voluntarily left. There were a few of those too.
Well, not as many. Well, People, I'm gonna make it completely make it clear. People normally don't just voluntarily leave our business. It has to be real bad for you to go. Just forget it. I'm gonna go work in an office.
Did it what, Michael Scott style?
I quit. I'm gonna form the Michael Scott Paper Company and keep it moving. It's really unusual for one person to do it. It's super weird when 6 people do it.
I love working here.
Working here is a blast. I wish you had sent that email this morning.
Nah, but I ain't gonna send it.
I really wish. I'm gonna go out there.
It's still in the drafts though, so something better happen soon.
Have you shown that to anyone else except for us?
No.
If Kenny would have sent that, I would have looked like within myself, like I need to work harder here.
It would have been. If Kenny had sent the email that he punked out of this morning, it would have been like an Austin coming to help mankind win the title level pop. I might have jumped out of whatever chair I was in when Kenny sent that.
No, man. Like I said, I'm gonna give it a little more time.
I love Brooklyn, man. I'm in on the Brooklyn Nets. I every day I watch them, I think Mikel's a star. I like what I'm seeing from Ben Simmons. I see it. I see it. They were 6 last year, but it's deceiving because Kevin Durant was there for most of that. I can see them battling it out for the final playoffs, like certified playoff spot.
Top six.
I could see them fighting it out with maybe another team that I like.
So I'm trying to look at the 6 teams:
Mm-hmm.
Milwaukee, Boston, Cleveland, New York. It's 4. Indiana's
That's one. That's one that I could see.
5 through 10 is up for grabs.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I don't say that it's like they're bad. I think they're all the same type of team. And
So give it to me again.
In that group,
you had Boston, Milwaukee, Cleveland, and New York.
Yeah, I didn't put Philly.
You didn't put Philly in there. Okay.
Didn't put Miami in there. Didn't put Atlanta in there.
I don't think any of those teams belong in there.
Toronto,
including Philly.
Chicago.
Okay. Let me ask something about Philly really quick. Are we shortchanging the MVP a little bit? Nick Nurse?
No,
Joel?
No. I don't think we're shortchanging them.
Like he can't be top 6. I know what you're saying. I don't think this team is a championship contender anymore.
You know who I'm shortchanging, who I forget a little bit. MVP is one. I forget about Tyrese Maxey. I like Tyrese Maxey because when I think about it, I think of, well, he's gonna be on his own because James is checked out, but Tyrese Maxey gonna be there. Tobias Harris is still there, so maybe I should have them at 5.
Without Harden, I think that supporting cast is good enough with Embiid to keep them like 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. They'll be right there.
I should say 5.
I think high enough of Joe. I just don't think they can win a title.
Right.
This was a team that was championship. I don't think this team can win a championship.
Yeah.
But top 6, yeah, I could see them in the top 6.
Yeah. I think they should be in there. So now we're looking at that one.
So it's one spot.
And that's for
me,
Brooklyn, Miami, Atlanta, Indiana.
See, for me, is Brooklyn and Indiana. I don't like Atlanta. I don't think I ever will. Miami,
the team.
The team. I don't dislike Miami. It's just hard for me to believe that they're going to be.
I think they're a playing team. I can't see Miami being top 6.
I could see them getting to 6th. I think a lot of the reason why they were playing team last year was just because the injuries and all that. They were probably one of the most injured teams in the league last year.
Really?
Yeah, and I give Spoelstra the benefit of the doubt.
Well,
those guys can develop talent like nobody else in the league.
Yeah, that's fine too. I can't talk about like, wait a minute, we're not going to give Nick Nurse the benefit of the doubt here and then just blow past Eric Spoelstra like he's nobody.
I would, in a heartbeat, and this sounds harsh, but in a heartbeat, I'd give. I'm not breaking news. I give more benefit of the doubt to Spo, way more than Nick Nurse.
That's fine. Yeah,
but the jury's still
but I
out
think
on
the
Nick
76ers
Nurse as a game-changing head coach.
But he doesn't have to change the game though. Because the
76, he doesn't have to change the game.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to change the game. But I mean,
that roster's not that's not a finals roster. Not with Milwaukee, even before Dame.
Right.
And not sure as hell not with Boston.
Did you see any of that Bucks Thunder game? People was kind of talking about it last night. Thunder looked good. Dame went 2 of 12.
You were watching it.
Yeah.
We had on Celtics. Yeah, Celtics were up by like 27 or something.
Was cooking with the 4 boys out there playing. Real quick.
The answer was no. I didn't.
Before we go, a team in the East that I think is going to be in that playing conversation.
Okay, I know who you're going to say.
It's the Orlando Magic.
Yep. I'm fine with that.
I like Orlando's talent.
I'd put Orlando right for me. My power rankings of potential sixes: Brooklyn, Indiana, and then probably Orlando.
You were right. These overreactions are on life support.
It's D'Lo and KC. I don't know what we're doing next. I don't know. We
They're on
spent
the ropes.
We spent 20 minutes on Derrick White, dude. Like
blame JJ.
Boston didn't even spend 20 minutes on Derrick White. WEEI is like, what the hell is going on in Sacramento?
It did get to a point where I was like, okay, we maybe spent a little bit too much time on this.
So let me group all these 4 players in here. Let me not go one by one anymore.
Our conversation on LA Knight might have been more interesting than on Derrick White. We'll come back.
Yeah.
I know one thing.
They say this is a
You know what it is. Steelo and KC here on ESPN 1320. That was amazing.
All right, man. Talk a little boxing. Where's it at? I don't have my drink again today. So I didn't bring my drink today. 13th round. What's your main man, Kenny Caraway? Shout out to the dope ones. Big ups. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Always showing love for what they do. Big ups to my people over there. Shout out to Cola CMOS. You already know where to get that. ColaCMOS.com. Go get some of that ASAP. And I was diving a little bit more into this whole thing as Showtime announced yesterday that they are out of not only the boxing business, they're out of the sports business. Paramount took over Showtime. I think it's Viacom or something like that. And they're taking all sports off of Showtime. Allegedly, I don't know. I'm a double check that, but I read a couple of different times they're getting rid of the sports department at Showtime, which means Showtime boxing is gone. And PBC had an exclusive deal with Showtime, and now they're essentially free agents. And a lot of people are trying to figure out where they're going to go. I've talked to some people that know some things that say they can't say for sure where it's going to be, but it's going to be a big time positive. Big time positive. This is not going to be a setback for PBC, which is good. I heard a lot of people talking about whether they go to the Zone or whether they go to Amazon Prime. Those are the two candidates right there. There's pluses and minuses on both of them. Let's start with the Zone. I've always said the Zone is a great idea. I love the Zone. They have the wrong promotions they're affiliated with. Matchroom and Golden Boy, just they don't bring enough to the table. If you were to get PBC on the Zone, that would be a good look. Then I also want to say one other thing about Matchroom and Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn spoke on Showtime going out of business, and they've, shared their bars back and forth. But Eddie Hearn was saying, hey, man, he gave a lot of props to Steven Espinoza and Showtime for what they did to keep boxing going as long as they did on Showtime. He said they put on a bunch of great fights. This isn't a good day for boxing if they don't have a home. There's things that have to be changed. But he showed a lot of respect to Steven Espinoza and Showtime for what they did. I thought that was dope. I like Eddie Hearn, the man. I don't like him as a promoter. I think he's a bad promoter. I think he's no good. I think he's a liar. But this was a reminder of why I started liking Eddie in the first place. So big ups to him. And the argument for PBC going on the Zone as well is maybe you get a lot of these fights that you weren't able to get before because of TV contracts and promotional ties, things of that nature. The PBC, Golden Boy, and Matchroom are all under one umbrella at the Zone. You be getting a lot of those good fights. So that's a good thing. If you go to Amazon Prime, if you're PBC, I mean, Amazon Prime is just, it's in more houses. It's in more households. It's a broader audience. You can get your product out to the masses with Amazon Prime. It'd be a great move for them if they could go over there. I still think they need to find a way to be on TV somehow, some way. It can't be all streaming. But I don't know if that's going to happen. I really don't know if that's going to happen. But we should be finding out soon what's next for PBC with their distribution deal. And that's the 13th round. Hulu might work, Dr. David. Yeah, Hulu will be a good look. I still think they need TV though. I may be wrong. I may be old school with that, but yeah, I think they need TV. But I don't think they're gonna. I think they're gonna be with DAZN or Amazon Prime from everything that I'm hearing. I'm hearing Amazon Prime is the leader in the clubhouse to get the PBC fights. Yeah, Katrina, I was trying to figure that out for sure. I'm not. I thought somebody told me they got rid of all sports on Showtime. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know, Dr. David. I feel the same way. But if that's the best place for them and for boxing, it is what it is. The Zone isn't the problem. It's the promotions. Looks like I'll be canceling Showtime soon.
Paramount.
I don't even have Paramount.
No,
actually, I do.
Paramount and Showtime.
Yeah, actually, I do. And I won't be canceling because Jasmine likes Yellowstone.
Yeah, they merged. Yeah. 916-909-1320. Our man Stanley's on the line.
My guy.
Stanley, what's going on, brother?
Well, you guys were going on till you all start speaking that babble. I mean, I'm not trying to, promote anybody, but I don't see, you guys are pretty knowledgeable about basketball most of the time.
No.
But you guys not predicting Atlanta with the dynamic duo of Trae Young and John Collins not to be in the top 6.
No,
you guys have not, I don't know what you all have been doing.
Stanley, I don't think John Collins is on the Hawks anymore.
I think you mean DeJounte.
Yeah, that's right. He's gone. I forgot.
DeJounte. You mean DeJounte.
But they still have Trae Young.
Yeah, I don't like Trae Young.
No,
Stanley.
look, me and Stanley are on the same page
That
here.
is the problem. You don't like him, so you slight him.
You're probably right. I'm not. I'm not even gonna lie.
Me
to
and Stanley are on the same page here. I think Trae Young gets a little bit too much disrespect in the basketball community.
He's very good. Stanley's right. You're right. He's very good. I don't know what to do with it after that.
I don't know if I'm putting Atlanta in the top 6 though, Stanley.
I am. I'm predicting that they're going to upset a lot of people too. What come playoff time? I wouldn't be surprised if they knocked out Milwaukee.
Okay. Oh, all right. Wait a minute, Stanley. Hold on.
So they're going to have a run like they did a couple years ago?
No.
Oh, Stanley gone.
No. See that run, I think that run fooled some of y'all.
It feels like it happened twice.
But it did.
It fooled another run, fooled somebody else.
Well, you fooled me, you can't get fooled again.
The Hawks, and then the Mavericks got fooled.
Well, yeah. Maybe
the Hawks.
I don't know. Maybe
that's a playing team at the very least. That's a playing team at the very.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, I don't think that team misses.
Trae, DeJounte, you got Quinn Snyder there for a whole season as coach.
But someone, because you and I don't think you're wrong, and I got Indiana moving up. I got Orlando moving up.
Mhm.
Someone's moving out.
Chicago and Toronto.
Okay. Sure, Toronto didn't make any changes. Toronto didn't make any changes.
They lost their point guard.
They did lose their point guard. That's right. The guy that they refused to trade at the trade deadline. Boy, Masai's wild. Man, you win a championship. You just kick it after that.
Just kicking it.
You just kick it after
Matter
that.
of fact, he said, Coach, you're the problem.
No, he said that. He did, in fact, say that. You want to shift gears?
Sure.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's park.
All right.
City lights, I gotta make it.
Who's going first here? Well, I
went
see.
first. I went first.
I see these two in front of me. There's not a lot of change here. Let's go. Last week, I had the 49ers at number 1. They lost. I had the Eagles at number 2. They lost. I had the Chiefs, the Lions, and the Dolphins at 5. This week, I moved these around a few times. I've struggled a little bit the last 2 weeks. I dropped the Eagles all the way to 5. And I put your beloved Detroit Lions at number 4.
Finally showing them some respect.
Well, I had the Lions at 4 last week. I couldn't move them ahead of Kansas City, but I thought about it.
I don't know why you couldn't. They beat Kansas City.
No, yeah, I understand that. I acknowledged the hypocrisy in that last week. And I'm sorry. I can't wait to get to your power rankings. And this is where, this is where I debated the most. I went back and forth as to who was 3 and who was 2. But I've got the Eagles at 5, the Lions at 4, the Chiefs at 3, the Miami Dolphins at 2, and the San Francisco 49ers, despite the
thought. It's for sure a thought.
But I do not think the Dolphins are the best team in football. I think that still belongs to the San Francisco 49ers. But the conversation about Miami potentially being better than the Eagles and the Chiefs, I think, is real. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to exclude the Lions. The Eagles, the Lions, and the Chiefs. I do have questions about the Lions. I don't know. I'm starting to have less questions about the Dolphins, though. I don't know why I was so impressed about them beating a winless team.
I'm not sure either.
But them being down 14-0 and then just reeling off 35 like it was absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
I was impressed by it.
They're one of the best teams in football. One of the best teams for sure.
All 5 of these teams are one of the best teams in
top
football.
Flight.
These are razor thin margins between all 5 of these teams. Sort of.
I got a couple of questions here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you mine and I'll take the questions.
Okay.
Number 5.
Yep.
The Detroit Lions.
Well, real quick, last week you had the 49ers at number 1, the Dolphins at number 2, the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Lions. No movement for the Lions, okay?
No major shakeups. I just flip-flopped the Chiefs and the Eagles. The Eagles with their loss to New York, they go down to 4.
Yeah, you already had the Eagles a little bit lower than some people do.
Yeah, they go down to 4. Chiefs are now 3. Dolphins 2, Niners 1 still. It's very close. And here's the question that I want to ask. Dolphins at Eagles Sunday Night Football. Say the Niners win on Monday night. If the Dolphins beat the Eagles, they move to number 1. They get a top 5 win on the road. Jalen Ramsey practiced today.
I'm going to say no. 49ers beat the Vikings. I'll keep the 49ers at 1, the Dolphins at 2.
I kind of feel the same way, but
I'm
going to think about it. If that scenario plays out, I'm going to think about it.
You know what that would do for me, though, is it would start to make me feel a certain way about the questions I have about Philadelphia. Again, I talked about cruise control. With all of these teams, you could point out stuff. Kansas City's the same way. You could point out stuff with Kansas City. I guess in Miami's case, what you could say about Miami is the best team they've played, they lost to.
Yeah.
Depending on how you feel about Buffalo, I guess.
Yeah, that's the best. I think that's the best team. It's the best team they
Yeah,
played.
yeah,
Okay.
easily.
Yeah. So does it spark questions if the Eagles beat the Dolphins?
If they get blown out again, yeah. I
Okay.
think if Miami goes into this game and it's a close game till the end, they put up a fight. I think Miami's just as legitimate. But if if you're getting blown out by the top of the NFL, then might be fraud alert.
Yeah. Okay.
Cowboys-esque.
Yeah. No, it's fair.
I think
fair.
I don't know what to do. That's going to be a good game. My first thought is that the Miami Dolphins are going to win that game.
I'm riding with the Dolphins in that one too.
Yeah, that's my first thought. Get your picks in, everybody. By the way, you only got one day left to get your picks in.
Did you make your picks last week?
I did. Okay. Make my picks every week, except for when I was gone.
Which is why you lost the bet.
Didn't lose the bet.
Yes,
you guys said I would never come back to the league.
We said you would forget, and I'm still not sold that you won't abandon this whole thing at some point.
I'm making my picks right now as we speak.
Okay, well, good. It's not like we're doing anything. Well, maybe we should bring the Derrick White discussion back so Kenny can make his picks.
I went 11-4 last week, cooking. But yeah, I got.
You could probably pick the games that you lost, thinking that through.
Yeah,
I'm
Niners,
the Eagles.
Yeah,
no, it's fine. We don't have to go through that exercise. It was just funny. Like I think there was a couple of obvious ones that a lot of people probably lost last week.
What if Philly loses on Sunday? Is that going to change how you guys feel about them? Because
it's not going to.
They got to get out of the top 5.
It's not going to change how I feel about them, but I am unsure about that team right now. And if Miami beats them at their house,
I like Philly's defense, but I think they have some issues on offense. I don't think that offensive coordinator they just got this year is it's not really meshing well. That team gets to the red zone, they just vomit all over themselves.
And what's fun, so the reason I was trying to be careful not to say that about Philly doing these power rankings is you could say the same thing about Kansas City right now. Like their offense isn't exactly it. The difference for me is Patrick Mahomes. Like I'm gonna trust Patrick Mahomes that when the time comes, he's gonna be just fine. I'm a big fan of Jalen Hurts, but still, he's not Patrick Mahomes.
Kansas City also has a lack of weapons on offense. Philly they have no excuses. You got AJ Brown, Devontae Smith. You got solid running backs, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. They shouldn't be struggling how they've been.
Yeah, there's been something off with them all year. And here's what I alluded to this last week. And I'm always listening because I always hear people, talking about the Niners or whatever the case may be. For some people, when you talk about the Eagles and how they played, they'd be like, yeah, they're 5-1. They haven't even started clicking yet. Well, if the Niners were in this situation, they say, yeah, they're 5-1, but that's not going to get it when they go up against, the top of the top. Like you can't play that way and win. Well, no, if we're going to say that, then let's have that same discussion across the board. Now, I think the Eagles are still really good. I think my concerns with them is, like I said, if you can block being able to get to that secondary. I think you can get to that secondary. The way the Eagles run the ball is top flight. A lot of times I watch them run the ball. I'm like, I don't know how you stop this. I don't know how you stop their run game. But, it hasn't been, for whatever reason, maybe because they want Jalen Hurts to throw and be an MVP candidate, they seem like they don't stick with it enough. They always have to find a way for Jalen to start throwing the ball, and that's been kind of up and down all year.
Well, that was the same thing last year, too, I think, with Philly, is that they didn't stick with the run with Miles Sanders and those guys all the time.
DeAndre Swift is killing. He's perfect for that offense.
Ooh.
What you seeing?
I hate this, and I'm sorry, but this is the only way I can do it because it's a little bit further than 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. If I'm looking at this right, they have the 15th best rushing attack in the NFL.
The Eagles do?
Yeah.
Wow. That doesn't match up with my eyes. Seems like they get I guess that's probably yards per game or something like that, but it feels like they get
let me try this.
6 yards a carry.
So what is this based on? Let me try a couple of different metrics here.
Mhm.
The Dolphins get 6 yards per carry.
I can believe that.
The Dolphins,
they get
good
6 yards
God
a carry
almighty.
because 3 times a game they run for like 60 yards.
The Dolphins, the Dolphins get 6.5 yards per carry.
These dudes be rushing that.
Where are the Eagles in turn? So the Eagles look like they're top 10 in yards per carry, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. They're 7th. The 49ers are 8th. I don't know what this. Dolphins have the most yards. The Eagles have the second most yards. Maybe they were just listing teams and they weren't in any order over on NFL.com. The Eagles have the second most rushing yards to the Dolphins. The 49ers are just 10 yards behind the Eagles. Yeah, so this matches up a little bit better. But it's interesting. Miami's at the top. Philly. You obviously got San Francisco there with Christian McCaffrey. The fourth team is Baltimore. It feels like there's it maybe less so with the San Francisco 49ers, more with the Eagles and the Dolphins. It feels like there's a common denominator there, and it's a quarterback that can move and change things for you.
That makes you even more dynamic in those situations.
Well, we're here.
Oh,
You want to do overreactions? We got overreactions.
Let's get it.
We need music. I don't know what music to play. Here's a week 6 overreaction. A couple of 500 teams here. Zach Wilson will get the Jets to the playoffs.
I'm going to say that's not an overreaction.
Oh, Jesse, you want to weigh in on that one?
I'm going to call it an overreaction right now, but I'm starting to buy into the Jets as each week passes. Zach Wilson, I don't think he's a good quarterback still, but he's doing enough to where he's not losing the game for them. Like Salah and the Jets team, like they have like the perfect formula, I think, right now to pull out some W's.
We had fun with the NBA media. The NFL media has Aaron Rodgers coming back to play in like 2 weeks.
Did you see?
Look at him throwing a football. I'm sorry, did he break his shoulder?
Yo, this is a little crazy though. Like this is a little nuts.
They need to stop feeding into this. Somebody tell Aaron Rodgers, relax, bro. You're gonna come back and you're gonna get hurt even more. Somebody needs to warn him about himself.
I agree, but I'm not gonna lie to you. This is kind of crazy. The guy that tore his Achilles 35 days ago. He's walking around throwing passes.
And let's keep it real. He's just talking at this point. Like he's not close to coming back. He's just talking.
He's not. I don't think he's coming back. I'm just saying, like seeing him go out there, that's kind of trippy. That's as crazy as Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey out there running around practicing today.
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey's not using the power of intention though.
No, I don't know how Aaron Rodgers got there. I don't know about that. I'm just saying, seeing him standing up, throwing the football.
Aaron Rodgers is gonna go on the Pat McAfee show and tell everyone he told the doctor to tell his Achilles to get better.
It's exactly like, dude, yeah, I'm using the power of intention right now. Like, what are you just telling your kids we're gonna be fine? Like yelling at it? Like, that's not how this works.
Hey, come on, little buddy.
Why is he lying?
Come on, little buddy. Heal up. You know, it'd be funny if we found out he didn't even tear his Achilles. He just has like a high ankle sprain, and he's like, "Hey, let's have some fun. Let's get everyone's attention." Okay, so from the Jets, who are 500, I'm going to say that's not.
They're currently.
I'm going to say it's not an overreaction.
They're currently 10th in the AFC with the Texans and the Colts ahead of them. Texans, Colts, Browns ahead of them.
Colts are shutting down. I mean, Anthony Richardson's
they'll fall
done
back
for the year. Yeah.
But you got some teams, that are below them that might rise up. Raiders going to go to 4-3. The Bengals,
possibly.
I think we expect them. They're starting to play better. It's one of the teams we expect to be in the playoffs. Maybe that's the team you don't buy.
Like Uncle Phil.
That's the team.
That is the team. That is absolutely the we.
And then, I mean, I don't know if anybody believes in them, but I'll say it anyway. The Chargers, 2-3.
Yeah, bro, I don't care how many times you drive this Chargers train past the station. I'm not getting on.
I got a must win against the Chiefs on Sunday.
I'm not getting on that train, bro.
Hey, man, I'm not arguing. I'm just,
Okay.
I don't think it's an overreaction for Zach Wilson to possibly.
I don't think it is either.
Those other teams minus
about
the Bengals, I don't think those are teams that are gonna like just have this monster elevation or anything like that. Those teams are all be jumbled up together.
I got you.
I think the Jets are also past the toughest part of their schedule. It was brutal to start.
How about this one? You just mentioned the Raiders. Maybe Josh McDaniels is a good coach.
Good is excessive. That's a little aggressive, but maybe he's not a bad coach. Maybe he's just an average coach. So the question is overreaction or not. That's an overreaction.
Yeah, it's an overreaction. I honestly feel like I get it. You need to win in the NFL, but these wins for the Raiders are almost bad for that team.
Well, look, and then the guy didn't even know that an 8-point deficit was a 1-score game.
Well, that to me will always be the thing.
I'm against anything keeping Josh McDaniels around.
I think almost every Raider fan is. I say almost because I feel like that's being generous. I'm confident every Raider fan feels the same way. Oh, how about this one? Brock Purdy was exposed on Sunday.
Absolutely not. That's an overreaction.
Yeah, it's an overreaction. He's the quarterback who had a bad game. And I give him props. He had them in position to win at the end. So as bad as it is, he still put them in position.
That's not an overreaction. It's dumb. The AFC North is the best division in football.
Ravens, Steelers, Bengals, Browns.
Mm-hmm.
You compare that to, yeah, it probably is. Everybody else got at least one bad team.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not the when you stick in the AFC. It's not the East. It's not the South. It's certainly not the West.
We didn't. And speaking real quick, we didn't even speak. We said it could be possible, and it happened. It happened. The Raiders, second place by themselves in the AFC West.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, they have a chance to go 4-3 this week.
Yeah. So North. I think that's not an overreaction.
I don't think it is either.
That's a fact. That's a statement.
It is the best division, but it's like I don't really believe much in Pittsburgh or Cleveland as far as like what they're going to do this year. I'll give the Bengals. I'll give them a chance to come back, but I don't really believe in those teams.
The only team besides the North. This is funny, I guess. The only team besides the AFC North that doesn't have a team 1-5 or worse is the South, who has Tennessee at 2-4. Patriots are 1-5. Denver is 1-5. Hate to see it. Coach of the Year is 1-5. Chicago's 1-5. Carolina, of course, is 0-6. And the Ramsey's Cardinals are 1-5.
If it wasn't for the Cardinals, the NFC West would have a little argument. But the Cardinals are there.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray back practicing.
Really?
Yeah, he's full go too.
It's going to be weird when they don't play him.
When they don't play him so they can draft a quarterback.
Caleb Williams, right.
Who wants ownership? Did you see
that? Dude, why is that story? So there's no tell me if I'm wrong. I didn't see a quote
No, I just saw tweets and people.
Because someone in his camp has to know, yeah, bro, that's not possible.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is that legal?
It's like the NFL is so teams have tried, players have tried this before. I think it started with Brady and the Dolphins story. And the NFL, the NFL coincidentally after that put out a memo that said, yeah, that can't be a part of negotiate. You can't give a player equity in a team.
Yeah.
Allegedly, Aaron Rodgers wanted equity in the Jets, and the Jets never had, you can't do that. I don't know where this Caleb Williams story came from, but someone I don't believe it came from him.
I would hope not. I hope the crew know. They can't just be saying anything. I want one of those homes on the moon if you're going to draft me.
Is Caleb Williams good enough to be asking for team ownership too?
No rookie is.
Yeah.
No rookie is. And he looks as good as any rookie we've seen in recent memory, but no rookie is that good.
I'm sorry. Would anybody be happy if you gave Trevor Lawrence equity in the Jaguar? Trevor Lawrence had the same maybe more hype than Caleb Williams. Not arguing what caliber player they are. I'm just talking about hype. And look at how Trevor Lawrence has played in the NFL.
Right.
He's far from awful. He's not a bust, but he's also not the guy you spent 4 years telling me was the savior coming down.
He was supposed to be Andrew Luck.
Yeah. The cool thing about Andrew Luck is Andrew Luck was actually Andrew Luck. He was really good.
So Caleb, I hope get your money. If they can do it, if somebody wants to give it to you, more power to you.
You
but
can't.
I don't think they can.
You're better off getting equity in Skechers.
Well, shout out to Joel Embiid.
There's two more. Joel and who else? Do you remember who it was?
Julius Randle is one
Julius
of them.
Randle.
Sure.
That was it. Yeah.
But maybe getting a house on the moon isn't illegal.
Why are you fixated on houses on the moon?
NASA said that's what they're doing by
Is
2040.
Okay, did you put your down payment on one already?
live on the
Like you did the truck?
Even though Earth is ghetto, I don't want to live on
How
the
many
moon.
down payments have you lost from stuff that just never was released?
The truck is out there. It's
I
happening.
saw it.
It's
Yeah,
happening.
I saw
Yeah.
it. Okay. Did you ever get
If
that
he would-
breaker at your house fixed? Because you're gonna
We sure didn't. Although-
Really?
No, but I figured out how to do it, so I use it at the house now. I had to lower the voltage or whatever.
on the car.
Yeah. Well, on the charger. So it was at 48A.
Mhm.
It's got to be for the breaker I have. It can't be higher than 40.
Got you.
What happens first? KC gets the Tatum jersey or he gets the Tesla truck?
I'm going neither. I don't think
Don't
either.
say neither
I
to the
don't
Tatum
think
jersey.
either.
They don't believe in you,
Tatum
KC.
jersey-
They don't
Tatum
believe in
jersey,
you.
You're not going to see it. I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to see it till next year when it warms up.
You're not getting it. You'll get a Tatum jersey when I buy it for you for Christmas to replace the stupid ass jersey I bought for you a few years ago.
You getting it in green or white?
White.
I might get the black one.
I'm getting it for him in white. We'll come back. James Ham joins us to talk Kings basketball at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah. Oh. Okay, Charlie. Okay, Charlie. Whatever, bro. Very, very good. Let's see this number here. I'm sorry it felt so quiet. That was stupid. Let's talk. I really wish I could change the channel. I'm tired of Pat McAfee's show from several hours ago being on the screen. I can't believe the remote just died. Like right in mid turn up.
Remote's dying, videos buffering. Down bad here.
All ahead of one of our biggest events of the year. Oh.
It's a good one. He's going to be getting an extension pretty soon, too, I think.
Let's see what this looks like. Stand by. Stand by. Oh, good call. That's a good call, Sal.
There's a lot of planning going on into this party.
Yo, I looked up while you were. I swear, Kimberly was. Yeah. Hey, open the door real quick. Hey. Oh man, she on one. Hey, were you cussing someone out earlier? Like right there? Okay. All right.
Looks
All
great
right.
out there.
You're doing a great job, Kimberly. No, you're doing great. Yeah, not right now.
Well, obviously.
Yeah, and preferably not tomorrow while we're doing our show, but sure, if it. Okay, what about the one tomorrow?
I'm gonna move the chairs in here, and then after they'll just be in here. After 4.
Yeah, we have a show tomorrow.
You can't see the corner.
Okay.
You can't see the corner.
We still have to vacuum in here.
We, as in, I'm gonna do it.
Okay, I still have to vacuum in here. You said you were going to get the vacuum for me. Well, I can't vacuum now.
Keep the scissors away from Kim.
Kim's about to go jigsaw on somebody. It's a rough day at Odyssey, boy. Oh my God. People are on edge.
Yeah, they're on edge.
People are on edge.
Hey, real quick before we get into anything else, I just want to address.
You guys are funny. No, I turned the mics back on when we were done, guys. I got you. Like, we're fine.
I just want to address that jackass Conor McGregor somehow not getting charged for his assault on the Heat mascot, and they said they couldn't charge him due to not enough evidence. Fam, there's video.
It was a whole halftime show.
It's 4K video of him assaulting this guy. You guys talking about, oh, you hate this guy, you hate this guy. And I know I don't hate that. I do not like Conor McGregor. There's nothing. I think I dislike him more than Ronda Rousey. No, I know I dislike him more than Ronda Rousey.
It's the people that still support that guy too. Like if you're still a Conor McGregor guy at this point,
he has no redeemable qualities.
None. Absolutely none. Jackass. And I'm still a little baffled by the fact that there aren't any charges pressed against him.
I don't understand it.
James Ham is going to join us in a couple of minutes, but continuing the theme of the day.
Uh-oh, wait, who? What?
Pocket watching. Derrick White edition.
Oh, that's a good one.
Shout out to the homie Sal here on the chatty house, who's like, hey, what about Derrick White? I mean, God, can we clip this show and send it to Derrick White so he has it?
We love the bald head, Derrick. You look great.
7 seasons for the former 29th overall pick.
What college did he go to?
2017 draft.
Colorado.
He went to the HBCU, now known as Colorado. That's gonna piss people off.
Did you see? I don't know if you really pay attention. Did you see the crowd when they played at Arizona State? Oh, it looked like Jackson State that was going for Colorado. It looked like I got people that I know who went to that game. They live in Texas. They was like, yo, we going to the Arizona State game. My mom's going when they play UCLA. Like, yo, it really is Jackson State.
Don't say that around an HBCU alum. They will be furious with you.
Don't blow no more 29-point leads, though.
Well, don't do that either. 7 seasons, again, for the former number 29 overall pick in the draft. The most money that he made, not shockingly, was last season at $17.6 million. By the way, Derrick White, due for an extension here shortly. Let's let the dramatic... 7 seasons. Let's let the dramatic part of the beat hit right here. Who wants to go first
this time?
Whoa. Get over 500. Get over 500. All right, get over 500 and I'll go first. You go first.
7 seasons, 17.6 is the most money that he's made.
What an odd number.
He has 1 year left on his deal for $18.8 million. That doesn't factor into the equation, but he has 1 year left on the deal.
I'm going to go Derrick White.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say $82 million.
$82 million in 7 seasons for Derrick White. Again, the former number 29 overall pick in the draft. Jesse?
I will go 79 million.
See, this guy, that's why he likes to go second, I swear. Ooh.
It's got to be right there.
I'm under 500 though right now.
About to be 2.
If you were to factor in his contract next year, which we didn't, it would be his 8th season and put him at $77.6 million. The winner today, again, Jesse Tapia. $58.8 million earned by Derrick White so far in his 7 seasons.
That 17 million really threw me off. That's
a lot.
Number.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I did like 4 years at 17.
His peak prior was
6 million.
His rookie deal. Yeah, it was 1.4, 1.6, 1.8. And then 3.5 his last year.
Dang, Derrick White came up.
He's going to get an extension coming up. Does he match the total he's made so far on his new extension?
Yeah,
yes.
He's getting like 80 million.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll double his.
Put JJ in control of the Sixers like they want to. He'd get max 256 for Derrick White.
Well, I don't think he's going to get that. But I do think his net worth is going to double.
I like Derrick.
Good call there, Sal. That was a good call.
You need Derrick White on your team if you're going to be a winning team.
You always say I like this player after you take a big dump on him.
You do. Like you've dumped on him for like the better part of 3 hours.
I didn't.
I don't
even
better
part of 3 hours.
I'm just saying not top 50.
If we screenshotted the plan show today, Derrick White's not in it, is he? He actually might be. No, you actually, I take that back. I think you wrote something about Derrick White in here.
You just threw that in there right now.
I remember being confused as to like why it was there. Now I know.
Puka, Derrick White.
Look, there's Conor McGregor. Like Conor McGregor's in the show. No, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't see it.
JJ's in there. He's in like under Ben.
Oh, no, there he is. JJ Reddick says, this is what it says. JJ Reddick says Derrick White is a top 50 player in the NBA. SMH.
SMH is a bit much.
Bro,
all right, relax.
Bro,
Is that like
Jesse, Kenny really writes in the rundown like he's tweeting.
He does.
So you guys understand where my mind is when I put this stuff. You gotta understand where my mind is. Like, come on, man. That's what JJ talking about, man. Come on, JJ.
He wrote next to the Conor McGregor story, the man is literally in 4K for the world to see.
We're gonna start doing a segment. Kenny's Twitter rundown idea.
That's a great idea. Did Kenny tweet this or put it in the rundown?
Yeah, man. Shout out Derrick White, though, man.
SMH is your go-to.
Yeah. I'll be shaking my head at some of these people, man.
D'Lo Brown in 1998.
Shake my head. Ain't too much you can say sometimes, man. You just shake your head.
Oh, man.
Big Derrick White show.
This is a huge Derrick White show. This should just be the title, The Derrick White Show.
Well, let's see. It's Puka. It's Derrick White. Who else is on Kenny's? I like this person.
Well, I do like Puka. I do. I like Derrick White. See, the media always trying to turn people against people.
We'll throw Scotty Barnes on there too.
Oh yeah, Scotty Barnes. Yeah, that's Scotty Barnes on the Mount Rushmore of Kenny hatred. That's for sure.
It's a solid 3.
You know, he won't acknowledge it. He won't acknowledge it now. Ty Lue was on that list.
Oh,
Stop
yeah. That's an early
I'm
callback.
sorry.
Stop it.
I'm sorry. 2020 Kenny Caraway.
I needed to see a little bit more from Ty Lue, but I liked him. I need to see more from Nick Nurse, but I like him.
The revisionist history is wild.
Ty Lue, he always been my dude though.
Chat's throwing in Canelo. Canelo Alvarez makes that list
See, the
too.
chat everybody always throwing in Canelo. Jesse, how many times do I have to say this?
You see, but you do that. You throw shots, but I like the guy. I like him.
Do like Canelo.
I want to have your back, but you're throwing shots at the guy.
I do like Canelo.
See,
What's the last shot I threw at Canelo?
Every time you retweet the Floyd clip.
No, I haven't got it.
I know that tweet is just for me too.
I do like Saul, man. That's my
No. Kenny does. You retweet the Floyd fight clip or whatever, and I'll come in. Hey, Jesse, you see what I retweeted today? You see what I retweeted?
I think it's September 12th or something like that. Every September 12th.
That's funny. Willie Green, low key on the list.
Well, I like Willie Green. I just don't know why he was crying at halftime.
Yeah, Willie Green's cool when he's not crying.
I don't know why he was crying.
Willie, we got a whole another quarter left. It's like we got to go to game 5 next week. What are you doing?
His team was up 4 at the
You're
start of the
making
quarter.
this
And he
up.
started
Like,
crying.
why are you're
Said,
making
"Sir."
this up? You're not telling the truth.
Why are we crying?
He's out here lying to people.
Willie,
man.
get up. We got to draw a play. Get up off the floor.
What the hell did Willie Green do to you?
Oh man, shout out Willie. Bryce says all these people are not on my
No,
hate list.
I don't think.
No, Dana and Connor are.
I didn't bring that tweet up because I don't think Bryce gets the bit. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, Connor doesn't count. We don't say we like Connor.
I got love for Canelo. I got love for Puka. I got love for Richard Sherman. Dana White and Conor McGregor. They definitely on the list though.
Yeah, I'm looking at Bryce. Like he just keeps texting stuff. Like Bryce does not get what we're doing.
Russell Wilson.
Like he does not get what. Like Bryce is so lost right now.
He said Sean McVay. What?
Bryce.
Sean McVay. What do you say F me for?
Bryce, stop.
Sean McVay just minding his own business.
Bryce is having now he's got Ramsey roped into the whole thing, just doing this. If y'all don't get the bid, sit out. Just sit out.
He's gonna throw Draymond Green in there just to pay it off.
That was Bryce's next Twitch message was Draymond Green.
Oh man.
James Ham going to join us here in just a heartbeat. It's Stilo and Casey on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Before James gets in,
Mm-hmm.
quick King's question to you.
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking for tonight in this game? If they played the same way they played on Sunday and lost, is that okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I feel the same way.
Yeah. I want to see the offense. And I'm assuming they played the same way and Mike approaches it the same way. Right? The way I'm not Mike wanted to win the game. Mike, those guys want to win every game that they play. He wants to win every game that he coaches.
Well, he didn't care in the fourth.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, I think he wanted that. He wanted to win, but he wanted the group that was out there on the floor to win the game, and he wasn't going to do anything other than let that group that was out there on the floor play to win the game. If we see that, yeah, I'm good. Completely good with that. That's what I want to see. I want to see them play well. I want to see them. I'd love to see them beat the starters for a quarter or two to beat Chris Paul in that group, and then let the second half ride, or however you're going to approach this. I did pull a note, at least I think I did. I don't know where I put it. I do this often. I take notes and I don't know where I put them. Last year, here it is. The starters last year played. The most minutes starters played last year was 24-27. And they did that in the last preseason game. So the last preseason game last year was the fourth one.
Yeah.
There's a fifth one this year. And it's tomorrow. So it's a slightly different dynamic that I'm curious how Mike approaches.
Yeah.
Are you looking for something in particular?
No, I'm looking for more play like I saw on Sunday. I take that back. I am looking for some things in particular. I want to see, and I don't think it has any bearing. I just want to see it. I want to see Malik play well.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see Davion play well.
Mm-hmm.
Davion has not played well in this preseason. I want to see him start to snap out of that and get ready for the regular season. I want to see him ball out tonight.
Let's bring James Ham in here, host of the Insiders, 10 to 12, Monday through Friday. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. Hammer, what do you want to see tonight from the Sacramento Kings?
No injuries.
James keeping it real.
There's that.
James keeping it real. We kind of went with the idea that if they played like they did on Sunday, that's fine. Especially because we're talking about De'Aaron Domas, like we're talking about those guys. We could talk about Kevin Huerter. We can dive a little, deeper into the conversation. We cover the Sacramento Kings. That's what we do. But when we look at it from a higher view, just play like you did. Move. Get the offense moving. Get everybody in a vibe where they feel comfortable, and let Mike play whoever he wants to play in the fourth quarter and see what happens.
Yeah, so I agree with all of that. I think this is game 4, and with game 5 being a back-to-back against your opening night opponent, I don't know how much you're going to see the starters tomorrow, or how much you should see the starters tomorrow. So I would assume that tonight would be a game that you actually go ahead and go for it a little bit. Let your guys go out there and see how they look. And I think Steph is playing, right? I think Chris Paul is probably going to play. If they aren't, I don't know. I haven't looked.
They are.
Yeah. So you might as well, hey, look, this is a moment where you can test yourself a little bit. And the plan was always, I guess, for Kevin Huerter to play tonight and for Chris Duarte to play tomorrow. But of course, that's been taken out because Chris Duarte is injured. We don't have any update on that, just so people outside of the fact that he had an MRI, it was clean. He has a minor bone bruise, and sort of like they said even yesterday that he was on the mend, basically. So, but yeah, I think this is a moment where you want to give your guys a little bit of a test without showing too much, because you play this team twice in the first week of the season.
Hey, quick follow-up. Did you say so Chris was started Sunday, Kevin was going to start tonight? We got that from Mike. Did you say Chris was supposed to start tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what Mike said yesterday, that the plan was for Huerter to start on Wednesday and for Duarte to start on Thursday.
Okay.
And that was the plan. And then just I think Mike was pretty clear. He has everything that he does is intentional.
Mm-hmm.
Whether this was to push somebody, or it's because he feels like there might be a need somewhere, or he feels like someone makes more sense for what he's doing. I think that he definitely, he looks at this as an opportunity to test, but also look, if Chris Duarte beats out Kevin Huerter, he beats out Kevin Huerter, and you got to figure out what that means for Kevin later, and you figure out what that means for Duarte, and see if he can stay healthy and all that stuff. But if that's the way it goes, that's the way it goes. They definitely want to get Duarte as many reps as possible, or that was the plan, just because he hadn't played in well over 200 days.
Are you able to get a read on how all of this is played out? I know Mike said that these guys knew the deal the whole time. We watched over and over again your interview with Kevin Huerter. It did not feel like he knew that was the plan when you guys asked him. But I mean, maybe he just did, and he was just speaking the way he always speaks. Were you able to get a read on whether or not this was always the plan and all these guys knew what it was, or was it a bit of a shock to a guy like Kevin Huerter?
Yeah, I mean, everything I read from standing there next to Kevin Huerter and was that this was a pretty big shock to his system, and that he really didn't know. He said, after we got done with the first game, that they would assess. So, but that again, that's on Sunday, and then we talked to Mike on Tuesday. So we have a whole day there in the middle where a lot of things could happen, and who. I'm not quite sure. like how much the coaching staff had articulated to Kevin Huerter, like what the plan was for the final 2 games of the preseason. But again, game 4 is going to be a heavy minute game, or like it should be for your starters. And then who knows with game 5. But I think this whole situation, it's going to take a little while to figure out, because I don't think we've seen the last of this.
So what does that mean to you? Because we were discussing this earlier. Is that position something that you think Mike will evaluate as the season goes along?
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that, we talked about this before, that, it's kind of an awkward situation, right? Because if you're not the starting shooting guard, you're not the backup shooting guard. If that makes sense, because the backup shooting guard is Malik Monk. So if you don't get one job, your job is something else, and that means you're going to be the backup small forward, and then you start getting into that quagmire, which is pretty complicated. The small forward position still, because Keegan's going to play there. We've seen Sasha play there. Harrison Barnes is going to eat the bulk of the minutes, but it's kind of a situation where you're not quite sure how it's all going to play out for whoever the guy who isn't the starter at this position. And I mean, I get the Trysta Krick intrigue. I mean, he's a number 13 pick in the draft from just like 3 years ago. He's still young. He's still 26 years old. You have him locked up under contract, not only this year, but I would expect they're going to pick up a 4th-year option on him and have him under contract for roughly $6 million next season as well. And then he's a restricted free agent, so you still have rights to him. Like there's a lot of pluses to having a player like Trysta Krick, and if he fits in and he can improve your team, then why not? Like, this is about taking the next step, right? It's not about anyone's personal feelings or trying to take care of one guy and making sure that he still has a spot on the team. Like, this is professional basketball, and whatever that entails at the end of the day, Mike Brown and his staff are going to have to make that decision. But like, I even told Kyle, like, what if Trysta Krick is Doug Christie? And I think a lot of people, like, your first instincts go, no, Doug is amazing. Doug was, yeah, like, look at their career paths. Like, it took Doug until he was in his late 20s to really find a home in Toronto. He gets traded to the Kings at 30 and just takes off, right? But like, it's the same style of player. It's a multi-positional player who does the dirty work, who can handle the ball, that can shoot the ball, that plays defense, that doesn't have to be the focal point of anything, but at the end of the day is really the focal point of a lot of things that you're not seeing, that you're just, that, help the game, that help you win. And so, like, there's always that potential that that's what they've stumbled on here, or that's how they projected him when they traded for him. We don't know, but he's got a lot of work to do in order to earn that idea. But that's kind of the player you've always needed next to De'Aaron Fox, is a guy that can take on a tough guard, especially the more physical players. So Fox can, kind of lighten up on the defensive end a little bit. Duarte shot 36.9% in his rookie season from 3. Like, he can do a lot of things on the court. You might take a step back offensively a little bit, but are you really? Because everyone expects Keegan Murray to take a step forward, and that step forward has to come from somebody. And let's just say that it does come from a position like the shooting guard position, where you go from a guy averaging 15 points a game to a guy averaging 12 points a game, and you take those 3 points and just stack them on Keegan Murray's stats. You're not going to have a problem with the offensive end if you're this team. I don't think there's any way to do it. So I definitely can see how a coach can rationalize this entire situation and say, like, why not give it a shot? Like, continuity is one thing, but 24th rated defense, that's not going to win a championship. Doesn't matter how many times they say that that's their goal. If you're 24th in defense, you're going to get bounced in the second or the third round. If you can't, stop somebody, you're going to lose eventually.
Some good points for sure. Is there a concern, from what you've been able to gather, is there a concern Duarte might not be ready for the start of the season? with that ball?
We don't know yet. Yeah, I would like to have the answer to that, but I mean, yesterday it was delivered to us that he is already showing signs of improvement, and that they don't think it's long term at all, but that they're gonna, out of an abundance of caution, keep him out of the next 2 preseason games, which is the right move. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's a knee issue. Why not let him sit and make sure he's in as close to 100% as possible, especially when you look at his injury history from last season.
I assume Chris Duarte is the only person in this conversation. It's not like we've got to replace Kevin Huerter with someone. It's just Chris Duarte could work here. There's no one else on the roster in contention. That's probably not the right word I'm looking for, but there's no other person in this conversation, right? It's Kevin, it's Chris, it's offense, it's defense. It's that simple.
Yeah, I mean, as in like Malik Monk. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Like there.
I mean, I don't think
there's
Colby
no other.
Jones is storming the castle here.
There's right. There's no other. There's no other conversations about changes in the starting lineup besides that, which may not be a real conversation. We're kind of reading between the preseason lines here a little bit.
Yeah, and even, Mike Brown said in practice yesterday, very specifically, he's like, the only 2 people that are guaranteed starting jobs are De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis.
Mhm.
And if I'm Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes, I'm like, what did you just say? Like, what's going on over there? Like, excuse me? Like, those 2, like, again, you haven't tried anything really new except for Keegan Murray sat for a game and you put Sasha Vezenkov in the game. But I also
He's
thought,
motivating those 2 guys to be all pro. That's what it is. You be all NBA, your spot's guaranteed. After that, you got to be better.
yeah. And I enjoyed it too, because I'm looking at him like, man, you just literally said you like those 2. Like, you got 5 kids and you like those 2 the best. Like, because it's a weird way to look at it, but it's like, hey, I love all of you guys equally. It's like, except for those 2 who are starting. Like, okay. That I thought that it was just a funny way that Mike put it out there. But I mean, I understand what he's saying. And there can be changes here and there throughout the season, depending on, player development, or, Sasha figures out the NBA speed. Like, there's always that possibility, but I just think it's kind of a shock for all of us, because we walked into the like 6 weeks ago, Trey Lyles was your backup was your backup center, and we're trying to piece all these things together. And then all of a sudden, JaVale McGee shows up, and now he's a huge part of what's happening. And then all of a sudden, Chris Duarte has taken on a new role that I don't know how it will all pan itself out, but this isn't as easy as let's run it back anymore. And I think that that's where we were before. And now it's like, okay, maybe let's run it back is not something that makes sense today. Then again, Kevin Huerter could be the starter on opening night, and away we go. And if Kevin Huerter gets off to a fast start, I don't expect them to, like, you're 4-1 coming out of the chute, and all of a sudden he wants to like move on from one of your starters. I don't think that's the way it works either. So
how do you think Kevin Huerter responds to all this? Do you think this is something that possibly could bother him and bother his game and affect his game? Or is he the type of guy where he takes it all in stride? It has no bearing on his game. If he's not playing good, it's not because of what happened with the starting lineup stuff or anything like that. It's just he's not playing good. You think it affects him at all?
I don't think we know until it happens, until you get out on the court and you see how it works out. That's always a danger in this situation. Again, you have like a $4.5 million player, and you got like a $16.5 million player. And the last thing you want to do is make your $16.5 million player worth $4 million and the other guy worth 10, even though he's not under contract long term. So you're always thinking of these things as well, like just the overall stability, long term, look of the franchise and all that stuff. But like, I think we're all on the same page that we think that in order for the Kings to be a title contender, they might be a piece away. And how big that piece is, we can debate. But still, I think, like, you can look at the roster, think that this team could win. Let's just say they win like something crazy, like 58 games. You still can see where they're there's some needs here. And, it's not a perfectly constructed, finished roster. And that's not me like calling out a general manager. He said the same thing, that we're always looking to get better. Who knows when we'll make a move, that type of stuff. But at the same time, I just kind of look at this roster and say, okay, like I like what's happened here. I like the continuity. I like everything that's happening, but you probably need one more piece to get you over the top. And if you could find a piece that's better than, say, 3 of your, top 6, and you move everybody down one, then this team gets better. And you got to do what's right for the whole. And like, again, I hope it doesn't hurt Kevin Huerter's feelings, and then he's able to either win his starting job here or fight through and be a valuable member off the bench. But until you roll the ball out there, you have no idea how players can react.
Hammer, what do you think is the worst, like, realistic scenario for the Kings this year? I'm not talking about a scenario where, like, De'Aaron misses 70 games and Domas misses 68. Like, realistically, we'll say the team is of like relative health. What do you think the floor, so to speak, is for this group?
Yeah, I mean, so last year I kept saying, like, coming into the season, I thought the team was between a 10th seed and a 6th seed, and I didn't think there was any way they could get higher. And I was wrong, although the 3rd seed did kind of come back to them, at 48 wins. That's not a standard, 3rd seed in the Western Conference. But I kind of look at their floor. Like, I read the John Hollinger piece just like everybody else did, and I don't understand how you can say that by renegotiating and extending Domantas Sabonis that you raised your floor but lowered your ceiling, which I can understand that concept. But how do you say that in an article and then remove 9 wins from the team total?
Them dudes hate Domas. It's the weirdest freaking thing.
It's wild.
It is wild. I don't get it. I'm totally. I am baffled by the way that they attack that specific type of thing. But, like, by all measures, especially, John Hollinger's the inventor of PER, player efficiency rating. That is the Hollinger stat. Like, he built it for ESPN. So by his own stat, like, Domantas Sabonis is one of the top, 10, 12 players in the league. Like, this is an excellent player. So I'm not sure what the overall, like, vibe is there, why they pick on these specific things, but I kind of look at the floor is what they were last year. And people can disagree with me on that, but, like, if I look at 44.5 wins as, like, what Vegas is putting at, I don't understand that. I would take the over every day of the week. Like, and if somehow somebody put their win total at what John Hollinger did at 39 wins, yeah, like, I'm cashing out, like, me and the wife's 401k and running to Vegas. Like, that's just, to me, that would be the easiest bet of all time. So I'm not quite sure. Like, I think their floor is probably who they were last year, and give or take a win. Like, if it's 46, 47 wins or 49, 50 wins, like, but I also think that their ceiling is a lot higher than people think. And I would side with, I don't know if you saw the quotes from Michael Wilbon, but I would side with him more than I would Hollinger. And that is that he thinks that they can be a number 1 seed. And that's because something that I've said a million times, they care about every game. They're focused on every game. And when other teams are just rolling through the first half of their schedule, knowing that they're going to be there in the end, the Kings are going to be picking up wins at, like, a higher rate than what most people are going to expect. So I could see them making a run for something crazy like 56 wins, because they are going to value victories more than a team like the Clippers that are still dealing with players resting, or a team like the Suns who are, or the Golden State Warriors who half their roster is, getting ready to collect their Social Security checks. Like, it's just, this team is young. It's built to be good right now, and they want to be good, and they want to prove everybody wrong. And so I think it will equate to a lot more wins than people expect.
At 56, that's not saying that you're wrong or it can't happen, but just the thought of Sacramento Kings team right now, like
That would have
could
been the
win
most in the
55,
league last year,
56.
right? 56. I can't
Well, yeah,
remember
but
what Milwaukee had.
I just want to crumple up last season's like overall because it's such an outlier with any other season.
Why?
I don't think those records are going to be much different this year, though.
Like what?
No,
Why is it such an outlier?
I'm not saying that the Kings did something wrong or that they weren't a 48 win team. What I'm saying is that 48 wins has never been the third seed. It's like it's usually at 53 or 54. So like if that's who they're going to be, then like I just think that the way that the Western Conference was last year, for some reason, the high end win totals were down compared to other years. Like the only team that really rolled was Denver. And outside of that, I mean, there wasn't a team like pushing for 62 wins or 64 wins. Just wasn't there. So
But I think those days, I don't want to say are over, but they're not here right now, simply because one of the things I was there's too much talent in the league. There's too much talent, and like your worst team can beat anybody on any given day. Your worst team in the league has somebody that we like. Oh, I like his game. I want to see him play. There's too much talent, and when you talk about the Western Conference, there's no. I don't feel like there's no bottom feeders. So there's not going to be a team with 60 wins and another team with 22. I don't think that's happening this year. So I think the records are going to be around the same as they were last year. That's just my thought.
I mean, again, we talked about this like during the offseason, I believe. What year was it where the Phoenix Suns under Jeff Hornacek won 48 wins and were the 9th seed and didn't make the playoffs? Like that's what I'm talking about. I think all of the top tier teams should slide up quite a bit. Although I'll put in the other qualifier, which was that a lot of the low end teams last year were tanking for Victor Wembanyama. And then there were a bunch of other teams that were like, hey, well, why not? We're not a great team. We might as well like let off the gas just a little bit, just so we at least have a shot at getting Victor Wembanyama. So I don't know. I feel like that last year there should have been more wins on the table than there were. And like 48 wins seems like, again, I don't think that was a stretch for the Kings once we got into the season and they started beating everybody. And you're like, okay, this is kind of who they are.
So the 17-18 season, the Portland Trailblazers hit the 3 seed with 49 wins. The 15-16 season, the Miami Heat hit the 3 seed with 48 wins. Generally, you see a 50-plus win team at the 3 seed. But the thing is, what I've noticed, I had to navigate COVID years here too.
Yeah.
It's a lot of 50, 51, 52. The Kings finished with 48. It's not like they finished with 44. Like we're talking, if the average 3 seed is, and this is a completely made up number just based off of 50 and a half to 51 wins, it's a 2.5 game difference. It's not like the Kings hijacked the 3 seed last year and it was completely unprecedented. We found 2 within the last 10 years, take 2 of those seasons off for 72 games. We found 2 in the last 8 82 game seasons in which teams finished with 48 or 49 wins to be the 3 seed.
Yeah, but just to clarify, you're talking about the 3 seed between 2 different leagues, between the Western and the Eastern Conference.
I'm looking at both of them, yes.
Yeah. So I mean, so there's 2 3 seeds for every one of those. So we're talking, 2 out of 16, 2 out of 18.
Shut up.
So I'm just saying, like, look,
I got a Clipper team here at 57 wins at the 3 seed.
Yeah. So like there are some seasons where that 3 seed is really high. And look, I'm not saying that the Kings did anything wrong.
That's what I heard.
They won like other teams were.
Kings. That's what I heard.
Just for my sanity, what are the 3 worst teams that year? What's their?
Oh shoot! What year?
The 57 year. the Clippers won. They were 3 seed.
Oh, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Talk about Derrick White while I go back to this
Derrick
year.
White. How does this all affect Derrick White?
How's this? 57. So you wanted to know the worst teams that made the playoffs?
No, just
that was James. That was your year. That was what you were talking about.
The worst teams in the league.
Yeah,
the worst teams.
The 3 worst win totals.
15 and 67.
We ain't
Wow.
getting those teams.
15 and 67, the Milwaukee Bucks. 19 and 63, the Philadelphia 76ers. And all three in the East. 23 and 59, the Orlando Magic. How wild is this? 25 and 57 was the Boston Celtics. Wow. The Bucks, 76ers, Magic, and Celtics had the 4 worst records in the league. In the West, you had the Jazz at 25 and 57, the Lakers at 27 and 55, and there they are, the Sacramento Kings at 28 and 54. But this was the year James was talking about where Phoenix finished 48 and 34 and missed the playoffs. The Mavericks made it at 49 and 33. The top, Casey, 7 teams were 50-win teams in the Western Conference.
The worst team in the league this year is going to have 25 wins.
I'm with you. Yeah,
there ain't no 15 wins going on. No, they didn't even have 15 wins last year. I think the worst team had like 20. Was Houston or Detroit had 20? I think. So like 20,
Yeah.
20.
Man, that's
I'd also
sorry.
I would point out too that like overall, the depth of the league right now is really solid. So like the shift of stars moving to the Eastern Conference has kind of like balanced the books a little bit. I think we'll see a little bit, with like Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant being in the Western Conference the entire season this year. That'll be a little different, as far as like balancing. But overall, like both leagues are going to be solid. Where in that year you could see how bad the Eastern Conference was and how the Western Conference was just sniping wins every single day. And that's not going to be the case this year. I mean, the beasts are in the East still, even right now.
We'll come back. It is low-key jarring seeing 7 50-win teams in the Western Conference. We'll come back. We'll talk a lot more about the Sacramento Kings, who play the Golden State Warriors tonight for the 457th straight time when we return here at Steelo and KC with the insider, James Ham, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Getting that Jiffy Lube love.
Yeah, man.
Get up for a second.
That's right. Hi, Chatty House. I'm back.
James doing double duty. Back at it.
Yeah. So securing a beam, I would like to like see an advanced study on like how many wins it typically is, and how many wins it typically is in the Western Conference, how many wins it typically is in the Eastern Conference. And I'm not trying to disparage the Kings at all. Like everybody kind of shrunk down, and the difference between the 3rd seed and the 7 seed really wasn't that great this last season, which is what some of the arguments that you're hearing out there from some of the national guys. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see how it goes.
If they did an average, like what the 3 seed is, I'd say 52, 53.
Yeah.
Last year they did have a win team. Detroit only won 17 games last year.
Let's say that number is 53. 5 wins at the NBA level is, that's huge. That's a lot of wins. And like, just especially if you look at the Kings, who didn't have a 4-game losing streak outside of the first 4 games of the season. That's a lot of games that you got to steal, like in the middle.
Yeah, 58 for Milwaukee was the best record in the league. 57 for Boston. 54 for Philadelphia. But to me, it's no coincidence. Boston, Milwaukee were playing Detroit. They played them 6 times total last year. So, that's adds to the win total. Houston won 22 games last year. What a surprise.
Wait, who did?
Houston.
Yeah, and everyone, I mean, people have them jumping ahead of the Kings.
Yeah, it's a little aggressive, but I do think Houston is an interesting team. Very interesting.
They're still a hot mess, so. Aldrin J asked, "Hey, why did I ask Malik where's playoff Malik in the preseason?" You found that funny. I asked him that because, he hasn't checked in yet. Like I have this thing where players need to check in and have their I'm ready for the season games, and he hasn't had that yet. And if you're Malik and you're in a contract year and you want to go from 6 man of the year conversation to something more that might get you like the big money that the Kings can't afford, then you need to be playoff Malik the entire season. And he also that's something that he brought to the table when I did the interview with him on media day, playoff Malik, and how he said that, he's going to try to be that player throughout the season. But I want to see, all I need to see is like 3 minutes of playoff Malik. I don't need to see like 32 minutes of playoff Malik.
Phoenix Fox affiliate couldn't find D-backs fans in Philly, got water ice / cheesesteak segments instead. The Diamondbacks have to be one of the most nondescript franchises in all sports.
I don't know how they're there. Like good for them. Good for them. But geez. Yeah.
Never.
Kyle has fallen in love with the Phillies.
Yeah, they're legit. So I'll tell you so I got home, settled, sat down after walking Sprout, opened the computer. ESPN, I saw the Phillies. It was like, yo, I saw 1-0. Okay, I'll tell the story on there. So I started the story on the break. I'll tell the story on air. Major League Baseball playoffs going on. I get home, open up the computer, haven't turned the TV on, just settling down. It's pretty late. And I saw 1-0, and I thought, yo, I gotta turn this game on. Gotta turn this Phillies game on. But it said Schwarber hit his second home run, and I'm like, how is that? And I'm staring at the screen like, how is that possible? Maybe they meant his second home run of the series, and I'm like, did he hit one in game one? So I'm like fumbling. I'm legit confused, just sitting in my house confused. And then I realized it said 10-0.
Oh.
And I stopped looking for the remote. It's like, I don't, because it was like what I saw. I swear to you, I saw 1-0, bottom of the 8th. I've got to see the end of this game.
Yeah.
And I was so confused by that headline. I was like, okay, whatever. It's just a typo. Oh, that's a 10.
That was a beatdown.
It was 10-0.
That was a beatdown in Philly again with them Diamondbacks. Sorry, Lena Washington. Philadelphia Phillies, they look like a team on a mission. They got two teams that look like a team on a mission. The Rangers and the Phillies.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to lose. I hope it's the Phillies.
Just because Philadelphia?
Yeah, I like Bryce Harper, though. That's my boy, Bryce.
But you hate Philadelphia.
I don't know if I hate Philly. I'm not feeling them right now, though.
Okay,
we got history.
We'll pull up.
Me and Philly got history in the back.
No, but you don't. Like Bonte has history with Philly.
No, history in a good way. Like I used to like the Sixers. I used to like them.
You love the Sixers. If anyone's ever a contestant on a game show where they ask something about the 2001 Philadelphia 76ers,
those are my
call
guys.
Kenny.
Those are my guys.
Call Kenny immediately.
Shout out AI.
He'll know.
That's my boy.
Aaron McKee.
6 man of the year that year.
See, he knows the whole coaching staff. Like
Theo Ratliff.
Theo Ratliff got traded for Dikembe at the trade deadline. Dikembe won Defensive Player of the Year.
Eric Snow.
Big time shot in game 1 of the finals. 1 foot runner to put it on ice. He had a bad ankle in the whole playoffs.
I remember that.
This is a fun game.
No, that is his squad.
You know who hit some big time shots in game 7 against the Bucks in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Kevin Huerter.
No.
Oh,
He did hit some big time shots against Philly in Game 7. But Jermaine Jones had a good game, and so did Rodney.
Oh,
Rodney Buford.
pair of Kings legends.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Good
Pair of
stuff.
Kings legends.
James, Kevin Huerter, Davion Mitchell. Do we need to see something from them tonight besides not getting injured?
No, because I think Davion already had his check-in. I would like to see Kevin Huerter have a good game. Like, go out there and, like, there's a, if when you're facing adversity, like, go for it. Like, don't try to try to sort of wind your way through it. Like, go take the bull by the horns here. Like, you want to be that guy, then go be that guy. And so, yeah, I would like to see him have that game, have a big game. I think it's interesting too. Like, we spent so much time with Mike trying to explain this situation or try to explain like some of the defensive problems that they're still having. And he keeps getting like physical, which is like awesome for video. You're sitting there watching, Mike Brown like push Jason Anderson around and like forearm shimmy him and then shove him and like there's you can see some of the issues that they're trying to talk about, and a lot of these things, it's not easy for players to adjust who they are as players and to go out there and be way more physical, but physical without fouling. So you're like, okay, am I doing it right? It's like, no, too much. It's the old surfboard thing, right? The forgetting Sarah Marshall, is that what it was from? Like when he's like, you're doing too much when he's jumping up on the surfboard, and he's like, no, you're doing too little, too much, too little. And that's what I feel like, Herter's like trying to run up and like, I'm going to be physical. And the whistle blows. It's like, okay. And then Mike Brown's like, that's not what we're talking about. And then he goes up the next time and he's not physical enough and blown by. Like, and he looks over and like, that's not what we're talking about. So I think if you, Kenny, you've coached, I've coached, like, you have a concept that you want to throw in, and the Kings have 21 players to start camp, and you throw this concept out to everybody and everyone's working on it and you're explaining it and you're going through other drills. You got 21 different dudes. They're all going to take it differently. They're all going to take different amounts of time to get it down. Some guys are like locked in within 2 plays. Others, you're like on day 4 and you're just beating your head against the wall and like, why do you not understand the concept? And that's kind of some of what's going on here with the Kings, whether it's Huerter, whether it's, name that king that's struggling on the defensive end, because they all are. They wouldn't, be fouling everybody 30 times a game. Kuminga wouldn't go to the free throw line as many times as they did as a team. I mean, the Warriors shot 42 free throws the other night. Like, nobody's getting this right at this point. Nobody's like doing it perfect because this team is a train wreck and going to the free throw, sending their opponent to the free throw line the whole time.
I want to reverse a little bit. You said for you, Davion is already checked in. Oh no, man. He didn't check in on my list. I need a Davion game today. That makes me say that's what I'm looking for. I think either way, he's gonna be ready for the regular season. But I don't know him. I hadn't seen it in the preseason. What have you seen from Davion at least one time to make you feel like he's checked in?
Yeah, I thought the first game he came out, started firing away from 3, looked great. He had 8 points. He had 3 assists. He had that fancy pass on the fast break, which, like, I didn't know Davion had that in his bag. Like, he's never shown that side of himself. So, like, I think that he looked really good in that game and was like, okay, he's ready. He also, like, I know he's such a workout dude. He just looks bigger. Is
He
it
does.
just me?
No, he I don't know that he looks bigger. He looks, I don't know if it's like side or if he's really cut. I think I don't remember if it was Rachel. I think it was Rachel. Rachel posted a pic of graphic tee, but it was sleeveless.
Yeah.
And it caught, like, his arms caught my attention. I was like, oh, okay. Davion's. And I don't know that he's bigger as much as he looks to be in, like, for a dude who's always in shape, like, he looks to be in phenomenal shape.
Yeah, I mean, I almost like, I want to ask if he's taller. Like, and I know he's not, but he just looks like a bigger human being than he did last year. So I don't know. I think he's been good. I don't think, it's preseason. No one's been great outside of like Sabonis in the last 2 games, where I mean the dude's sitting here like almost getting a triple double by halftime in preseason. You're like, what is going on here? So
I have to share this with the class or my brain will explode.
Okay.
We were looking at the 2013-14 season earlier, the 50 win team, 750 win teams. 13 teams. I don't know how this caught my attention. 13 teams in the league that year averaged under 100 points.
Wow.
No team has averaged under 100 points in the NBA since the 2017-18 season, when only 2 teams did it. Those 2 teams, the Memphis Grizzlies and the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, jeez.
That was the
Nasty
last season
basketball.
that anyone in the league averaged under 100 points.
did you say that's the 13-14 season or the 2017 season?
When 2 teams did it, it was 17-18.
Okay, and 17-18, that's De'Aaron Fox rookie season. That's the year that they had 9 different rookies. Basically, 9 first and second year players.
98.8 points per game.
Mm.
Memphis averaged 99.3.
What's the common thread between those two? It's the 1 year that Zebo was there. Zebo leaves one team, goes to the other, and it's Zebo. Yeah.
Zach Randolph, the offensive slower downer.
The offensive vibe killer.
The vibe killer.
Bullies get bullied.
Poor Zebo. Wasn't he the team's leading scorer?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, that team was a train wreck.
Oh,
but
that was tough.
It was a train wreck because they had 4 rookies that year, and then they had 5 from the previous year. So that's the year before they drafted Scal, Papagiannis, Malachi. They got
this isn't good.
Bogdan Bogdanovic to come over.
I don't know why we always take this awful trip down memory lane when James brings this. That is just treacherous memories right there.
The memories are never good.
Buddy Hield.
Our memories can't go past Jesus. Our memories can't go past a single season. We have to have the Men in Black joint for everything prior to last year. And
I can tell you,
we can get our memories back in like 200004 or something like that, or 5.
Yeah, I can tell you every player from the first year I covered. I'm sure if you'd want to talk about Darnell Jackson and Luther Head, I'm saying that's on Whiteside.
Stand up,
Antoine Wright.
What kind of conversations were you having back then? Like, what was the discussion on the pod?
Do I still want to do this?
Yeah.
Okay, so
they're going to turn it around in a year or 2.
I think like my first year was they were horrible, but I had a really good relationship with Paul Westphal. It was like DeMarcus Cousins' first year in the league, so that was crazy. We had an assistant coach and Antoine Wright get DUIs in the season, so there was that stuff. Luther Head got jettisoned midway through the season for doing something which we never did quite find out.
Oh.
We had Jermaine Taylor show up that year, which was interesting to say the least.
You could actually be making up names at this point.
I don't remember no Jermaine Taylor.
Oh, you don't remember Jermaine Taylor?
What college you go to?
I don't know, but he played for the Houston Rockets before that, and he was a super high flyer. We had the first month of the season or training camp was who was going to win the starting small forward job. Was it Omri Caspi or Dante Green? And that, of course, went to Antoine Wright instead because the other two never could quite figure it out. We had the Dallenberg situation.
Jermaine Taylor, pride of University of Central Florida.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that James will be surprised by this, but the Sacramento Kings was the last professional basketball team he played for. Take that back. That's not true. It was the last NBA team he played for.
I wonder how many people are like that.
I know the answer. So a year after, fast forward an entire year later, 7 players on the first team I covered were out of the NBA completely, and only one of them ever returned to the NBA, which was Hassan Whiteside.
Well, that's a good one. Brings the
But
curve up a little bit.
7. Yeah, but see, that's like that was my first go around, and like the Darnell Jackson story is like one of the most horrific, like dramatic stories ever. You had like a 23-year-old dude who like in real life age was like 75. Like he had seen so much loss. And so there was that story. There was a lot of like intriguing stories on the team. Even Samuel Dallenberg, who always had such a weird rap, I just thought he was a joy. Like, I don't know what he was like totally behind the scenes, but man, he was so much fun to talk to. He talks with his hands, and that's like, talking to like Inspector Gadget with his hands. They just like his arms were they just kept going. And he had, he's from Haiti, but like French accent. Just like a very nice dude. We had Carl Landry. Like there was a lot of good stuff going on there. Like I enjoyed that team, although it was a mess. It was a mess.
Samuel Dallenberg was drafted by the Sixers the year after they went to the NBA Finals.
Of course. Samuel
All your
Dallenberg.
Philadelphia 76ers questions.
One of 3 Haitian players to play in the NBA. All 3 of which played for the Sacramento Kings.
It's a live
Olden
trivia
Palnis
show.
is the other one. Who's the other one?
Scalo
Scal.
Bicier.
Olden, Scal, and Samuel Dallenberg.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm reading Darnell
More
Jackson.
about Jermaine Taylor?
No, I'm reading more about Darnell Jackson, and like that's just a story we don't need to recite on the air. That's tough. Lost his mom, grandma. That's tough.
Oh no, it's worse than that.
No, I know. That's why I said it's
yeah.
a story we don't need to recite. That's a tough. That's
yeah.
That is not a fun way to conclude today's show.
No.
We've got. Hey,
yeah, let's not dive into that
our
one.
brother. Yeah, that's a tough one. James, the Kings and Warriors are playing for the 427th straight time tonight. Are you sick of seeing the Sacramento Kings play the Golden State Warriors?
Yeah, I think I am. When
Are there
they get
any
down,
other teams in the league? Is it really just the Kings and the Warriors at this point?
yeah. Well, and by the time we get done with this, it's going to be Kings, Golden State, and Kings, Utah for almost. So when we get done with this stretch, they will have played the Warriors 10 of the last 13 times. And the two of the other games, well, no, maybe it's, man. Okay, let me think. 7, 8, 9. This will, after tonight, it'll be 10 out of 13. When we get into the regular season, it'll be like 12 out of 17 or 18. They will have played them. And 2 of the other games are the Utah Jazz. So yeah, it's a lot of the same exact people. And every time I watch Golden State Warriors, I have like brutal takes on Jonathan Kuminga, and I can't be like, I want to trade draft picks to go get Lester Quinones. Like every time I watch him, I'm like, okay. Those are my thoughts.
James really trying to start this Jonathan Kuminga fight again. There's a lot of Warriors fans in here. James.
Oh no, I can't do that because someone might clip it and tattle on me to 95.7 the game like they did last time.
It's very possible. Very possible and very likely.
Snitches get stitches, man.
They did that for the other day?
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
Oh, Drew Down did it. It had to have been Drew Down.
And tag me and like send it. Oh, like, bro, come on. Like
Kings reporter says ...
Wait, so what happened here? Did 95 Cent, did they talk about it on a segment or?
No, they probably just put a bunch of ... dots out on Twitter. I don't know what they did, but yeah, it's very possible they overlooked it, so it's fine. I don't care. Like, again, if you really listen to what I'm saying, I don't have anything against Kuminga. I just think that like expecting what he's doing right now to translate to the regular season is a really tough pull, just because
of minutes alone.
Well, it's minutes, but it's also he's not doing anything that's part of the flow of the offense. It's not something that they do. Like on the break, he's been great, sure. In transition, he's been great, but the rest of it, like he's not going to have the opportunity to dribble 8 to 10 times on a possession. That's not Warriors basketball. Like the only one that gets to do that is Steph. And if not Steph, it was Jordan Poole, and it's both of them are that type of creator on the perimeter. And outside of that, I just don't see it.
Does everyone suit up the next 2 nights? both nights.
Well, Chris Duarte won't. And then
Chris Duarte won't. Yes.
And then I'm not sure what they do. I'm not sure what they do on Thursday. Like
This is an
that's
extra game. Extra. They played 4 last year. This will be game number 4 and 5. And then, as you pointed out earlier, it's tonight and tomorrow. It's a back-to-back.
yeah, it's a back-to-back, and I mean we're at the end of preseason. This is usually when you taper it down a bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mike went heavy tonight and then he went like starters first quarter and out tomorrow, or if then again it's Mike Brown. He likes his players to play.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch the clip on that Paul George had where he talked about how he misses the good old days of being on a blue collar team that you work really hard and you go to practice every single day and everyone's working out together and everyone's like you don't take days off and all that stuff, and he thinks that's why a lot of the injuries have happened because that's not what
and he referenced the
he's
Kings,
used to
right?
anymore. I don't know if
Didn't
he
he-
referenced the Kings or if someone else referenced the Kings in that.
Or he might have someone might have referenced Mike in that. But yeah,
Hmm.
I did catch that. Not with complete context of the podcast, but I think someone clipped it and sent it to us.
Yeah. I
Real talk.
thought it was interesting. Yeah.
So like that's part of the journey. That's part of camaraderie. You know what I mean? Like you guys really being all in on something together,
Mhm.
and that takes day after day after day of showing up and doing work.
Yeah, it was Securin DeBeam who did this to us.
There you go.
Yeah, he's the one who sent the tweet out. Yeah, I mean, it's a great clip because it does, like, it puts it in perspective that it's not just us saying that the Kings worked really hard. They did. I mean, I've been around the league a long time. This is, even for a team that usually lacks talent, you would think that they would work as hard as humanly possible. And, there was one year where Dave Yeager made everybody run like 300 miles and Rajon Rondo was like, what is happening here? But outside of that, like that team last season worked harder than any team I've ever seen. And it's just the way that Mike Brown handled himself and handled his team. And it worked.
Well, games on NBA TV tonight. Tap in. There's no stream, so there should be no blackout. So we should all be able to watch the game like normal people. We're headed out to baseball, right? Or we got some ESPN stuff and then baseball after that.
Yeah, Rangers Astros at 4:30. Be there.
There we go. Very good. Appreciate you so much for being with us. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. I've been super bad at that today. Please hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button as well for all you looky-loos. Be a subscriber. You know what it is. We're going to head over to 102.5. We got Travis Scott tickets to give away.
Yeah.
If you want to go check us out over there. If not, make sure you're tapped back in here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings.
And the Derrick White edition of today's show has ended.
I can't believe we spent so much time on that guy today.
I can't believe it either.
I missed all of it. I haven't.
I don't. I don't know why we talked about
James Kenny was slandering Derrick White the whole show.
He was.
Oh no,
Yep.
He went full Kaminga like I do.
He went
Nobody goes full
Just
Kaminga.
don't listen to the media, James. Do not listen.
I don't know why he hates that man.
He said Derrick White sucks, but that's my guy. That was the basis of today.
Oh,
can y'all get us to 200, at least 200 before you go? I know it's my fault. I know I didn't ask, but keep hitting that thumbs up, please. We just jumped like 20. If we could jump like another, I mean, there's still 300 people watching. If everybody hit the thumbs up,
Come on, man. Right now, everybody on 3.
even those
1,
people
2,
at the
3.
other station that are watching, hit the thumbs up. You like the show. Y'all are here every day.
Yeah.
What you doing? James, before we go, your favorite Sexy Red song?
I have no idea who that is.
Well, I
Let me
encourage
hear
you.
you say ski.
I encourage you strongly. Don't look. Don't go listen.
I'm not going to look, but I am going to give a thumbs up. Oh yeah, we got to that number. We're
There
good.
we go. All right. Good stuff.
Good to go.
Even though we're at that number. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Okay, y'all did that. Appreciate you guys. Coach Molly, go get that dub. Go get that dub. Where's Coach Molly? Go get that dub, Coach Molly. And look at that picture. Look at the she
Coach.
is locked in on her
Yeah,
team
look at
right
Coach.
there. We'll see you guys tomorrow.